welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. The room had always been there, concealed behind the walls of my quiet suburban home. It wasn't until a chilly, dreary afternoon, while attempting to bring order to the cluttered basement, that I stumbled upon its existence. In a neighborhood where nothing out of the ordinary ever transpired, my house had long been my haven. However, a creeping sense of unease had begun to infiltrate my sanctuary in recent weeks. Mysterious sounds reverberated in the stillness of the night, objects shifted inexplicably, and my loyal companion Max had vanished without a trace. On that fateful day, determined to restore a semblance of normalcy, I embarked on the task of organizing the chaotic basement. Amongst the jumble of old boxes, forgotten furniture, and dusty mementos, my hand grazed a section of the wall that felt out of place. The texture was subtly different, and as I inspected it further, I discovered a faint seam, a hidden door cleverly disguised within the wall. With a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, I grasped a small gap in the weathered wood and pulled with all my might. The door yielded with a protesting groan, revealing a dark, musty void beyond. Despite an instinctual warning, I crossed the threshold, guided by an insatiable curiosity. I illuminated the room with the beam of my phone's flashlight, unveiling an eerie sight. The space, though neglected and shrouded in dust, was meticulously arranged. A solitary bulb dangled from the ceiling, casting unsettling shadows on the walls. And there, adorning the walls in precise rows, were hundreds of photographs, each one capturing moments of my life. From mundane snapshots of daily routines to invasive images taken without my knowledge, the photographs painted a chilling portrait of surveillance. Intermingled with the pictures were scraps of paper adorned with cryptic notes and unsettling observations about my habits and behaviors. Panic began to gnaw at my insides as I stumbled upon notebooks meticulously chronicling every aspect of my existence, from intimate conversations to trivial details. The violation of my privacy was palpable, a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows. My hands quivered as they reached for an old video camera, connected to a monitor displaying footage of my own home from clandestine vantage points. The realization dawned on me that my most private moments had been invaded, twisted into a voyeuristic spectacle by an unseen perpetrator. As I grappled with the horror of the situation, a chilling realization gripped me. Someone had been watching, studying me with an unsettling intimacy. The notion of safety within my own home crumbled, replaced by a profound sense of vulnerability. Every creak and rustle amplified the dread pulsating within me. Who could be behind this violation of my sanctuary? Was it a stranger, a neighbor, or perhaps someone closer to home? A cryptic note discovered on Max's collar echoed in my mind, hinting at the illusion of security that had been shattered. With trembling hands, I sealed the hidden door, my heart racing as I ascended the stairs, securing every entrance in a frantic bid for safety. The urgency to alert the authorities clawed at my conscience, but a haunting fear gripped me. What if my actions only exacerbated the peril? Despite the uncertainty, I dialed 911, each ring a deafening echo in the stillness of the house. Before a voice could answer, a dreaded sound resonated from below, the faint creak of the concealed door slowly swinging open once more. In that moment, I realized I was not alone in my haven. Story 2. On an unassuming Tuesday, a spark of curiosity ignited within me, drawing me towards the neglected warehouse that loomed on the town's periphery. Despite its weathered appearance, the warehouse stood as a relic of the past amidst the city's modern landscape, beckoning me with an inexplicable allure. That day felt different, an unseen force nudging me to venture inside. The towering rusted doors were firmly sealed, but a smaller entrance whispered open, swaying gently in the chilly breeze. Hesitation gripped me, my mind urging caution against the unknown. Yet, the call of curiosity drowned out the whispers of prudence. With a steadying breath, I crossed the threshold into the enveloping darkness. The air inside was heavy with age, saturated with the scent of dust and decay. Faint streams of light filtered through cracked windows, painting eerie patterns on the worn concrete floor. My flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing abandoned machinery and forgotten crates strewn haphazardly. It was a desolate sanctuary frozen in time, a silent witness to bygone days. Moving cautiously, my footsteps echoed through the vast expanse, each sound a solitary note in the symphony of silence. As I ventured deeper, a sense of unease crept over me, a subtle dissonance in the stillness. And then I saw it. A section of the warehouse meticulously organized, a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. A series of old shelves adorned the walls, adorned with objects arranged with precision, as if part of a cryptic exhibit. Approaching cautiously, a chill danced down my spine as recognition dawned. Among the curated items was a weathered leather notebook, lost in the mists of time during a journey long forgotten. My fingers trembled as I opened it, the faded pages a testament to my own past, preserved with unsettling devotion. Nearby, a weathered wooden box cradled relics I had deemed lost forever. A silver locket bearing my grandmother's smile, a long-lost watch, even a set of keys replaced in a different era. Each item was placed thoughtfully, as if waiting to be rediscovered. A sense of foreboding gripped me as I delved further into this peculiar archive. Among the artifacts, I unearthed a pair of spectacles once shattered, a photograph capturing the essence of my childhood home, and faded sketches from a distant chapter of my life. These were not mere misplaced belongings. They were fragments of my own narrative, carefully preserved in this enigmatic sanctuary. And then I stumbled upon them, stacks of journals that defied logic. Their weathered covers bore witness to tales mirroring my own, recounting events with unsettling accuracy. Some entries delved into forgotten memories, while others unveiled secrets known only to me, private musings never shared. As I pored over the journals, a chilling realization gripped me. The accounts extended beyond my recollections, detailing events yet to pass. Scattered notes littered the floor, penned in a jagged script, documenting my quirks, fears, and daily rituals with an unsettling precision. Phrases leapt from the pages, speaking of unseen observations and hidden truths. A sense of violation washed over me, a feeling of being exposed to an unseen observer's gaze, dissected and analyzed like a specimen. Towards the rear of the room, a weathered binder bore my name, a faded image of myself staring back blankly. Inside lay meticulous reports on my relationships, habits, and inner struggles never voiced aloud. The final pages teemed with fragmented thoughts, a cryptic dialogue of guilt, fascination, and an ominous purpose. Before the weight of discovery could fully settle, a faint rustling pierced the silence from afar. My flashlight danced towards the sound, revealing only shifting shadows. Panic seized me, propelling me towards the exit. Clutching the leather-bound testament to my past, I dashed into the crisp daylight, gasping for air. Behind me, the abandoned warehouse stood sentinel, a silent witness to the mysteries within. Its darkened interior seemed to pulse with latent energy, a repository of memories stolen and intentions twisted. Who had observed me so closely? What drove them to meticulously gather the fragments of my life? The answers lay shrouded within that labyrinth of artifacts, beckoning me back into the shadows. But for now, the courage to return eluded me. Even now, long after departing that enigmatic place, its presence lingers at the periphery of my thoughts. No longer a mere forgotten edifice on the town's fringe, the warehouse had become a mirror replay, keying fragments of my past never meant for prying eyes. And somewhere, in the shadows, a silent observer lingered still. Story 3. In the depths of my turmoil, I sought refuge. The turbulent waves of identity theft, enigmatic messages, and the unearthing of a cryptic grave tied to my past had left me adrift. At the urging of my therapist, I embarked on a retreat to a secluded cabin nestled far from the clamor of urban life. The solitude promised a respite for my frayed spirit, an opportunity to reclaim tranquility long lost. Hidden amidst the mountains, the cabin beckoned, reachable only via a twisting, foliage-choked path that wound through a thick expanse of forest. Enveloped by majestic pines and a serene lake, it exuded a sense of solace that I craved. Its weathered wooden exterior and welcoming porch exuded a comfort that felt like a warm embrace after a long absence. Initially, life at the cabin was serene. I wandered along peaceful trails, absorbed the crisp mountain air, and allowed the quietude to soothe my restless soul. Nights descended in hushed whispers, with only the haunting calls of distant owls punctuating the stillness. Gradually, I began to feel the heavy burden on my chest lift, allowing me to breathe freely once more. On the fourth day, while organizing a cluttered closet, my fingers brushed against something unexpected. A small, dusty wooden box concealed behind a pile of old blankets. Intrigue seized me as I pried it open. Inside lay a trove of personal relics, a weathered leather journal, faded photographs, and a handful of worn garments, one of them a jacket marred with what appeared to be dried blood. As I delved into the journal, my heart quickened. Its pages overflowed with frenzied, near-indecipherable scrawls. The entries spoke of paranoia, of lurking terrors in the shadows, of phantom whispers in the dead of night. One passage seared itself into my consciousness. They watch me. I sense their presence. They lurk in the darkness, ever waiting. There is no escape. The photographs mirrored the journal's disquiet. Images of the cabin, captured from different angles, revealed shadowy figures looming in the background, obscured and eerie. A shiver ran down my spine as I flipped through the unsettling snapshots. Each picture felt like an unwelcome intrusion, as if someone had been meticulously documenting the cabin, and perhaps its occupants, for an eternity. Driven by a need to dispel the mounting disquiet, I ventured into the basement. The stale air clung to my skin as I combed through the dimly lit space. Behind a loose panel in the wall, I stumbled upon a concealed compartment housing lock-picking tools, hand-drawn maps of the surrounding woods, and a stack of surveillance notes. The meticulous records chronicled the movements of previous guests, detailing their habits, appearances, and even their emotional states. Crude sketches of faces, distorted by hurried strokes, filled the margins. The final note sent a chill down my spine. I see them. They are aware of my presence. Their arrival is imminent. A pervasive chill settled over me. Was the former inhabitant merely afflicted with paranoia, or had they been justified in their fears? Uncertainty gnawed at me as I grappled with the possibility of uncovering a disturbed psyche or unearthing something far more sinister. That night, the once peaceful cabin felt oppressive. Every creak, every whisper of wind set my heart ablaze with dread. I lay awake, straining to discern any hint of menace beyond the thunderous pounding of my own heart. The sanctuary that had initially embraced me now felt like a prison, its shadows concealing unseen perils. Come morning, I reached out to the rental agency, seeking answers in my desperation. The agent's responses were enigmatic, brushing off my concerns as relics of the past and insisting the cabin was secure. Yet their unease only deepened my foreboding. They promised to investigate before abruptly ending the call. Determined and unsettled, I sought out local authorities. Their official records yield no anomalies, no reports of missing persons, no accounts of violence. However, under pressure, they reluctantly disclosed a pattern of transient tenants departing without explanation. The sensation of being scrutinized intensified. Every rustle of leaves, every shifting shadow laden with ominous intent. My mind raced with apprehension. Was I under surveillance? Had eyes been upon me since my arrival? By week's end, I resolved to depart. The peace I had sought in the mountains had evaporated, eclipsed by an overwhelming dread that clung to the cabin like a specter. As I loaded my belongings into the car, a prickling sensation of being observed gnawed at me. My gaze flitted to the dark fringe of trees, scouring for any sign of movement, but the forest remained eerily still. Before driving away, I cast a final glance in the rearview mirror. Fleetingly, I thought I glimpsed a figure, partially shrouded by the tree's shadows. Yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished. The winding road swallowed the cabin from view, yet the suffocating sensation of pursuit lingered, an unshakable specter that trailed behind like a ghostly echo. What I had unearthed, or what had unearthed me, was an enigma not easily left behind. The fear, an unwelcome lodger, nestled in the recesses of my mind, murmuring that the shadows held secrets never meant to be revealed. Story 4. The morning began just like any other, with gentle sunlight peeking through the curtains and the comforting hum of my coffee maker in the background. Yet, the tranquil routine was abruptly disrupted when my eyes caught sight of a small package resting on my doorstep. A plain brown box, devoid of a return address, bearing only my name inscribed in an unfamiliar, precise handwriting. A blend of curiosity and unease enveloped me as I brought the mysterious package indoors. With a steady hand, I cut through the tape securing the box and revealed its contents. Nestled inside was a collection of photographs, meticulously organized and held together by a simple rubber band. My heart quickened as I leafed through them, each image unveiling a different moment from my own life. The initial photograph depicted me at a nearby park, where I had spent a peaceful afternoon just a week prior. I was captured sitting on a bench, engrossed in a book, unaware of the lens capturing me in a candid instant. A chill ran down my spine at the realization that I had been unknowingly watched. The subsequent photos showcased me at various locations throughout the city, exiting a grocery store, enjoying a meal at a cafe, even perusing the aisles of the library. Despite the differing angles and distances, a disquieting commonality persisted. I was always alone in each frame, devoid of any companions. It was as though an unseen presence had shadowed me for weeks, meticulously documenting my every move. As I reached the final image, a distinct shift was palpable. The photograph portrayed me in my very own living room, seated on the couch with a startled expression etched on my features. Taken through the window, it was evident that an observer had been outside, peering in. The accuracy of the scene was uncanny, capturing a fleeting moment when I had glanced up from my book, startled by a noise. Dated from the previous day, the photo served as a chilling reminder that someone had been surveilling me mere hours before. A folded note lay nestled within the package, its contents trembling beneath my touch. The message inscribed read, "I see you, and I know you see me." These photographs mirror your life, captured and foretold. Observe closely, and the future shall unfold before you. Your choices will shape what lies ahead. My pulse quickened as I wrestled with the weight of the cryptic message. The images hinted not only at surveillance, but also at a veiled hand manipulating the threads of my existence. The notion of my future being foreseen in such an intimate and invasive manner sent shivers down my spine. Seeking clarity, I reached out to the authorities, entrusting them with the package and its enigmatique, see contents, in hopes of unraveling the mystery. The officers acknowledged the gravity of the situation, explaining that the photographs could be the machinations of a personal vendetta or a shadowy stalker. However, deciphering the motive or identity behind the sender proved to be a formidable challenge without further evidence. Days blurred into nights as the haunting photographs continued to linger in my thoughts. Each dawn brought with it a sense of trepidation as I tentatively approached my mailbox, half expecting another parcel to materialize. Paranoia seeped into my daily routines, compelling me to cast furtive glances over my shoulder, questioning if unseen eyes were fixed upon me. One fateful afternoon, amidst the mundane task of sorting through my mail, I unearthed a lone envelope. Similar in essence to its predecessor, this time devoid of a box, housing only a singular photograph. Captured in the same park as the initial image, it depicted me strolling along a familiar trail, marred by a crimson X etched over a specific point on the path. Scribbled on the reverse, a chilling directive awaited. The path you choose shall sculpt your fate. Meet me where the X marks the spot, and enlightenment shall be yours. The note left me teetering between intrigue and dread. The notion of an encounter with this enigmatic figure loomed before me, a blend of fascination and fear swirling within. The prospect of being coerced into a decision shrouded in mystery gnawed at my resolve. Driven by a hunger for answers, I resolved to confront the enigma that beckoned, hoping that clarity would emerge from the shadows. As twilight descended upon the park, casting elongated shadows across the landscape, I ventured towards the designated location. The park lay cloaked in an eerie stillness, punctuated solely by the rustle of leaves and distant urban murmurs. Arriving at the spot delineated by the scarlet X, where the path meandered into a secluded clearing, I stood poised, nerves taut with anticipation. A figure materialized from the shadows, cloaked in a dark coat, his countenance partially veiled by the brim of a hat. Halting a few paces away, his presence exuded an aura of authority. "You have arrived," he intoned, his voice resonant and velvety. "I see you have followed the trail of clues." "Who are you?" I inquired, the tremor in my voice belying my attempt at composure. "What is it that you seek from me?" Drawing nearer, his features emerged from the darkness, an older gentleman, sharp of visage with an unwavering gaze. "I am but an observer of your journey, witnessing your response to the unknown," he elucidated. "The photographs were intended to illuminate the threads of your destiny and test your mettle." A melange of anger and apprehension coiled within me. For what purpose? Why subject me to this ordeal? His demeanor softened marginally. "Our choices forge our essence. The photographs were not mere prophecies, but a compass to steer you towards realization. Your reactions, your choices, they shape the course ahead. I sought to unveil the interplay between the present and the future, to showcase the power of agency in shaping one's destiny." My thoughts whirled, attempting to decipher the enigmatic wisdom he imparted. "So, this was all a trial?" "Not merely a trial," he responded. "A lesson. You confronted uncertainty and fear, yet you also displayed resilience. The future is a canvas awaiting your brushstrokes. Your responses to adversity define the tapestry of your fate." With that, the enigmatic figure pivoted and receded into the shadows, his form dissipating into the night. I lingered in the clearing, enveloped in the aftermath of our enigmatic exchange and the cryptic legacy he had bequeathed. The photographs, the prophecies, and the test, they had all served as fragments of a larger narrative, a narrative engineered to compel me to face my fears and navigate the labyrinth of choice. Exiting the park, a peculiar sense of closure and emancipation enveloped me. Though disquieting, the ordeal had underscored the potency of agency and the imperative of confronting the enigma of the unknown with fortitude. The future remained an enigma, yet I now harbored the realization that its tapestry could be woven through my actions, my decisions, and my willingness to confront the veiled specter of what lay beyond. Story 5. Late one evening, as the final traces of sunlight vanished behind the horizon, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban abode. Within these walls where safety had always resided, a peculiar tension now lingered in the air, casting a shadow over her tranquil routine. It was as if an unseen presence loomed, unsettling her peace. As Sarah prepared for bed, a startling discovery shattered her sense of security. Nestled among her kitchen appliances, she spotted a small, unfamiliar device, a sleek black camera, inconspicuously perched atop the microwave. Her heart froze as confusion and a hint of fear gripped her. The tiny lens of the camera seemed to stare back at her, prompting her to power it off, her hands trembling with unease. Seeking solace in her bedroom, hoping for a restful night's sleep, Sarah was met with another chilling revelation. A second camera, almost invisible against the neutral paint, was fixed in the corner of the ceiling. The realization struck her with a sudden jolt. There were cameras in her home that she had not installed. Questions swirled in her mind. Who had placed them there? Why? How long had they been watching? Sarah's anxiety mounted as she grappled with the implications. Turning to her phone for answers, she frantically searched for ways to detect hidden cameras, the fear of being watched weighing heavily on her mind. It wasn't just the invasion of surveillance, it was the violation of her intimate moments, now exposed to an unknown observer. As the night deepened, Sarah mustered the courage to review the footage from the discovered cameras. Connecting her phone to the devices, she discovered they held memory cards. With trembling hands, she accessed the videos, praying for a benign explanation. However, her worst fears materialized as she watched. The footage depicted her in various vulnerable moments, unaware, exposed, and intimate. Her sanctuary had been transformed into a stage for a voyeur's eyes. Swiftly reporting her discovery, an officer arrived to examine the cameras and footage, promising a thorough investigation. Sarah felt a wave of relief mingled with lingering fear as the authorities assured her of their efforts. Days turned into weeks as she awaited answers, living in a state of constant unease. A chilling letter arrived one evening, devoid of a return address. Its ominous content sent shivers down her spine. "I know you're scared, you should be. I see everything." The sender's identity remained unknown, deepening Sarah's terror. She heightened security measures, altering her routines to evade predictability. Yet the haunting presence of the watcher persisted, turning her home into a realm of fear and vigilance. Despite the police's efforts, the culprit remained elusive, leaving Sarah grappling with uncertainty and intrusion. Her once comforting abode now felt like a battleground, the scars of violation etched into her psyche. Reclaiming privacy and security became a daunting task, navigating a world where trust had been shattered. Amidst the shadows of that fateful night, Sarah sought solace in small victories, reconnecting with friends, establishing a semblance of normalcy, and reclaiming her personal space. Yet, the night of her privacy breach continued to cast a haunting shadow, a stark reminder of the fragility of safety and the eerie potential for betrayal in the most familiar of places. As she adjusted to her new reality, Sarah learned to cherish moments of solace, finding strength and resilience in the bonds of community. Though the scars of intrusion remained, she forged ahead, a testament to the enduring spirit that prevails even in the face of unseen threats. Story 6. The quiet house held a secret that whispered in the stillness, shrouded in a mystery that unfolded with each passing moment. Whiskers, the gentle feline companion who always welcomed me home with her soothing purrs and playful charm, was nowhere to be seen. The absence of her usual presence left a hollow void that echoed through the empty rooms, my calls for her met only by the silence of the walls. A creeping unease settled over me as I combed through every nook and cranny, seeking her familiar form in her favorite hiding spots without success. The panic that gripped me grew with each passing hour, driving me to search beyond the confines of the house into the dimming light of the evening. The world outside mirrored the hollowness within, devoid of life or sound, as if holding its breath in anticipation. I called out her name, the sound lost in the vast expanse of emptiness stretching before me, a futile attempt to summon her back to my side. But the night remained silent, unyielding to my pleas. Days stretched into a week, each moment heavy with the weight of uncertainty and fear. Flyers adorned with Whisker's image fluttered in the wind, a beacon of hope in the sea of doubt that surrounded me. The community rallied, offering kind words and promises to keep an eye out for her, but their reassurances only served to deepen the ache of her absence. False leads teased with glimpses of gray fur that led nowhere, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. Just as despair threatened to swallow me whole, a soft meow pierced the veil of darkness one evening, drawing me to the threshold of my home. There, on the doorstep, sat Whiskers, a shadow of her former self. The relief that flooded through me at the sight of her was quickly eclipsed by horror at the state in which she returned. Her once gleaming fur was now matted and grimy, her movements marred by a painful limp, her eyes once bright with curiosity now clouded with fear. Gently cradling her fragile form, I whispered words of solace, feeling the tremors that shook her tiny frame. Examining her closely, I discovered the physical toll of her ordeal. Raw paws, dirt-caked fur, and a tapestry of cuts and bruises that marred her once pristine coat. Each wound told a silent story of suffering, a narrative of pain etched into her very being, leaving me to piece together the fragments of her harrowing journey. A hidden message nestled within her collar revealed a chilling truth, a cryptic note that spoke of ownership in ominous tones. The realization that someone had taken her, held her captive, and then released her back into the night sent a shiver down my spine, a whispered secret that begged to be unraveled. The authorities, faced with the enigma of her return, offered little solace in their uncertainty, leaving me to navigate the shadows of the unknown alone. The vet's diagnosis painted a picture of resilience and recovery, of bruises healed and wounds mended, but the scars that lingered beneath the surface ran deeper than the physical realm. Whisker's journey back to health mirrored my own path towards understanding, a gradual reclamation of trust and safety in a world fraught with shadows. Together, we found solace in the quiet moments, in the whispered breath of night that cradled us in its embrace. As time wove its delicate tapestry of healing, Whiskers gradually emerged from the shadows of her trauma, her playful spirit a testament to the resilience of the heart. Though the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved, the bond that bound us together grew stronger with each passing day. A fragile thread of love that defied the darkness that had once threatened to tear us apart. And so, as the moon cast its gentle glow over the sleeping world, I watched Whiskers drift into peaceful slumber, her rhythmic breathing a lullaby that echoed through the quiet house. In her restful repose, I found a moment of gratitude for the unbreakable bond that had guided us through the shadows, a silent promise of hope and healing that whispered on the edges of the night. Story 7. On a hushed, tranquil night when the world seemed to hold its breath, I found myself alone in the soft glow of my car's headlights. The clock whispered past midnight as I journeyed homeward, the road ahead stretching endlessly, deserted and eerie under the flickering streetlights. These late-night drives were my moments of solitude, a chance to let my mind wander as the world slumbered. The familiar, winding country roads leading to my haven should have been comforting, but a sense of unease crept in when a pair of unwavering headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. At first, I brushed it off as another traveler sharing the road, but those lights remained fixed, matching my every move. They neither closed in nor fell behind, as if tethered to my very being. Anxiety tightened its grip as I tried to shake off the persistent follower, to no avail. The rhythmic hum of my tires on the pavement grew deafening, drowning out the silence of the night. A sharp turn onto a secluded lane proved futile as the headlights persisted, a silent companion in the darkness. Panic set in as I grappled with the realization that I was being pursued, a scenario I never fathomed experiencing. My hands clammy against the wheel, I pondered my options. Each turn and acceleration met with the same unyielding response from the mysterious car behind me. With a knot in my stomach, I resorted to testing the car's intentions, taking unpredictable routes and varying my speed in a desperate bid to shake off my shadow. Yet it remained steadfast, an ominous presence in the night, unyielding and relentless in its pursuit. The desolate road amplified my vulnerability, leaving me stranded in a world of uncertainty and fear. As the tension mounted, a glimmer of hope appeared in the form of a secluded gravel lot. Quick to seize the opportunity, I veered into the darkness, cutting off my lights and engine, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Holding my breath, I awaited the inevitable approach of the looming headlights, my heart pounding with trepidation. The other car crept into view, its beams slicing through the night, casting an ominous glow over the lot. I cowered in my seat, a silent witness to the unsettling presence that lingered just beyond. Time stretched thin, each moment weighed down by the unknown, until finally the headlights receded into the distance, leaving me in a shroud of relief tinged with lingering dread. Minutes passed in the oppressive darkness, my senses on high alert, until I dared to restart my engine and venture back onto the road. Every shadow, every sound now held a sinister edge, transforming the once familiar path into a labyrinth of hidden threats. The fear of being followed clung to me, an invisible specter haunting my every move. In the days that followed, I avoided the solace of late-night drives, opting for busier routes and safer hours. Every set of headlights that pierced the darkness sent a shiver down my spine, a stark reminder of that fateful night. The memory of those unyielding lights became a symbol of vulnerability, a cautionary tale of the unseen dangers that lurk in the shadows of our existence. Though the mysterious car never resurfaced and the fear eventually waned, the echo of that night lingered, a ghostly reminder of the fragility of our sense of security. Late-night drives, once a sanctuary of introspection, now bore the weight of caution and apprehension. The memory of that haunting pursuit remained etched in my mind, a silent testament to the mysteries that lurk in the quietest corners of our lives. Story 8. As twilight descended, I returned to my sanctuary, seeking solace in the familiar embrace of home. The day's weariness clung to me like a shroud as I entered my bedroom, eager to shed the burdens of the outside world. Amidst the cozy clutter of my personal belongings, my eyes fell upon an unexpected object, a camera, unassuming yet unsettling in its presence. Initially dismissing it as a remnant of my photography pursuits, a creeping unease soon enveloped me as I realized its strategic positioning aimed at capturing more than just inanimate objects. The camera's lens, innocent in appearance, held a malevolent gleam under the soft glow of the room, sending shivers down my spine. A sense of being observed, of unseen eyes peering into my private realm, gripped me. With a trembling hand, I retrieved an SD card nestled within the device and cautiously inserted it into my laptop, unveiling a series of video clips that unraveled a chilling narrative. The footage began with mundane scenes of my daily life, moments captured without my knowledge, meandering around my room, lost in thought or engrossed in mundane tasks. Yet the tone shifted as familiar faces flickered across the screen. My sister engrossed in television, my best friend immersed in conversation, my parents at ease in their own home. Innocuous as they seemed, these glimpses carried an insidious weight, revealing a pervasive intrusion into the lives of those closest to me. A sense of disquiet settled within me as I delved deeper into the recordings, each clip weaving a tapestry of surveillance that extended beyond my bedroom walls. The violation of privacy, the unseen observer orchestrating this clandestine operation, fueled a rising tide of apprehension. Who dared to invade our lives in such a manner, and for what purpose? Faced with unanswered questions and a growing sense of isolation, I reached out to my loved ones, only to be met with silence, a void that echoed with unspoken fears. Desperation drove me to seek assistance, prompting a reluctant call to the authorities in a bid to unravel the enigma that had enveloped my existence. As the police delved into the mystery, their efforts mirrored my own sense of unease, their presence merely a temporary respite from the pervasive feeling of being watched. Each unexplained noise, every fleeting shadow, became a sinister omen in a narrative veiled in secrecy and uncertainty. Days turned into weeks, the investigation yielding scant results, leaving me adrift in a sea of paranoia and mistrust. Was this surveillance a malevolent act, a prelude to harm, or a calculated manipulation designed to sow discord within my world? The realization that my sense of security had been compromised for another's amusement pierced through the veil of fear, urging me to reclaim what had been taken from me. With newfound determination, I fortified my defenses, transforming my haven into a fortress of surveillance and protection. Every anomaly documented, every measure taken to fortify my boundaries, a silent declaration of defiance against the unseen adversary that had shattered my peace. Though the mystery of the camera remained unsolved, its presence lingered as a specter, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the resilience of the human spirit. In the absence of closure, I found solace in the strength discovered amidst adversity, a resolve to safeguard what mattered most in a world fraught with unseen threats. And as the shadows of night enveloped me, I found comfort in the vigilance that had become my shield, a testament to the resilience born from the darkness that had once threatened to consume me. With each passing moment, I embraced the unknown with a courage forged in the crucible of uncertainty, a silent guardian against the whispers of doubt that sought to unravel my resolve. Story 9. The serene hush of my first night in the new house was almost too tranquil, nestled on the edge of town. It had an old-world charm with creaking wooden floors and lofty ceilings that carried every sound like a whisper in the wind. This abode was the sanctuary I had longed for, a refuge from the unrelenting pressures of work that had weighed me down for months. Far from the city's hustle and bustle, it appeared to be a haven of peace. As I nestled under the covers, a blanket of silence enveloped me. The sole interruptions were the occasional groans of the house settling into its own history. Initially, the quietude was soothing, but just as slumber beckoned, a faint rhythmic sound tiptoed into my consciousness. It was so soft that I questioned if it was a mere figment of my imagination. I attribute it to the aging pipes or the wind whispering through unseen crevices. Chuckling at my own paranoia, I turned over and let sleep claim me. In the ensuing nights, the sound grew bolder. It was a gentle tapping, akin to distant footsteps, muffled and hesitant. Each time it roused me, I arose to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I combed through every nook and cranny of the house, but found nothing amiss. The windows were tightly shut, the doors securely locked. The silence always greeted me like a conspirator, mocking my unease. I reassured myself that it was just my mind playing tricks and returned to bed. However, as the days stretched on, the footsteps evolved, becoming more frequent, more purposeful. They followed a pattern that I soon recognized, originating in the hallway, traversing the kitchen, then advancing towards the bedrooms. Although there was no visual evidence, the sound was so vivid that it refused to be ignored. Nights turned into a trial of endurance. I lay awake, tense and vigilant, awaiting the onset of the steps. And inevitably, they commenced. One twilight, while engrossed in TV in the living room, the footsteps revisited. Starting faintly, they crescendoed as though a presence was traversing the house. The cadence was unwavering, the sound deliberate. Muting the television, I strained to listen, my heartbeat quickening with each footfall. They drew nearer, resonating through the walls. Clutching my flashlight, I scoured room after room, hunting for the source. I scrutinized every shadow, every concealed alcove, yet the dwelling remained as empty as ever. Nonetheless, the sound lingered, now distant, as if daring me. With time, fear metamorphosed into obsession. I fitted extra locks on the portals, scrutinizing them compulsively. Alas, it was futile. The footsteps persisted. When I confided in friends and kin, their responses were sympathetic yet dismissive. "It's merely the house settling," they consoled, attributing it to my stressful state. I yearned to believe their reassurances, but the sound was too precise, too tangible to be a figment of my imagination. One night I resolved to capture it. Placing a recorder in the hallway, I remained awake, awaiting the inevitable. Hours slipped by, and then, like clockwork, the footsteps commenced. Allowing the recorder to run, my heart pounded as the sound permeated the house. The following morning, I played back the recording. The footsteps were unmistakable, but what froze me was the faint whisper that accompanied them. Soft and almost imperceptible, yet undeniably present. The words were indiscernible, yet their mere presence sent shivers down my spine. Desperate for answers, I summoned a team of paranormal investigators. Armed with cameras and gadgets, they were eager to unravel the enigma. They spent a night in the house, documenting every creak and groan. Regrettably, their conclusions were inconclusive. Just the typical noises of an old house, they concluded. Their lack of resolution only deepened my trepidation. One fateful night, the footsteps drew closer than ever before. Jolting awake to the sound of pacing just beyond my bedroom threshold, my breath caught in my throat. I lay still beneath the covers, listening to the unhurried, methodical beat. Mustering every ounce of courage, I swung the door ajar. The hallway lay vacant, yet the sound enshrouded me, as if the walls themselves reverberated with echoes. I called out, "Is someone there?" My voice quivered, but the sole response was silence. The footsteps ceased, leaving behind an oppressive stillness that felt weightier than the sound itself. Shortly thereafter, while rummaging through the attic, I unearthed an anomaly. A dusty, leather-bound journal concealed amidst old boxes. It belonged to a former inhabitant of the house. Flipping through its brittle pages, I stumbled upon accounts of the same footsteps. Sleepless nights, relentless pacing, and mounting dread filled its pages. The final entry concluded with an ominous declaration. The echoes of the past never fade. Upon Discov airing the journal, the footsteps began to recede, as if their purpose had been fulfilled. Yet the house never quite reclaimed its total silence. On particularly somber nights, when the wind held its breath and the world seemed to stand still, I could swear I heard them once more, faint, distant, a spectral reminder that some echoes linger eternally. Story 10. In the whispering stillness of the night, a tale unfolds, shrouded in mystery and woven with threads of forgotten dreams. It all began with a fleeting sensation, a ghostly echo of memories that belonged to another realm. At first I brushed it aside as a trick of the mind, a fleeting mirage born from the depths of fatigue and stress. But as the days melted into weeks, those ethereal recollections grew bolder, seeping into my reality like tendrils of mist unfurling in the dawn. These memories were not mere fragments. They were vivid tapestries of moments unseen, conversations unheard, and faces unfamiliar. The first whisper came on a tranquil Sunday as I leafed through an ancient photo album. Suddenly a memory surged forth, vivid and sharp. A wedding in a chapel veiled in ivy, suffused with the fragrance of blossoms, the melodies of a string quartet, and the laughter of strangers. It felt so real, so tangible, that for an instant I was certain I had danced in that chapel, only to realize it was a phantom of my mind's making. Confusion clouded my thoughts, yet I pressed on, hoping to shake off these spectral visions. But they clung to me, like shadows refusing to fade. I found myself recounting conversations that never occurred, sharing tales of events that had never transpired, social gatherings, distant locales, milestones long forgotten, all etched in my mind with alarming clarity, yet devoid of truth. The turning point arrived on a night cloaked in silence, as I delved into the pages of a novel. Within its folds, I stumbled upon a passage describing a seaside dinner, illuminated by flickering candles and the symphony of clinking glasses. My heart clenched in recognition, for I could taste the salty breeze, hear the murmurs of conversation, and sense the familiarity of a memory that was not mine to claim. Desperation gnawed at me, propelling me to seek answers in the depths of my own perplexity. Thus, I embarked on a quest, a journey of introspection and inquiry. I chronicled each phantom memory in a journal, scoured through relics of the past, and probed the minds of kin and companions, only to be met with baffled denials. Seeking solace in the realm of science, I sought the counsel of a cognitive psychologist, hoping to unravel the enigma that gripped my thoughts. Yet, their assessments yielded no malady, no fracture in the tapestry of my mind, only the enigmatic notion of false memory implantation, a concept whispered in the corridors of academia. As I delved deeper, patterns emerged, weaving a tapestry of revelation and disquiet. The memories seemed tethered to moments and locales I had recently traversed, unfurling like tendrils reaching out from the shadows of reality. A sinister realization dawned upon me, as whispers of clandestine experiments and psychological manipulation swirled in the air. The tendrils of fear coiled around me, tightening with each passing night, as signs of surveillance crept into my world, glitches, warnings, and a palpable sense of being hunted. And in the stillness of a moonlit night, I unearthed a clandestine dossier nestled in the digital recesses of my device, a chilling testament to the violation of my very essence. The truth unfurled before me, a tapestry of deceit and manipulation orchestrated by unseen hands. The journey towards justice was fraught with shadows and obstacles, as the tendrils of the organization faded into the mist, leaving behind a trail of broken souls and shattered realities. In the aftermath, I sought refuge in the sanctuary of therapy, piecing together the fragments of my fractured mind, learning to discern truth from fiction. Time became a balm, softening the jagged edges of fear, yet leaving being scars that whispered of a past tainted by deception. And so I emerged from the shadows, a sentinel of truth, a guardian of memories untainted. The echoes of my ordeal lingered in the quiet hours, a reminder of the fragile dance between reality and illusion. And as I gazed into the starlit expanse, I pondered the enigma that haunted me still. What fragments of my being were truly mine, and what had been woven into the fabric of remembrance by unseen hands? Story 11. It all began innocently enough. One peaceful morning, my phone hummed with a gentle notification. I glanced at the screen, anticipating the usual, a social media update or a calendar reminder. Yet to my surprise, it was a message from an unfamiliar number. Watch your step today. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere jest, perhaps just a random spammer seeking to toy with my peace. However, the words clung to my thoughts as I navigated through the day. With each passing moment, a peculiar unease settled within me. Though the incidents that followed, a slip on a wet sidewalk, a coffee stain on my shirt, and an unexpected downpour without an umbrella, were not catastrophic, they left me feeling unsettled, as if my day had been orchestrated to unfold in disarray. The following morning, the phone chimed once more. Another message from the same enigmatic number. Someone will take something you treasure today. I rolled my eyes, attributing it to mere coincidence. But upon reaching my workplace, my heart sank. My cherished pen, a gift from my late grandmother, was nowhere to be found on my desk. Despite a thorough search, even inspecting beneath my coworkers' desks, it had vanished. As the days progressed, a pattern emerged. Each day brought a cryptic text. Each day a new stroke of misfortune. You'll face an interruption during an important call. Be cautious of unexpected counsel. The messages were cryptic, yet they consistently foretold unnervingly specific events. What troubled me most was their accuracy. These were not mere guesses, they were tailored to my life. I attempted to block the number, yet the texts persisted, arriving from slight variations of the same source. Regardless of my efforts, they always found their way to me. One night, seated at my kitchen table, I stared at my phone in anticipation. Anxiety coiled within me, its grip tightening like an invisible vice. The room felt suffocating, the air heavy with unseen tension. At the stroke of midnight, my phone buzzed. It's time for a true test. Sleep eluded me that night, Every creak of the house made me start. Every shadow seemed to dance. By morning, I was a shell of myself, navigating the day through a fog of exhaustion and paranoia. Then the next message arrived. A close friend will betray your trust. My stomach churned. Amy. We had been inseparable since our college days, sharing laughter over late-night study sessions, confiding our deepest fears and aspirations. Amy was the one person I trusted implicitly. The notion of betrayal from her seemed preposterous. However, later that day, Amy called out of the blue, requesting to meet for coffee. Her voice trembled, almost hesitant. At the cafe, she appeared nervous, her hands shaking as she slid an envelope across the table. "I've been meaning to confess something," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I'm deeply sorry. I've kept a secret from you." My heart raced as I opened the envelope. Inside were photographs, Amy with my former boss, Richard. The pictures painted a narrative I was reluctant to accept. The two of them meeting in hotel lobbies, lingering in his office late into the night, and exchanging hushed words in unfamiliar settings. "I never wanted you to discover this way," Amy confessed, her eyes filled with anguish. "Richard asked me to spy on you. He suspected you were hiding something, and I didn't know how to refuse." Her words shattered a part of me. The betrayal felt like a stab to the core. Without another word, I departed the cafe, the envelope clenched tightly in my trembling hands. Yet, that was only the beginning. The messages persisted, their tone darkening with each passing day. The misfortunes escalated from minor inconveniences to looming threats that shadowed my every waking moment. The climax arrived on a somber Friday morning. "Everything you've built will crumble today." By then, I was barely holding on. The relentless texts, Amy's betrayal, and the persistent dread had hollowed me out. Nevertheless, I braced myself for the day ahead, attempting to fortify my resolve. Yet it was in vain. Piece by piece, my life unraveled. A major project I had meticulously crafted over months disintegrated within hours. A crucial client threatened to sever ties. By day's end, a termination notice was handed to me, my employer citing the project's failure as the final straw. I sat at my desk in stunned silence, staring at the message on my phone. "Your suffering is complete." That night, I made a vow to unearth the truth. Who was behind these messages, and why? Tracing the number led me to a dead end, an unsolvable puzzle devoid of answers. Authorities dismissed it as mere chance or the work of a skilled prankster. They failed to grasp that the texts were not merely predictions, but instructions, manipulating my existence like pieces on a chessboard. Then, as abruptly as they had commenced, the messages ceased. Yet the damage had been wrought. I had lost my job, my faith in others, and my sense of security. Amy attempted to extend an olive branch, seeking forgiveness, but I could not bring myself to confront her. The betrayal still stung too deeply. Time passed, months turned into weeks, and I commenced rebuilding my shattered life. However, the memory of those texts lingered like a haunting specter at the periphery of my thoughts. The enigmatic warnings, the precise prophecies, they had shattered my reality, prompting me to question everything. Who had dispatched them? How had they possessed such intimate knowledge? The answers remained elusive. What I did uncover was the disquieting truth that even in our most mundane moments, the unknown can reach out and fray the fabric of our lives. The text served as a chilling reminder of how fragile trust truly is, and how profoundly the unseen shadows of the world can mold us. Even now, every buzz of my phone sends a shiver down my spine. Story 12. On a cool autumn afternoon, a sense of curiosity led me to the neglected backyard of my new Victorian home. The house, once owned by an elderly woman who had long since passed, stood silent and empty before my arrival. Amidst the lingering scent of damp earth, I began to unearth the tangled mess of weeds and bushes that had taken over the yard. The rhythmic scrape of the shovel against the ground became a soothing melody, guiding me deeper into my task, away from the chaos of unpacked boxes inside. As the soil yielded to my efforts, my mind wandered to the future. A vision of well-kept grass, blooming flowers, and a tranquil stone patio emerged. But my reverie was abruptly shattered by a solid thud as the shovel struck something hidden beneath the surface. Intrigued, I uncovered a weathered wooden box, its secrets waiting to be revealed. With a mix of anticipation and unease, I opened it to find a blood-stained shirt nestled amidst yellowed newspapers and a mysterious photograph. The shirt, tinged with dried blood, raised unsettling questions in my mind. Why would such an item be buried in my backyard? Turning my attention to the photograph, I was met with a startling sight. A younger version of myself, grinning beside an unknown figure in a room that felt out of time. The vintage image held no clues on its blank back, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Driven by a need for answers, I delved into the history of the house, scouring old records and seeking wisdom from the local historical society. Despite my efforts, the origins of the unearthed items remained elusive, shrouded in a veil of mystery. Even the elderly neighbors could offer no insight, save for vague tales of a troubled family from the past. Desperate for clarity, I turned to a skilled photographer to analyze the puzzling image. His findings placed the photograph in the early 20th century, aligning with the vintage decor captured in the background. Yet, the identities of the individuals remained a mystery, deepening the enigma that surrounded me. A chance discovery in the library hinted at a hidden room within the house, long sealed off from prying eyes. Following the tantalizing lead, I embarked on a search that led me to a secret chamber concealed behind a basement bookcase. Within its dusty confines lay a trove of forgotten relics, each whispering of a past steeped in secrecy and intrigue. Photographs of unknown faces, documents referencing a vanished guest, and tales of a long-ago gathering painted a cryptic picture. The threads of the story began to weave together, hinting at a darkness that had long haunted the halls of my home. The connection between the photograph, the shirt, and the hidden room grew clearer, yet the full truth remained just beyond my grasp. Haunted by the lingering mysteries, I made the difficult decision to leave the house behind, unable to shake the feeling of displacement that lingered within its walls. The unanswered questions followed me, a ghostly presence that refused to be ignored. The blood-stained shirt, the enigmatic photograph, the secrets of the hidden room, they are fragments of a narrative waiting to be unraveled, a tale of the past that beckons from the shadows. As I look back on those days of discovery and intrigue, I am reminded that some mysteries are destined to remain buried, their secrets forever out of reach. And so the house stands as a silent sentinel, guarding its enigmatic past, a story waiting to be told, if only the whispers of the past can find a willing ear to listen. Story 13. It all began on a crisp autumn evening, the kind that whispers of winter's approach. Weary from the day's toil, I returned home to the comforting embrace of solitude, only to encounter a mysterious package resting on my doorstep. No hint of its origin, just my name inscribed in elegant script. Intrigued, I carried the package inside and gingerly unwrapped its contents. A faded photograph of my childhood abode greeted me, a relic of a time long past. The angle of the picture bespoke an intimacy only a close observer could capture, accompanied by a note that simply stated, "I remember when you were happy here." Unease stirred within me, yet I dismissed it as a jest or an error, until the following day, when another parcel materialized. This time a delicate locket, its design mirroring a lost trinket from months ago. Encased within was a portrait of my departed grandmother, her gaze haunting. The accompanying message whispered, "I'm keeping watch." Thus began a series of deliveries in the weeks to come, each package meticulously wrapped, each item a fragment of my past. A silver bracelet lost in travels, a concert ticket stub, a diary brimming with teenage confessions, each note more chilling than the last. A childhood toy resurfaced, a bear believed lost, with a note taunting, "Remember your fear of the dark? I still see the light fade." Keys to a former abode appeared, a silent reminder that every door holds memories. The packages multiplied, each revealing intimate details of my life, secrets whispered to friends, private fears, recent triumphs. The sender delved into the depths of my being, unraveling the tapestry of my existence with eerie precision. One day a wooden box unveiled a lock of prom night hair, a misplaced ring, a cryptic message. "I've been by your side through it all." Efforts to trace the parcels led to naught. Postmarks scattered across the nation, no fingerprints, no clues. Desperation drove me to confide in loved ones, yet they too were adrift in the mystery. The sender, an enigma shrouded in omniscience. The final package arrived on a dreary eve, ominous and foreboding. Hesitation gripped me, but curiosity triumphed. Within lay a long-lost journal, its pages a testament to my innermost thoughts, a confidant lost to time. The final note, a chilling confession of relentless observation, a twisted guardianship veiled in secrecy. "I know you intimately," it professed. "Every memory, every moment, you are mine to safeguard." The revelation of this clandestine presence sent shivers down my spine. My life, an open book to an unseen voyeur, a puppeteer orchestrating my existence from the shadows. Urgency drove me to seek aid from authorities, yet the sender remained elusive. Days turned to weeks, anxiety a constant companion. Home became a fortress of paranoia, every sound a harbinger of dread. The deliveries ceased, but the specter of surveillance lingered, a phantom haunting my every step. Routines shifted, habits altered, thoughts of fleeing taking root. The legacy of the unknown benefactor loomed large, reshaping my perception of trust and solitude. Though the gifts had ceased, their dark imprint endured, an unsettling reminder that a stranger held the key to my soul. And perhaps, in the shadows, they still watched, waiting. Story 14. In the quiet depths of a Tuesday night, a single phone call shattered the stillness that enveloped my living room. The sharp ring pierced through the tranquil air, startling me from my reverie. Glancing at the screen, an unfamiliar number blinked back at me, casting a faint unease over the room. It was past midnight, an unusual hour for a call to break the silence. Hesitation lingered briefly, thoughts of wrong numbers and scams flitting through my mind. Yet, curiosity beckoned me to answer. "Hello?" My voice, a fragile sound in the quiet space, reached out into the unknown. Silence greeted me in return. A veil of static hung in the air, teasing whispers of sound that refused to materialize into words. I strained to listen, but the void remained unbroken. Abruptly, the call ended, leaving behind an unsettling feeling that clung to the darkness. The following night, as the clock struck midnight once more, the phone rang with eerie precision. The same mysterious number flashed on the screen, a harbinger of the strange and inexplicable. With a sense of foreboding, I answered the call. "Hello?" This time, the silence was denser, a heavy cloak that enveloped me in its embrace. Only the crackle of static dared to disrupt the emptiness. No voice pierced the void, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. Hastily, I ended the call, dismissing the unease as a mere prank or technical glitch. However, the nightly calls persisted, each one a chilling echo of the last, each one shrouded in silence. The relentless rhythm of these calls began to weave a web of disquiet around me, a sense of being trapped in a sinister game with unknown rules. Then, on a fateful night, a whisper emerged from the static, soft and haunting. "I know where you are." The words hung in the air like a lingering mist, sending shivers down my spine. The call ended as swiftly as it had begun, plunging me back into the suffocating stillness of the room. Questions swirled in my mind, each one more terrifying than the last. Who was the mysterious caller? How did they know me? And what dark purpose lay behind their cryptic messages? Desperate for answers, I sought to trace the untraceable number, only to be met with a dead end. The phone provider claimed no knowledge of the calls. as if they had materialized from the shadows themselves. The realization struck me like a bolt of lightning, stealing the air from my lungs. Night after night, the whispered message haunted me. I know where you are. The weight of paranoia settled upon my shoulders, casting a pall over every waking moment. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by a relentless cycle of fear and uncertainty. Every sound became a potential threat, every shadow a lurking danger. I fortified my home, barricading myself against an unseen foe, yet the sense of being watched lingered like a ghost in the night. As midnight approached, a decision took root in my mind: to confront the caller, to unravel the mystery that had ensnared me. With trembling hands, I awaited the inevitable ring. F the phone, the dread coiled tight in my chest. At the stroke of midnight, the call came, heralding the return of that chilling voice. I know where you are. This time, beneath the whisper, a faint murmur seeped through, a ghostly echo of distant voices and rustling papers. Straining to decipher the cryptic sounds, I grasped at fragments of a puzzle that refused to be solved. The call ended, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. Driven by fear and desperation, I sought solace in the arms of the law, laying bare my torment to the authorities. They promised an investigation, a glimmer of hope in the encroaching darkness. Yet as suddenly as they had begun, the calls ceased, plunging me into a new realm of uncertainty. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that echoed with the unanswered question, why? The absence of the calls brought no solace, only a deeper dread that gnawed at my sanity. Every shadow seemed to whisper of unseen watchers, every creak a reminder of the unknown terrors that lurked just beyond sight. The memory of those haunting words, I know where you are, etched itself into my very being, a scar that refused to fade. Though the calls had ceased, the fear they had sown remained, a specter that followed me through the brightest of days and the darkest of nights. The unknown had woven itself into the fabric of my existence, a thread of uncertainty that refused to be unraveled. And so, I stood on the precipice of understanding, forever haunted by the echoes of a voice that had once whispered of secrets too dark to comprehend. Story 15. It was an ordinary Tuesday when I first sensed a disturbance in the air. A day filled with endless meetings and a mountain of reports loomed ahead. I longed for a peaceful evening, dreaming of a quiet dinner and immersing myself in my cherished TV show. But as I reached for my phone to check the day's news, a wave of notifications froze me in my tracks. My phone incessantly buzzed, not with work-related updates or the usual social media pings, but with alarming messages from people in my contact list. Perplexed, I opened a message from my friend Sarah, her words dripping with concern. Are you safe? I'm deeply worried. Why did you mention being in danger? A chill crept down my spine. The message undeniably bore Sarah's name, yet I had not sent any such distress signal. Trembling, I clicked on another message addressed to my colleague Dave. Exercise caution. I'm aware of what occurred last week. You're not out of harm's way. Each message that unfolded was more unsettling than the last, personal, detailed, and carrying an ominous undertone. The realization struck me like a thunderbolt. My phone had been infiltrated. Someone had breached my contacts and was using my number to unleash these chilling missives. Attempting to call Sarah and Dave to clarify matters, I discovered my phone's connection had been severed. No calls, no texts. It was as though I had been locked out of my own existence. Isolated and frantic, I turned to my laptop, hastily drafting emails to explain the bizarre situation. Before I could hit send, a new email materialized in my inbox. The subject line remained blank, the sender shrouded in anonymity. Against my instincts, I clicked on it. The email contained a solitary link. Heart racing, I hesitated momentarily before succumbing to curiosity. The link transported me to a website, a twisted digital archive brimming with intimate details about me, photos, social media posts, even confidential tidbits I had never shared online. At the pinnacle of the page loomed a chilling declaration. You are under observation. This is merely the commencement. Recoiling from the screen, gasping for air, I realized that it wasn't just about hacking my phone. It was about stalking me. They knew my whereabouts, my confidants, and the secrets I believed were mine alone. Contacting my phone provider from an alternate device proved futile. Immediate assistance was beyond their reach. The sinister messages persisted. I am aware of your residence. Ensure your front door is securely locked. The notion that someone might have encroached upon my home, or worse, infiltrated it, sent a shiver down my spine. I meticulously double-checked every lock, installed an advanced security system, and carried pepper spray as a feeble defense. Yet, no precaution could dispel the persistent sensation of being under constant surveillance. Seeking refuge in the authorities, I was met with acknowledgement, but acknowledged the arduous task of tracing cyber perpetrators. Stay vigilant, they advised. Document everything. With no other recourse, I enlisted the expertise of a cybersecurity specialist named Alex. His findings confirmed my darkest apprehensions. The hacker was employing sophisticated tools, likely circumventing even the most fortified barriers on my phone. Engrossed in his investigation, Alex meticulously scrutinized digital footprints and traced online trails. Days blurred into a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I treaded cautiously on my laptop, restricted to secure networks, while Alex monitored every incoming byte of data. One fateful night, as I sifted through archived emails, a peculiar pattern caught my eye. The hacker's messages had been dispatched at eerily exact intervals, almost as if they were automated. A realization dawned upon me. Perhaps the hacker utilized a bot, but intervened manually during critical junctures. I resolved to lure them into a misstep. Crafting a fabricated email address, I dispatched a bait message to the anonymous account, feigning to be a third party with urgent disclosures about myself. I concocted a narrative involving a pivotal meeting where confidential aspects of my life would be unveiled, and I waited. Within minutes, a response materialized. Your inquisitiveness will be your downfall. A surge of icy dread permeated my being. The hacker wasn't merely toying with me, they reveled in it. Yet their response signified a crucial revelation. I had captured their attention. Despite the labyrinth of masked IP addresses and intricate VPN trails, Alex identified a faint lead, an overlooked server lacking proper encryption. It was a gamble, but it might suffice. With law enforcement now actively involved, Alex toiled relentlessly through the night. By daybreak, he had traced the origins of the messages to a remote server situated across the nation, a notorious hub for cyber malfeasance. Swiftly, the authorities mobilized, liaising with law enforcement in that jurisdiction. Several tense days later, a call from the police brought relief. The hacker had been apprehended. A tech-savvy recluse with a history of online stalking stood revealed. Their motivation? Dominance. For months, they had monitored my digital footprint, amassing personal data and insinuating themselves into my life unnoticed. While the immediate peril had passed, a residual unease lingered. Promptly, I revamped every password, fortified every account, and bolstered my digital defenses. Gradually, life resumed its normal cadence, yet I remained forever altered. I had witnessed how effortlessly one could shatter the facade of privacy and security, leaving behind only trepidation. In a realm where each click, post, and conversation leaves an indelible digital imprint, I gleaned that safety is a precarious conquest, a battle waged ceaselessly. And ever since, I have been waging that battle. Story 16. In the heart of a new city, where unfamiliar streets whispered with the echoes of solitude, I crossed paths with Greg, a man who exuded a sense of fresh vitality, drawing me in like a gentle breeze on a warm summer night. Greg's arrival felt like destiny weaving its threads around us, connecting two souls in the dance of chance. His words flowed like a melody, carrying me away to a realm where worries faded and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Greg possessed a charm that could melt the hardest of hearts, weaving tales with such finesse that reality blurred into the realm of dreams. We found solace in shared passions, music that stirred the soul, literature that ignited the imagination, and the call of the great outdoors, beckoning us to explore its hidden wonders. Each moment spent with Greg felt like a treasure unearthed, a discovery waiting to be embraced. Yet, beneath the surface of his enchanting facade, whispers of doubt began to stir. Like shadows creeping in the twilight, inconsistencies marred the canvas of his tales. Details that crumbled under scrutiny, unraveling the fabric of his carefully crafted narratives. A veil of uncertainty descended upon our encounters, casting a subtle pall over the once vibrant connection we shared. His stories, once vivid tapestries of adventure and intrigue, now seemed fragile, like delicate glass waiting to shatter under the weight of scrutiny. As the threads of deception unraveled, a darker truth emerged from the shadows. Greg's past, a mosaic of half-truths and illusions, painted a picture of a man adept at weaving webs of deceit to ensnare the unwary. His charm, a weapon honed to perfection, masked a soul driven by a hunger for control and manipulation. Each word, each gesture, calculated to ensnare hearts and minds, leaving behind a trail of shattered trust and broken dreams. In the stillness of a quiet evening, I confronted the specter of deception that had woven its tendrils around us. The air crackled with tension as I peeled back the layers of illusion, exposing the raw truth that lay beneath. Greg's mask slipped, revealing the cold, calculating gaze of a man whose very existence thrived on the art of deception. His words, once honeyed and sweet, now rang hollow with the echoes of betrayal. As I stepped away from the web of lies that had ensnared me, a newfound clarity washed over me like a cleansing tide. The path ahead, uncertain yet illuminated by the beacon of truth, beckoned me to embrace the lessons learned in the crucible of deception. In Greg's shadow, I discovered the light of authenticity, a guiding star that led me back to myself. Through the haze of disillusionment, I found strength in the knowledge that true connections are forged not in the crucible of manipulation, but in the crucible of honesty and trust. And so I walked away from Greg's twisted web, my spirit tempered by the fires of betrayal, yet shining bright with the unwavering light of authenticity. In the silence of parting, I found peace, knowing that the journey ahead held the promise of genuine connections and true companionship. Story 17. In the hushed sanctuary of the attic, where shadows danced with whispers of the past, I embarked on a journey through time on a rainy afternoon. The air was heavy with the scent of old memories, as I sifted through forgotten relics, seeking solace in the secrets they held. Amongst the dust and decay, a glimmer of intrigue beckoned me. A small leather-bound diary, nestled beneath a shroud of neglect. With trembling fingers, I unveiled its cover, revealing the weathered initials that barely clung to the surface. The diary's pages, yellowed with age, bore the delicate script of a man named Henry Lawson. His words, like wisps of ethereal ink, wove a tale of a lifelong past, of dreams and desires that transcended the boundaries of time. Henry's entries painted a vivid portrait of a carpenter, a husband, a seeker of the unknown. His musings on love, labor, and longing resonated with a quiet wisdom that stirred my soul. As I delved deeper into his chronicles, I felt a kinship with this enigmatic figure from a bygone era, as if our paths had intertwined across the expanse of history. But it was the final entry that shattered my illusions, casting a veil of unease over our shared narrative. Dated just before Henry's departure from this world, it recounted a peculiar encounter. A rendezvous with a woman in a blue dress, a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to me. As I pored over his words, describing my every gesture and thought with eerie precision, a chill crept down my spine. How could Henry have foreseen a moment from my own life, a moment that had yet to unfold before his eyes closed for our eternity? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I sought answers in the annals of history, only to find more questions lurking in the shadows. Henry Lawson, a man of the past, had left no trace of descendants or kin to carry on his legacy. His connection to me remained a riddle unsolved, a mystery that defied the boundaries of reason. Returning to the attic, I gazed upon Henry's likeness in an old photograph, his eyes brimming with secrets that eluded my grasp. In the silence of that chamber, I pondered the enigma that bound us together, transcending the constraints of time and memory. Days turned into weeks, and still the echo of Henry's words lingered in the recesses of my mind. His diary, a relic of the past, had become a mirror reflecting fragments of my own existence, blurring the lines between past and present. In the quietude of the night, I traced the contours of his final entry, pondering the threads of fate that had woven our lives into a tapestry of shared experiences. Perhaps, as Henry had intimated, our stories were but strands in a larger narrative, intertwining across the vast expanse of time. And so I embraced the diary as a talisman of connection, a beacon of unity that transcended the confines of mortality. In its pages, I found solace in the knowledge that our lives, though separated by epochs, were bound by a shared humanity, a reminder that echoes of the past can shape the present in ways unfathomable. As I closed the diary, its pages whispering of mysteries untold, I knew that Henry's legacy would endure, a testament to the enduring power of human connection that transcends the boundaries of time and space. And in that realization, I found peace, a tranquility that transcended the confines of the attic, reaching out to embrace the world beyond. Story 18. It had been a tumultuous few months. The identity theft, cryptic messages, and eerie events had left me feeling unmoored, desperate for normalcy. Seeking solace, I retreated to the local library, hoping its quiet aisles and the comforting scent of old books would provide an escape from my spiraling thoughts. One autumn afternoon, as I perused the mystery section, I plucked a dusty, leather-bound book from the shelf. Its spine was cracked, the title faded into obscurity. Intrigued, I carried it to a nearby table and began leafing through its brittle pages. As I turned the worn pages, a loose manuscript slipped out and landed on the table with a soft thud. A stack of yellowed, handwritten pages, bound together with an old piece of string. The paper was stained and smudged, as if touched by hurried hands over the years. Intrigued, I delved into the writing. The words were erratic yet precise, weaving between poetic musings and chilling clarity. It felt like a personal diary or a forgotten novel, but as I read on, I realized the entries were eerily familiar. The writer detailed moments from my life with unsettling accuracy, my daily routines, my family history, even recent unsettling events I had kept secret. The manuscript didn't just recount the past, it foretold things yet to come. It spoke of the identity theft, the enigmatic messages, even my time at the remote cabin. Each word seemed to understand my deepest fears with an almost supernatural insight. Reaching the final pages, my breath caught. They described a specific night, the eve of the full moon, when the past and present would collide. The manuscript forewarned of a revelation that would shatter the fabric of reality. The last entry bore tonight's date. The truth will reveal itself when the shadows of the past rise to meet the light of the present, the writer had inscribed. Prepare for the convergence. My heart raced. How could this forgotten manuscript hidden in a library book hold such intimate knowledge of my life and even predict future events? Seeking answers, I confided in Mrs. Carter, the head librarian, a wise woman who had dedicated decades to the library. She listened intently and agreed to help. After scouring the library's archives, she uncovered that the book originated from an abandoned estate on the town's outskirts. The previous owner, a reclusive writer obsessed with fate and the occult, had vanished mysteriously years ago, leaving behind a legacy shrouded in mystery. Fueled by fear and curiosity, I persuaded Mrs. Carter to accompany me to the estate that very night. Beneath the full moon's glow, the decaying mansion loomed eerily, a relic from the past. Inside, we navigated through a maze of dust-laden furniture and decaying walls until we stumbled upon a study on the second floor. The room was cluttered with ancient manuscripts, faded maps, and peculiar artifacts, like a shrine to destiny, prophecy, and forgotten tales. At the room's center stood a grand wooden desk, buried under scattered pages and handwritten notes. My gaze fell upon a worn journal, its pages whispering untold secrets. As I read the entries, I trembled. They will discover the manuscript when the time is right. The past will guide them, the present will test them, and the truth will finally be unveiled. The writer's fixation on me sent shivers down my spine, as if I were a character in a story penned long before my existence. The last entry, unfinished and frantic, read, "The convergence is near. The name must confront the shadows and embrace the truth. Only then will peace be found." The weight of those words enveloped me in a somber embrace. The predictions weren't merely uncanny, they felt intimately personal. Had the writer observed me all this time, or was a more mystical force at play? Mrs. Carter and I departed the mansion with more questions than answers, the moon casting elongated shadows behind us, like reaching tendrils. That night, in the solitude of my apartment bathed in moonlight, I pondered the events, the manuscript, the mansion, the enigmatic prophecies. And then it dawned on me. The prophecy had materialized, not through external forces, but within myself. The collision of past and present wasn't about supernatural occurrences. It was about confronting my deepest fears, buried regrets, and long-avoided mysteries. The shadows of the past had emerged, illuminating the path forward. The writer's predictions had steered me toward a truth I could no longer evade. Sometimes, to escape the darkness, one must confront it directly. As the echoes of the past faded into the night stillness, a sense of clarity and acceptance washed over me. The future remained uncertain, yet for the first time in months, fear did not grip me. Story 19. In the dead of night, a mysterious ritual played out outside my front door, unfurling like a secret melody that only I could hear. At the stroke of 3 a.m., the sound would echo through the stillness. 3 sharp knocks, a fleeting pause, then another trio of raps. The pattern was as precise as the ticking of a clock, as if some unseen force dictated the rhythm with unwavering determination. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of my own mind, a figment born from restless thoughts or an overactive imagination. Surely it was just a jest by a mischievous neighbor, or the innocent rustling of a nocturnal creature against the door. But night after night, the knocking persisted, growing bolder and more insistent, as if beckoning me to acknowledge its presence. One frosty evening, my feeble resistance crumbled beneath the weight of the sound. The sharp taps reverberated through the stillness of the house, cutting through the silence like a spectral blade. Heart racing, I slipped out of bed and tiptoed towards the front door. Peering cautiously through the peephole, I beheld only the empty porch, bathed in the soft glow of the streetlight. With trembling fingers, I hesitated before tentatively swinging the door open. The night enveloped me in its icy embrace as I stepped onto the porch, scanning the yard for any hint of movement. Shadows danced in the flickering light, but the street lay deserted. No trace of footprints in the snow-dusted yard, no signs of intrusion. It was as if the knocking had been swallowed whole by the darkness itself. Yet, like a relentless specter, it returned the next night, invading my slumber with its haunting rhythm, leaving me drained and on edge. Desperation gnawed at me, driving me to seek answers, to restore a semblance of peace. I fortified the door with an extra lock, hoping for a sense of security. A surveillance camera perched above the porch, its unblinking gaze fixed on the spot where the knocks emanated. but the footage revealed nothing but emptiness. Each morning, I pored over the recordings, seeking a rational explanation, only to be met with the same eerie emptiness. The vacant porch, the shroud of darkness. It was as though the knocking existed beyond the realm of logic, an intangible force that defied capture. My weariness deepened with each passing night, the sleepless hours exacting their toll, rendering me irritable and withdrawn. I drifted through the daylight hours, a mere shadow of myself, my thoughts consumed by the impending nocturnal intrusion. Fear became my constant companion, driving me to seclusion as I shunned companionship and retreated into a solitary existence. After enduring weeks of torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking transcended mere sound. It had become a psychological siege, an entity that dictated my every waking moment, rendering me utterly powerless. With a heavy heart, I made the painful decision to abandon my home. Packing my belongings felt like an act of surrender, an admission of defeat. The sanctuary that had once nurtured me had metamorphosed into a prison haunted by an unseen malevolence that refused to grant me respite. As I drove away, casting a final glance at the silent house bathed in the soft morning light, conflicting emotions churned within me. Relief mingled with trepidation, for I was leaving behind the oppressive cadence of the knocking, yet its memory clung to me like a persistent shadow, weighty and unyielding. In my new abode, the quietness initially felt alien. The absence of the nocturnal knocks should have brought solace, but instead it left me restless, straining to discern any trace of the familiar rhythm in the hushed surroundings. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind, catapulted me back to those sleepless nights, etching a permanent mark upon my consciousness. The ordeal had transformed me, rendering me hyper-vigilant, a prisoner of my own apprehensions. I checked and rechecked the locks, casting furtive glances over my shoulder as I ventured outside. Even the simple act of closing my eyes at night became fraught with anxiety, my mind bracing for the torment that once held sway over my existence. Though the knocking had ceased, its impact endured, a spectral imprint upon my psyche, a stark reminder of the fragility of security. In its absence, the haunting rhythm followed me like a ghostly specter, lurking in the quiet interstices of my new life. And on occasion, as I drifted into slumber, I could still perceive it echoing in the recesses of my mind. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Story 20. Nestling into a new apartment was meant to be a fresh beginning, a chance to shed the pandemonium of my past and embrace a sense of calm. The building exuded charm, a mid-century gem with brick walls basking in the sunlight, lofty windows framing the world outside, and a layout that beckoned with warmth. My sanctuary was perched on the 2nd floor, a haven of tranquility that I cherished. The adjacent unit had sat vacant since my arrival, and in those initial weeks, all was serenely quiet. Until the whispers came. At first, they were mere whispers, barely a whisper of sound. Echoes of footsteps danced through the empty space next door. Soft murmurs brushed against my ears, teasingly close yet just out of grasp. Occasionally, the subtle shifting of furniture drifted through, a ghostly presence. I dismissed it as the settling of an aged abode, the natural symphony of creaking floors and murmuring pipes. But as days melted into weeks, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. In the dead of night, as I lay in bed, the hushed conversation was sharpened as if a phantom lingered just beyond the wall. The once gentle footsteps now marched with purpose, a steady rhythm of pacing. The disturbances commenced at the stroke of midnight, stretching into the wee hours, disrupting my slumber and leaving me with frayed nerves. I found myself jolting awake, heart pounding, straining to decipher the enigmatic sounds. Leaning against the wall, I sought answers, a semblance of reason in the symphony of the night. But all that greeted me was the resounding silence of my own dwelling and the faint reverberations of my dread. Seeking solace, I turned to the landlord. a man of middle age, marked by a perpetual furrowed brow. He reassured me that the neighboring space remained unoccupied. Perhaps just the building settling, he offered, pledging to investigate. Yet, nothing changed. The noises persisted, my rest fractured, my nerves on edge. Determined to unravel the mystery, I set up a recorder in my bedroom, capturing the nocturnal symphony. Listening back, a knot formed in my stomach. The sounds were unmistakable. Footsteps, murmured conversations, the unmistakable creak of furniture in motion. They validated my experiences and deepened my unease. Returning to the landlord with the recordings, I implored him to act. He listened courteously but waved off my concerns, attributing the noises to the building's age or the acoustics of ancient walls. His lack of urgency left me feeling stranded. With each passing week, the disturbances intensified. The whispers turned frantic, the footsteps thunderous. On a night steeped in unease, the cacophony peaked. Furniture scraped, voices clamored, and a weighty presence seemed to drag across the floor. The sounds, vivid and tangible, pushed me to my breaking point. The following morning, I stormed into the landlord's office, anxiety spilling into frustration. I demanded action, insisting he properly investigate the vacant unit. Reluctantly, he relented, dispatching a maintenance worker to probe the neighboring apartment. Armed with a flashlight and a set of keys, the worker ventured inside as I waited anxiously in the corridor. An hour passed before he reemerged, his expression unreadable. "There's nothing there," he stated flatly. "It's empty." I wanted to believe him, but the noises persisted. My once serene abode had transformed into a den of perpetual unease. I avoided solitude, seeking refuge with friends to escape the pervasive disquiet. Even in daylight, an unsettling aura clung to the walls. Desperate for answers, I delved into the building's history. The 1920s construction had sheltered countless souls over the years, with whispers of strange occurrences lingering in the air. Then I stumbled upon a chilling revelation. Decades prior, a devastating fire had ravaged the building, claiming lives, with the affected area encompassing the wing where I resided. The more I unearthed, the harder it became to dismiss the notion that the sounds I heard were echoes of the past. The realization that I dwelled among the remnants of such tragedy filled me with a profound, inescapable dread. In time, the disturbances and mounting fear propelled me to a difficult choice. I had to depart. Packing my belongings, I bid farewell to the apartment, yearning for a fresh start elsewhere. As I shut the door for the final time, a lingering sensation clung to me, a sense of leaving behind more than mere walls. It felt as though I escaped shadows that had haunted me, whispers that had crept into my nights. My new dwelling exuded peace and quiet, a stark contrast to the turmoil I had left behind. Yet, the memories of the echoes persisted. The rhythmic footsteps, the murmured conversations, they lingered, etched in my mind, a reminder of the tenuous line between the living and the unknown. Though I moved forward, the experience remained a part of me, a lesson that some disturbances transcend mere noise. They are echoes. Echoes of mysteries we cannot fathom, lingering just beyond our grasp. Story 21. In the quiet suburban neighborhood where we settled 3 years ago, a sense of unease began to creep into my daily life. It started with a vague feeling of being observed, fleeting shadows in the corner of my eye that disappeared when I turned to look. Initially, I brushed it off as my mind playing tricks on me, a harmless illusion in the tapestry of my routine. But as time went on, the sensation persisted, growing more insistent with each passing day. On the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday, as we prepared for a simple celebration in our backyard, the feeling intensified. Through the window, I caught sight of Mr. Thompson, our enigmatic neighbor, peering intently from his own home. His gaze, fixed on our festivities, held a weight that unsettled me. Mr. Thompson, an elderly man of few words, had always remained a mystery to us, his weathered house a silent observer of our comings and goings. As the birthday party unfolded, I couldn't shake the sense of Mr. Haynes Thompson's eyes on us. His presence, barely visible through a narrow opening in his blinds, felt like an intrusion into our private moment. I tried to dismiss it as mere curiosity, a lonely neighbor seeking connection in his own way. But his scrutiny grew more persistent, more deliberate, until it became impossible to ignore. One crisp autumn day, driven by a mix of apprehension and resolve, I decided to confront Mr. Thompson. Standing at his door, my heart racing, I found myself face to face with a man whose gaze held secrets I couldn't fathom. His demeanor was calm, his words measured, as he spoke of observing us, of a keen interest in the lives unfolding around him. But his knowledge went beyond casual observation. He recounted details of our lives with eerie precision, details that chilled me to the core. How could he know so much about us, our private moments and conversations? Was he merely observing, as he claimed, or was there a darker motive behind his watchful eyes? Though Mr. Thompson's demeanor remained composed, a shadow of regret flickered in his gaze as I voiced my unease. His explanations felt hollow, his words a thin veil over a deeper truth I couldn't grasp. Leaving his house, I carried with me a sense of disquiet that refused to fade. In the days that followed, I grappled with the aftermath of that unsettling encounter. Mr. Thompson's presence loomed over our daily lives, a specter of curiosity turned sinister. Despite my attempts to push his watchful eyes from my mind, I found myself haunted by the memory of his scrutiny. Even as the weeks passed and the immediate threat seemed to recede, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The ordinary rhythms of life resumed, but beneath the surface a sense of unease lingered. Was Mr. Thompson's fixation a harmless eccentricity? A lonely soul seeking connection in his twilight years? Or was there a darker truth lurking behind his facade of quiet observation? As time passed, Mr. Thompson faded into the background of our neighborhood, a ghostly figure of the past. Yet his presence lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the thin line between curiosity and intrusion. Even now, as I pass by his weathered house, I can't help but glance at the window, half expecting to see his gaze fixed on me once more. Story 22. The day unfolded just like any other, bathed in the soft glow of morning light filtering through the curtains. I was engrossed in the task of organizing my study, surrounded by a sea of forgotten paperwork and discarded trinkets, when a faint chime echoed through the tranquil air. The sound of the doorbell beckoned me away from my reverie. Opening the door, I was met by a delivery person, their expression unreadable as they held a large, mysterious crate in their grasp. This crate, devoid of any identifying labels or company insignias, exuded an aura of secrecy. It was a puzzle waiting to be unraveled, sealed tightly with a heavy lock, making its contents all the more enigmatic. "Who sent this?" I inquired, my curiosity sparked by the enigma before me. The delivery person merely shrugged, a gesture that added to the mystique surrounding the crate. "No idea. It appeared at our loading dock without a return address. But it's meant for you," they replied cryptically. With a nod of gratitude, I accepted the crate and carried it inside my home, its weight laden with unspoken questions. Placing the crate in the heart of my living room, it loomed like a silent sentinel, casting a subtle shadow of unease across the room. I had not anticipated any deliveries, nor did I recollect ordering anything that would warrant such a mysterious package. My gaze lingered on the enigmatic box, a myriad of emotions swirling within me, curiosity mingled with trepidation. After a contemplative pause, I made the decision to unlock the secrets held within the crate. The lid groaned in protest as I pried it open, revealing a trove of artifacts that stirred a long-dormant sense of nostalgia within me. Among the items lay an old leather-bound journal, a relic from my youth, its pages a portal to bygone days. Flipping through its yellowed sheets, memories long forgotten resurfaced, painting a portrait of a past self filled with dreams and aspirations. As I delved further, A box of aged photographs emerged, capturing fleeting moments frozen in time. Birthdays, vacations, cherished gatherings, all whispering tales of yesteryears. The faded images evoked a sense of wistfulness, a bittersweet reminder of days gone by. Tucked amidst the photographs were handwritten letters, each a thread connecting me to the past. Words penned by friends, family, and echoes of past loves, each letter a whisper of a time long past. A sense of disquiet settled over me as I unearthed a small jewelry box holding precious trinkets, a silver locket, a pair of earrings, an heirloom ring, all precious treasures believed lost to the passage of time. Their reappearance held a hint of the uncanny, a riddle I struggled to decipher. Who had orchestrated this enigmatic delivery, and with what intent? The absence of any explanation only deepened the mystery, shrouding the crate in an aura of intrigue. Had someone delved into the recesses of my past, gathering remnants of a life left behind? The unanswered questions gnawed at my thoughts, a puzzle begging to be solved. In the days that followed, the crate loomed large in my thoughts, a lingering enigma that defied rational explanation. It became a silent companion, a puzzle piece in the mosaic of my existence. I sought solace in its contents, searching for hidden meanings or clues that might unravel the mystery, yet each attempt proved futile. The notion of involving authorities crossed my mind, but how could I explain the inexplicable, a clandestine return of my past possessions? There existed no crime, no tangible threat, only an intangible sense of disquiet that shadowed my every step. Resigned to the enigma before me, I chose to carefully pack away the artifacts, preserving their mystery while shielding myself from their unsettling presence. The act of organizing them became a form of catharsis, a way to reclaim agency over my fragmented past. With each photograph arranged, each letter sorted, a sense of peace gradually descended upon me, transforming the crate from a harbinger of mystery to a beacon of introspection. Its presence served as a poignant reminder of the fragile boundaries between past and present, a testament to the enduring echoes of memories long buried. Though the identity of the sender remained veiled in secrecy, the experience left an indelible mark upon my soul. It illuminated the ephemeral nature of privacy, the delicate dance between remembrance and oblivion. The crate, with its cryptic contents, imparted a profound lesson, a reminder to cherish the present, to hold dear the fleeting moments that shape our existence. In its enigmatic embrace, I found solace in the realization that the past, with all its shadows and secrets, is an integral part of who we are, a tapestry woven from threads of memory and emotion. And as I closed the chapter on the mysterious crate, I carried with me a newfound appreciation for the transient beauty of life's enigmatic tapestry. Story 23. In the quiet suburban neighborhood where I reside, a mysterious event unfolded when my neighbor, Greg Thompson, vanished without a trace. Greg was an enigmatic figure, a man of few words, always draped in a tweed jacket, his face eternally etched with a frown. Despite living next door for over a decade, our interactions never delved beyond cordial nods and occasional pleasantries. His abrupt disappearance left a void of unease and curiosity in its wake, stirring ripples of apprehension throughout our tranquil surroundings. Greg's abode always exuded an air of peculiarity. Immaculately kept, yet strangely devoid of life, his house rarely showed signs of activity. On the day of his disappearance, an eerie stillness blanketed the property, as if the very essence of the house had been drained of its warmth. The ensuing police investigation yielded scant information, no witnesses to his departure, no evidence of forced entry, no traces of a struggle. It was as though Greg had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind a lingering enigma. Unable to shake off the mystery that gripped me, I embarked on my own quest for answers, starting with a thorough examination of Greg's residence. To my surprise, the front door stood unlocked, a stark deviation from Greg's typically cautious demeanor. Inside, everything appeared unnervingly immaculate. Books lined the shelves with precision, the furniture devoid of dust, and no indication of a hasty exit. However, the emptiness carried a heavy, unsettling aura. It was in Greg's study that a breakthrough emerged. Hidden within a drawer, I stumbled upon a journal brimming with cryptic notes and fragmented musings. Among the entries, one phrase stood out ominously. "I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late." Those words sent a shiver down my spine, prompting questions to swirl in my mind. Who was Greg referring to? What hidden truth had he unearthed? My disquiet deepened upon discovering an aged photograph tucked within the journal's pages. In the picture, Greg stood beside an unfamiliar man, their expressions grave, their eyes seemingly piercing through the camera lens and inexplicably into my very being. Determined to unravel the mystery, I embarked on a quest to track down individuals depicted in the photographs scattered across Greg's home, yearning for insights and clarity. Initial inquiries with neighbors and acquaintances yielded little, with most describing Greg as solitary and reserved. It wasn't until I engaged a local historian that a glimmer of understanding emerged. Greg had been associated with a clandestine community group renowned for their unconventional beliefs. The historian's hints about the group's clandestine activities propelled me into a labyrinth of ancient archives and whispered speculations. As revelations unfolded, it became apparent that the group operated in shadows, its members shrouded in secrecy, and at times consumed by perilous ideologies. A conviction took hold within me, suggesting that Greg had stumbled upon a truth regarding this enigmatic group, a truth that placed him in jeopardy. Returning to Greg's domicile, my search intensified. Concealed behind a bookshelf, I unearthed a hidden compartment containing an array of enigmatic documents. Among them lay cryptic blueprints, a map speckled with crimson markings, and a single circled location that sent a chill down my spine. My own address. A cold sweat drenched my brow as questions plagued my mind. Why had Greg been surveilling me? What unsettling truths had he uncovered about my existence? Subsequent nights became restless, plagued by harrowing nightmares of being pursued through my own abode by an unseen presence. Each morning brought subtle indications of a trespasser's visit, displaced furniture, shifted objects, and eerie sounds resonating from within the walls. Driven by fear and desperation, I installed surveillance cameras throughout my home, hoping to capture the elusive intruder behind these unsettling incidents. Why? At each dawn unveiled blank footage, as if the perpetrator had found a method to circumvent or erase the recordings. Paranoia gripped me, compelling me to fortify locks, implement additional security measures, and question my own sanity. Were these disturbances mere figments of my imagination, or was Greg's disappearance merely a prelude to a more sinister revelation? One fateful night, I awoke to a chilling discovery. A note slipped beneath my bedroom door, bearing a message penned in an unfamiliar hand. "You're delving too deep. Cease your inquiries or face the consequences." Tremors coursed through my hands as I absorbed the ominous warning. The author of the note was aware of my investigation into Greg's vanishing, urging me to halt my pursuit. Yet an insatiable curiosity propelled me forward, beckoning me to uncover the truth shrouded in shadows. With each revelation, the mystery deepened, intertwining my fate with Greg's enigmatic unraveling. The eerie group, the cryptic documents, and the signs of intrusion within my sanctuary all hinted at a darker, perilous enigma. Nightmares melded seamlessly with wakefulness, blurring the boundaries between reality and the sinister tapestry woven around me. A pivotal moment arrived when a long overlooked passage in one of Greg's journal entries surfaced. The closer you draw to the truth, the tighter its grasp becomes. A realization dawned within me, a realization that Greg's cautionary words weren't solely directed at himself, but at those who dared unveil the concealed verities lurking within his past. As I delved deeper, a haunting question lingered. Was the pursuit of truth worth the impending toll? Each stride into the enigma inched me closer to revelations, yet peril loomed on the horizon, mirroring Greg's enigmatic fate. The true horror lay not solely in the unknown, but in the unsettling ease with which shadows encroached, transforming inquisitiveness into obsession and sanctuary into jeopardy. With every probing inquiry, I sensed an unseen presence lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare me within its mysterious web. The sinister forces at play whispered of an imminent reckoning, a reckoning intertwined with the elusive truths lurking in Greg's enigmatic past. Story 24. On a cool autumn morning, a peculiar discovery awaited me in the mailbox. Nestled among the usual bills and advertisements was an aged envelope, its hue tinged with a faded yellow. The name John Doe adorned the front, a mysterious recipient unknown to me. Initially dismissing it as a simple mix-up in postal delivery, something about this unassuming envelope piqued my curiosity. It bore no stamp, no sender's address, no trace of the usual journey through the postal system. Intrigued, I carefully unfolded the letter within. Upon the crisp paper, orderly block letters danced, weaving a narrative that sent a shiver down my spine. The words etched on the page painted a vivid portrait of my previous day. The morning stroll in the park, the quaint coffee shop I frequented, even the fleeting exchange with the barista. A chill gripped me as I reached the letter's conclusion, a single line that lingered unnervingly. I trust you relished your day. Bewilderment washed over me as I pondered how someone could possess such intricate knowledge of my mundane routines. In the ensuing days, more letters arrived, each more disquieting than the last. One recounted an evening on the porch, delving into the minutiae of my activities, down to the book I held and the subtle shifts in my posture. Another detailed an encounter with a delivery person, capturing nuances of our brief conversation with unsettling accuracy. But it was the final letter that breached the boundaries of privacy, delving into a private moment within my home. Rearranged furniture, whispered musings on redecoration, an intrusion into my sanctum. Paranoia seeped into my every thought, casting shadows of doubt on the familiar corners of my existence. Every creak, every shadow beyond the window pane, whispered of unseen eyes observing my every move. Seeking solace, I turned to the authorities, presenting the enigmatic letters as evidence of a trespass unseen. Their efforts, though earnest, faltered in the face of an adversary adept at leaving no trace. Desperation spurred me to fortify my sanctuary, a fortress of motion sensors and vigilant surveillance. Yet the letters persisted, each a chilling reminder of an invisible presence lurking in the shadows. As I delved deeper into the mystery, the letters evolved, divulging not just my actions, but the essence of my innermost thoughts and sentiments. The zenith of intrusion arrived in a letter detailing a clandestine conversation with a confidant, a dialogue veiled in secrecy, now laid bare on the page before me. The revelation struck a chord of fear within me, igniting a frantic search for hidden devices that might betray my every word and gesture. In a bid to reclaim autonomy, I fortified my defenses, enveloping my surroundings in layers of security. Yet the relentless letters persisted, a haunting reminder of vulnerability in a world where even the most intimate moments could be laid bare by an unseen gaze. The cessation of correspondence brought a fragile peace tinged with apprehension. Had the observer vanished, or was this merely a prelude to a resurgence of intrusion? The echoes of that unsettling chapter lingered, casting a veil of unease over my once tranquil abode. The violation of privacy had left scars etched deep within, a stark reminder of the fragility of solitude in a world where unseen eyes could unravel the tapestry of one's life. The letters had imparted a lesson, unexpected yet profound. Privacy, once breached, left a void where shadows of surveillance could linger indefinitely. Story 25. The initial message drifted into my inbox on a dreary Tuesday morning, a lone whisper among the cacophony of spam and promotions. Its subject line, innocuous yet foreboding, "We need to talk." Curiosity piqued, I opened it, only for a chill to crawl down my spine as the words unfolded before me. "Hello, my name. I've been watching you. I hold secrets of yours in the palm of my hand. Fail to meet my demands, and your hidden truths will be laid bare for all to see." The email bore no signature, just a cryptic symbol etched at the bottom. A photo of me, captured from afar as I left my dwelling, accompanied the message. Someone had been shadowing my every move. Fear coiled in my gut as I combed through the rest of my inbox in vain. Was this a cruel jest or something far more sinister? The urge to alert the authorities tugged at me, but uncertainty held me back. The message was shrouded in ambiguity. No clear ultimatum, no evident transgression. Perhaps it was best to brush it off. The following day heralded the arrival of a second email. This time, there was no room for doubt. It delved into the depths of my personal life. Intimate details about my mother's recent ailment and a familial journey we had been planning. Knowledge privy to only a select few. Transfer $10,000 to this offshore account within 48 hours, or I'll unveil it all. The attachment was even more insidious. A dossier of private correspondences, snapshots from my social media profiles, and a scanned excerpt from my confidential archives. They had delved into my existence in ways incomprehensible to me. Panic gripped me, propelling me to reach out to law enforcement. An investigation was launched, but it hit a dead end swiftly. The email's origin was concealed behind a labyrinth of proxies, erasing any digital breadcrumb trail. "It could be anyone," the detective intoned gravely. "Exercise caution." Yet caution proved futile. The emails persisted, each one delving deeper into my privacy, each one bearing veiled threats. They mapped out my daily routines, shadowed my movements, and alluded to private dialogues held within the sanctity of my abode. The realization that a stranger could peer into my world with such clarity sent shivers down my spine. One particular message housed a video. My heart lurched as I pressed play. Grainy footage depicted me in slumber within my own bed, oblivious to the lens trained on me. The caption taunted, "We're closer than you think." My sanctuary shattered. Sleep eluded me. Relaxation became a foreign concept. Each creak of the floorboards morphed into an ominous footfall. Every shadow morphed into a lurking presence. Security cameras were installed, locks reinforced, nights spent at friends' abodes, yet the messages trailed me persistently. Then arrived the most harrowing demand yet. Infiltrate the secure compound at 12th and Main. Retrieve the documents labeled Project Solace. Fail, and your family's darkest secret emerges into the light. Trapped in a web of invisible chains, torn between tarnishing lives by refusal or committing a crime by compliance, I grappled with an agonizing dilemma, seeing no escape route. Desperation eclipsed rationale. Driven by fear and survival instincts, I orchestrated the break-in meticulously. Clad in darkness, I ventured into the fortified establishment, each heartbeat a drumming echo in the shadows. Every sound magnified, every shadow a potential menace. After what felt like an eternity, I secured the dossier and fled, heart drumming a frenzied rhythm. Yet the deluge of emails persisted. The extortionists remained unrelenting, their demands escalating with each passing missive. The subsequent task hit close to home. Sabotage a public event where I was slated to speak. Compliance equated to career obliteration, reputation tarnishment, and isolation from my professional network. Yet again, the alternative seemed grimmer. I felt akin to a marionette ensnared in a macabre play. My life ceased to be mine. Then came the call, a number shrouded in anonymity. Hand trembling, I answered, "Hello." The voice on the other end, distorted yet disconcertingly familiar, frigid, calculating. "You've performed admirably thus far," they drawled silkily, "but our game is far from concluded." A memory stirred, a nuance in the tone, the cadence, someone known, someone once trusted. Breath hitching, realization dawned. "It's you." Silence. Then a deliberate, unhurried chuckle. "Took you long enough." Days later, armed with scant evidence, I confronted them, initially denying. Their facade soon cracked under pressure. Driven by guilt and dread of exposure, they confessed. A figure from my inner circle, twisted by envy, resentment, and an insatiable thirst for dominance. They had orchestrated this living nightmare, exploiting my trust and delving into my private realm. At last, law enforcement intervened, apprehending them on multiple charges. As the truth unfurled, I bore witness to the extent of their machinations. Months spent monitoring, hacking into my devices, and playing the puppeteer from the shadows. Even post-arrest, the scars lingered. The betrayal cut deeper than the crimes committed. Trust became an elusive concept, my once sacred haven now a stark reminder of how swiftly my world had been breached. Therapy became a refuge as I painstakingly reconstructed my fractured sense of security. Online defenses fortified, passwords altered, personal information access curtailed. Time dulled the jagged edges of fear, yet the wounds endured. The ordeal left me hyper-alert, forever cognizant of the fragile boundary between privacy and exposure. Yet buried deep within, resilience stirred. They sought to shatter me, but I endured. Never again would I permit anyone to wield such dominion over my life. Story 26. On a cool autumn evening, with the leaves whispering underfoot and the sky painted in a warm golden hue, the evening set the stage for a quiet family gathering in the backyard. Laughter danced through the air, blending harmoniously with the rustle of the leaves, creating a serene melody that wrapped around us like a cozy blanket. Amidst the preparations at the picnic table, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a small object hovering in the sky. Initially, I brushed it off as a bird or a distant airplane, but as it drew nearer, positioning itself directly above our yard, I recognized it for what it truly was, a drone. Its presence carried an unsettling weight, stirring a sense of unease within me. In the following days, the drones became uninvited guests in our lives, appearing at odd hours, dawn and dusk, seemingly choreographed to hover precisely over our home, capturing glimpses of our daily routines. It wasn't just one drone, but a fleet of them, moving in synchronized patterns that felt too deliberate to be mere coincidence. Their constant surveillance felt like an invasion of our privacy, casting a shadow of discomfort over our once peaceful existence. Fueled by worry and a growing sense of intrusion, I took matters into my own hands. Security cameras became silent sentinels, capturing the drone's every move, while I meticulously documented their flight paths. The anxiety deepened as the footage revealed intimate moments of our family life being recorded without consent. Moments meant for us alone, now immortalized by unknown eyes. Turning to the authorities for help, I shared the evidence with a skeptical officer, hoping for swift action. However, tracing the drones proved to be a challenge, their elusive nature shrouded in technological sophistication. Frustrated by the lack of immediate resolution, I delved deeper into the mystery, analyzing hours of footage to uncover a hidden pattern, a meticulous, almost obsessive interest guiding the drone's movements. Seeking answers, I ventured into the world of drone enthusiasts, searching for clues among those who shared a passion for aerial technology. Their friendly demeanor masked a reluctance to engage with the topic, raising more questions than answers. But a chilling revelation awaited me as I revisited the footage one fateful evening. A glimpse of a figure in the reflection of a drone, a man lurking in the shadows, manipulating a remote control with calculated precision. Armed with this breakthrough, I returned to the authorities, prompting a serious investigation that led to the doorstep of a seemingly ordinary house a few blocks away. Inside, they uncovered the truth. Ethan Brooks, a freelance journalist, using the drones for a project that blurred the line between journalism and intrusion. His explanation rang hollow as the intimate footage exposed a darker truth, a fascination that had crossed into violation. Ethan's facade crumbled under scrutiny, revealing a disturbing fixation on my family that transcended any professional endeavor. Despite legal repercussions and the confiscation of his drones, the sense of security we once held dear had been shattered irreparably. Higher fences and advanced security measures became our new normal, a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy in a world where technology could be wielded as a double-edged sword. As the echoes of Ethan's intrusion lingered in our minds, we were left with a haunting lesson, a reminder of the ever-thinning line between connection and surveillance, between curiosity and invasion. His actions served as a cautionary tale, urging us to remain vigilant and advocate for stronger safeguards in a landscape where privacy hangs by a delicate thread. The night whispered its secrets, soothing us into a slumber of introspection, where dreams danced on the edge of reality, a tranquil escape from a world where shadows lurked in the glow of twilight. Story 27. On a cool autumn evening, a subtle shift unfolded in the fabric of my life. The leaves whispered beneath my feet as I strolled along the well-trodden path to my abode, the sky a mesmerizing blend of deep oranges and purples. My loyal companion Max kept pace beside me, his tail swaying in harmony with my strides. The moment hung in the air, peaceful and serene, a tranquil conclusion to an ordinary day. Little did I realize, it was but a prelude to the impending storm. The following morning greeted me with an eerie silence. Max's usual morning greeting was conspicuously absent, his bed vacant. Initially, I assumed he was off on one of his exploratory jaunts around the house, but as my calls echoed through the stillness, a weighty silence descended, suffocating and oppressive. Panic crept in, and I embarked on a frantic search through every nook and cranny of the house, my voice growing hoarse with each desperate call of his name. Hours slipped away in a blur of frantic pursuit and anxious appeals to the neighbors for help. Just as despair began to seep into my bones, a flicker of movement caught my eye down the street. Relief flooded my senses, propelling me towards the familiar figure of Max. My heart raced as I reached him, ready to embrace him, but a peculiar detail halted me in my tracks. The faded red collar he always wore was replaced by a thick, antiquated leather band etched with intricate designs, a gleaming brass nameplate adorning the front. A knot formed in my stomach as I reached out to touch it, my fingers grazing a small note tied with twine. With trembling hands I unfurled the paper, the hurried scrawl bearing a chilling message. I have observed what you have chosen to overlook. Your sanctuary is not as secure as you believe. Be cautious of the hidden truth beneath your comfortable facade. My heart quickened as I read and reread the cryptic warning. What secret lay buried in my home? What peril lurked in the shadows? And who was the enigmatic R weaving through the tapestry of my life? Examining the collar closer, the blank brass nameplate seemed to whisper of untold secrets, while the ancient carvings on the leather exuded a sense of foreboding purpose. Max appeared unharmed, but strangely subdued, a silent witness to the mysteries unfolding around us. Resolved to unravel the enigma, I resolved to retrace Max's nocturnal journey. Following his path through the silent streets, my senses attuned to every whisper of the wind, the neighborhood that once cradled me, now cloaked in an unseen tension. The winding roads led me to the nearby park, a place of solace and shared moments with Max. There, a figure caught my eye, a man seated on a weathered bench. His eyes darted nervously, a flicker of recognition in his gaze, though his identity eluded me. "Excuse me," I ventured, steadying my voice. "Have you witnessed anything out of the ordinary? My dog vanished last night and returned with this peculiar collar." The man's demeanor shifted, his hands fidgeting as he avoided my gaze. "I know naught of a collar," he mumbled, a tremor in his voice. "But tread carefully. All is not as it appears." His cryptic words sent a shiver down my spine, and with a word of thanks, I withdrew, thoughts swirling. What shadows had Max traversed? Who was R, the spectral puppeteer pulling the strings of my reality? Returning home, I launched a thorough investigation, scouring every inch of the house for hidden truths, yet all seemed unchanged. The familiar sights and sounds of daily life now wore a mask, concealing a truth just beyond reach. The sensation of unseen eyes lingered, a weight pressing down upon me. Days turned into weeks, the disquieting feeling refusing to dissipate. I watched Max closely, seeking signs of distress or deviation from his usual demeanor. Despite his return to exuberance, the collar remained tucked away, a silent sentinel of unanswered queries that haunted me. Who was R? What lay beneath the veneer of my existence, hinted at by that ominous note? The sense of security once woven into the walls of my home had unraveled, replaced by doubt and unease. As the autumn's embrace tightened, a foreboding certainty settled within me, a prelude to what lay ahead. Story 28. Inheriting the ancient estate from a distant kin was a twist of fate unforeseen. The estate, a vast Victorian manor perched on the outskirts of a serene town, had been a family heirloom for generations, yet it had eluded my gaze until now. It fell into my possession following the passing of my great-uncle, prompting me to view it as a sanctuary from the tumult of my bustling existence. A respite, I mused. Perhaps an opportunity to revive the aging abode, to infuse vitality back into its weathered walls. The manor stood magnificent, exuding a grandeur tinged with melancholy. Its time-worn wooden floors and ornate, dusty furnishings murmured tales of a time long past. Roaming through the corridors, the fragrance of aged wood and forgotten memories lingered in the atmosphere, as if the house held untold stories, concealed secrets beneath layers of dust and time. One day, during my explorations, I felt drawn to the attic, a dimly illuminated space cluttered with relics of yesteryears. Old chests, faded drapes, and cobwebs crowded the room, bathed in slender sunbeams filtering through cracked wooden slats. Amidst the forsaken clutter, a peculiar sight captured my attention, a door. Initially inconspicuous, I almost overlooked it. Concealed behind a stack of trunks, veiled in shadows, the door stood distinct from the rest in the mansion. Its surface was sturdy, its frame fortified with hefty bolts, and its handle bore no marks of time's passage. Oddly, the bolts were positioned on the inside, hinting at a narrative of confinement or exclusion. Intrigued, I pondered the enigma concealed behind this secure barrier. A forgotten heirloom, a family enigma. Determined to unveil the mystery, I attempted every method to unlock it. I tugged, prodded, and utilized tools scattered in the attic. Nevertheless, the bolts remained steadfast, resisting all my endeavors. Frustrated yet undeterred, I summoned a locksmith the following morning. Upon his arrival, I escorted him to the attic, presenting the enigmatic door for his scrutiny. With a furrowed brow, he examined it before commencing his task, the clinks of his tools resonating in a rhythmic melody as he commented on the door's peculiar design. As he toiled, I stood nearby, my thoughts whirling with anticipation. What lay concealed behind that door? Excitement mingled with a subtle disquietude. After an hour of meticulous labor, the locksmith stepped back, wiping his hands on a rag. "Well," he remarked, a blend of curiosity and satisfaction in his voice, "let's discover what lies within." With a deliberate twist of the handle, the door groaned open, revealing emptiness. Utter, absolute emptiness. No furnishings, no crates, not a speck of dust. The walls and floor stood bare, their immaculate surfaces starkly pristine amidst the attic's weathered environs. The room exuded a desolate aura, as though secluded from the passage of time itself. Puzzled, the locksmith furrowed his brow, scratching his head. "Curious," he muttered. "It seems as though nothing has ever occupied this space." I nodded absent-mindedly, unable to dispel the sense of disquiet hanging heavy in the air. The void felt oppressive, like a weight pressing upon my chest. Without reason, the silence within that room seemed thunderous, as if it harbored an unseen presence. The locksmith gathered his tools and departed, yet I lingered, peering into the abyss of the vacant chamber. A chill draft brushed past me, raising goosebumps on my arms. I reasoned it was merely the attic's open windows, though deep down, I perceived a chill emanating from within. In the ensuing days, the mystery of the room consumed my thoughts. I scoured the estate from top to bottom, sifting through ancient boxes and forsaken drawers, yearning for a clue to unravel its mystery. Yet my efforts yielded naught. No diary, no missive, no inkling of its purpose. As night descended, the estate seemed to stir with a life of its own. I lay awake, listening to the creaks and moans echoing from the attic above. Footsteps traversed the halls, though my investigations revealed no presence. A growing unease enveloped me, a sensation of being under scrutiny. Desperate for answers, I sought solace in the town's historical society and its eldest denizens. I delved into records, inquired about my great-uncle, and delved into the manor's history. What I unearthed only deepened my disquiet. The estate bore a shadowy reputation. Whispers of prior inhabitants vanishing under peculiar circumstances, tales of uncanny occurrences, and hushed cautions regarding the attic's nocturnal perils painted a picture I hesitated to confront. One evening, as I roamed the attic anew, a peculiar sight met my eyes. The floorboards adjacent to the sealed room appeared slightly displaced, as though recently shifted. My pulse quickened as I gingerly pried them up, unearthing a concealed compartment. Within lay ancient leather-bound tomes and stacks of yellowed documents. The papers were meticulous, replete with legal jargon, correspondence, and unfamiliar names. Yet they divulged no direct answers. With each passage perused, I discerned a sinister undertone interwoven within their pages, a web of secrecy, of clandestine dealings and conflicts hinting at concealed motives. Despite my endeavors, the room's purpose remained an enigma. Its emptiness felt animate, a presence defying explication. When I resolved to depart the estate for good, the vacant chamber lingered in my thoughts. I secured the door once more, departing it as I had found it. Some enigmas, I comprehended, are destined to remain shrouded. The estate, with its lore and shadows, would retain its mysteries. As I walked away for the final time, I couldn't resist casting a glance back at the attic window. Fleetingly, I thought I discerned movement, a flicker of shadow, a silhouette alien to the setting, and then it vanished. Story 29. In the stillness of the night, the office became my sanctuary, a haven where time seemed to stretch endlessly as I delved into my tasks. Dedicated and meticulous, I took pride in my work, often lingering long after others had left to ensure perfection in every detail. The hum of the fluorescent lights was my only companion, casting a gentle glow over the empty desks and silent corridors. Gary, the janitor, was a familiar presence in this nocturnal world. His quiet footsteps echoed in the empty halls as he tended to his duties, ensuring the office remained pristine. At first, his presence was comforting, a sign of order in the darkness. But as time passed, subtle shifts in his demeanor caught my attention. His casual remarks about my late hours and inquisitive questions about my projects began to feel intrusive, as if he knew more about my work life than he should. One evening, as I toiled away on a crucial presentation, Gary's presence lingered longer than usual, his gaze lingering a touch too intently. A sense of unease crept over me as he commented on my work habits, his words well-intentioned but unsettling. It was as though he was peering too closely into my world, a world that should have been mine alone. The feeling of being watched intensified as the night grew deeper, shadows dancing in the corners of my vision. Venturing out for a brief respite, I glimpsed a chilling sight through the glass window of my office. A figure, Gary, fidgeting with the lock, his actions far from his usual cleaning routine. Panic clenched my chest as I realized his intentions were not benign. Hastily retreating, I alerted security, heart pounding in my ears as I recounted the eerie encounter. By the time security arrived, Gary had vanished, leaving behind a facade of innocence. The investigation that followed revealed his true motives. a breach of trust that shattered the tranquility of my sanctuary. The company swiftly took action, tightening security measures and bidding farewell to Gary Vay, but the scars of his intrusion lingered. The once familiar office now held shadows of fear, each corner a reminder of vulnerability. I found myself second-guessing every sound, every movement. My sense of security fractured. Counseling sessions offered solace, a lifeline in the aftermath of a violation that had blurred the lines between safety and peril. Slowly, I forged a new routine, a semblance of normalcy in the wake of the unsettling incident. Yet, the memory of that night clung to me like a phantom, a cautionary tale of boundaries crossed and trust shattered. The office, once a place of solace, now bore the weight of uncertainty, a reminder of how swiftly safety can be stripped away. As days turned into weeks, I reclaimed a sense of control, fortifying my space against unseen threats. The scars healed, but the memory endured, a silent sentinel against complacency. The experience had etched a lesson in my heart, a reminder that vigilance and boundaries were the guardians of peace in a world where shadows lurked in the quietest corners. Story 30. The gentle patter of rain against the windows created a soothing rhythm, lulling the world into a peaceful slumber. Seated at the kitchen table, I found myself transfixed by the soft glow of the clock on the wall, its hands inching closer to the stroke of midnight. A sense of unease lingered in the air, amplified by the relentless drumming of the raindrops. Mysterious occurrences had haunted me for weeks, manifesting in eerie phone calls, peculiar gifts, and an unsettling feeling of being under constant surveillance. But on this fateful night, the tension reached its zenith. Earlier that day, seeking solace in a local coffee shop, I found myself face to face with an elderly man of haunting appearance. His hollow eyes bore witness to a world beyond the ordinary, and his tattered coat spoke of untold stories. With a rasping voice, he placed an aged journal before me, urging me to accept it without explanation. Before I could question his motives, he vanished into the misty streets, leaving me alone with the enigmatic gift. Back in the safety of my home, I lit a solitary lamp and gingerly opened the journal. Its yellowed pages whispered of forgotten tales, each word etched with a sense of urgency. As I delved deeper into its contents, a chill crept down my spine. The entries mirrored my own life with unnerving accuracy, detailing my routines, my fears, and the peculiar events that had plagued me. With a sense of dread, I stumbled upon a passage describing the very occurrences that had tormented me. The mysterious calls, the cryptic gifts, and the unshakable feeling of being stalked. The journal foretold a sinister climax set to unfold at the stroke of midnight on this very night. As the clock ticked closer to the appointed hour, a sense of impending doom settled upon me. At 11:57 p.m., with trembling hands, I ventured into the dimly lit living room, my gaze fixated on the ominous mirror that had materialized at my doorstep weeks ago. The ornate frame seemed to pulsate with an otherworldly energy, and the air grew heavy with anticipation as the minutes slipped away. As the clock struck midnight, a deafening silence descended upon the house, shrouding me in a cloak of dread. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound pierced the stillness, sending a shiver down my spine. Whirling around, I found nothing but empty shadows lurking in the corners of the room. Turning back to the mirror, I beheld a ghastly figure standing behind me in its reflection, a specter of darkness and malice. Before I could react, the figure emerged from the mirror, twisting reality with its malevolent presence. It was the elderly man, distorted and consumed by a sinister force, his voice dripping with venomous intent. Paralyzed by fear, I clutched the journal tightly, my last beacon of hope in a world turned upside down. With a surge of defiance, I hurled the journal at the mirror, shattering its cursed surface into 1,000 shards. The twisted figure let out a howl of agony before dissipating into fractured fragments, leaving me gasping for breath amidst the chaos. As the echoes of the night faded into silence, I lay amidst the wreckage, the broken pieces of glass reflecting the shattered remnants of my reality. The journal's ominous whispers still lingered in the air, a reminder that the final act had only just begun. In the aftermath of the ordeal, a chilling certainty settled within me. The darkness that had encroached upon my life was far from vanquished. The journal's ominous warning reverberated in my mind, a harbinger of the trials yet to come. The night had spared me, but the final act awaited its curtain call. Story 31. It started quietly, like a whisper carried on a gentle breeze. My cousin Eleanor, a steadfast beacon of support and dependability, began to drift into unfamiliar waters. We had shared a lifetime of memories, bound by a connection that felt unbreakable. So when her behavior began to shift, it sent ripples of confusion through the foundation of our relationship. Initially, the signs were subtle: missed calls, sudden cancellations, and conversations that seemed to drift aimlessly. I attributed it to the pressures of her demanding job, hoping it was just a passing phase. But as time unfolded, her once steady presence wavered, shrouded in a cloak of unpredictability. Then came the peculiar requests. Eleanor would beckon me to accompany her on errands to peculiar places, forgotten warehouses, isolated cabins, and hidden storage units. Her explanations were cryptic, mentioning personal projects and the need to sort through old possessions. Despite the unease that crept into my heart, I brushed it aside out of loyalty and unwavering faith in her. One evening, a tremor in her voice urged me to her doorstep. As I stepped inside, her world was a whirlwind of chaos, papers strewn across the floor, folders askew, and notes scattered like fallen leaves. She paced nervously, a tangle of nerves and tension. "I'm in a bind," she confessed, avoiding my gaze. "I need your help. It's crucial for my research." Unable to turn her away, I accepted a stack of dense legal documents, drowning in unfamiliar terms. Her explanations only skimmed the surface, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. With each passing week, her demands escalated. Late-night visits with urgent papers to sign, warnings of impending calamity if delays ensued. And then came the pivotal moment. She implored me to transfer a hefty sum of money into a shadowy business account she had established. Something within me recoiled at the request, a primal instinct sounding a silent alarm. Requesting time to mull it over only seemed to amplify her desperation. Driven by a sense of foreboding, I delved into the documents she had entrusted me with, determined to unravel the enigma I had unwittingly stepped into. What I unearthed sent shivers down my spine. The papers bore the marks of deception, false identities, forged signatures, and a labyrinth of deceitful transactions. My cousin, the cornerstone of my trust, had ensnared me in a sinister web of deceit, where my name had been manipulated to authorize dubious dealings. The weight of the betrayal hung heavy in the air, suffocating the very essence of our bond. How could someone I cherished and confided in weave such a tapestry of lies? Heart heavy with betrayal, I confronted her amidst the disarray of her apartment, files spilling from cabinets, counterfeit documents littering the floor like shards of broken trust. "You used me," I accused, my voice a tremor of hurt and disbelief. Eleanor's eyes flickered with a mix of desperation and remorse. "You don't understand," she pleaded. "I was drowning. I saw no other way out." Her justifications spilled forth, a cascade of mounting debts, a failing enterprise, the crushing weight of financial ruin pressing down on her. She painted the scheme as a desperate bid for survival, a final gamble born of desperation. But no rationale could absolve the deceit that had fractured our bond. She hadn't just misled me, she had endangered my trust and jeopardized my future. The path forward was a thorny one, paved with necessary actions. I brought the truth to light, laying bare the evidence before the authorities. The ensuing investigation was a labyrinthine journey, culminating in Eleanor facing a litany of charges: fraud, financial malpractice, and identity theft. Witnessing her in the stark confines of a courtroom, a shadow of her former self, was a bitter pill to swallow. The extent of her transgressions unfurled like a dark tapestry. Victims beyond myself, lives upended, destinies shattered. Despite her remorse, the damage was irreparable. Her career, her reputation, our bond, all left in tatters. In the aftermath, I grappled with a tempest of emotions, grief, anger, guilt, and a profound sense of disbelief. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy to navigate that labyrinth of betrayal and rebuild the fragments of trust within me and in others. The hardest truth wasn't losing Eleanor. It was realizing that the person I thought I knew was but a mirage. Through the crucible of pain, I gleaned poignant lessons. Darkness can lurk even in the hearts closest to us. Trust is a fragile treasure, and intuition should never be disregarded. Eleanor's deceit left scars etched upon my soul, but it also tempered my resolve. I emerged from the crucible stronger, wiser, fiercely protective of the path ahead, determined never to be ensnared by duplicity again. Story 32. It all began on an ordinary Tuesday morning, the sun lazily rising as I reached for my phone, my mind still heavy with sleep. A missed call from an unfamiliar number caught my eye. No voicemail left behind, just a silent ring that stirred my curiosity. Dismissing it as a simple mistake or a telemarketer's intrusion, I carried on with my day. The following day, that same mysterious number called once more. This time I hesitantly answered. A quiet hello met with silence on the other end. A faint hum filled the space before the call abruptly ended, sending a chill down my spine. Brushing it off as a technical glitch or a prank, I tried to push the unease aside. But as the days drifted by, the calls persisted, always at odd hours, disrupting the flow of my life. Initially an annoyance, they soon took on a more unsettling tone. One evening, as I stood in the kitchen tending to a pot of pasta, the phone rang again. Despite my instinct to ignore it, a strange pull made me pick up. "Hello," I ventured, the voice on the line eerily calm. "I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Remember to stir it well or it'll stick to the bottom." My heart skipped a beat as I gazed at the simmering pot, steam swirling upwards. "How?" I started, but the call ended abruptly, leaving me frozen in place. How could they have known? With my blinds drawn, no prying eyes could have spied on me. A mere coincidence, I reasoned, an educated guess or a slip of the tongue to a friend, perhaps. Yet the disquiet lingered. The mysterious caller struck again the next day, their voice smooth and detached. "I noticed your long day at work," they remarked casually. "That client meeting must have been draining. Remember to unwind tonight, perhaps watch that movie you mentioned." The shock nearly made me drop the phone. The details were too precise, too intimate to dismiss as random chance. It felt as if the caller had been a silent observer in my very midst, privy to every aspect of my life. The calls persisted, each one growing more personal, more invasive. "I see you're meeting friends for coffee tomorrow. Don't forget to ask Jamie about their new job," they informed me, sending a shiver down my spine. It wasn't just about knowing my plans. It was the unsettling familiarity, the sensation of a stranger knowing me better than I knew myself. Feeling trapped in a nightmare, I sought help from my phone provider, from the authorities, but to no avail. Dead ends and frustration plagued my efforts. Desperate, I took matters into my own hands, installing security cameras, changing my routines, meticulously documenting each call in a futile attempt to find a pattern. Yet the caller remained elusive, always one step ahead, disrupting my life at every turn. Anxiety gnawed at my senses, paranoia becoming my constant companion. Every shadow, every sound seemed to whisper of unseen eyes watching me. After another cryptic call shattered my dinner one evening, I finally snapped. "Who are you?" my voice quivered. "How do you know so much about me?" A pregnant silence hung in the air before the voice replied, calm and chilling. "I've been watching you because I care for you. You need to understand that." Nausea washed over me at the cryptic words. Why torment me? What do you want? I demanded, but the caller chose silence, leaving me to grapple with my mounting fear. Driven by desperation, I enlisted the help of a private investigator, unloading every detail, every shred of evidence in the hopes of unmasking my tormentor. Weeks stretched into months, the calls dwindling until they ceased altogether. The investigator eventually unveiled the truth, a tech-savvy individual with a disturbing fixation on me, their motives shrouded in mystery. Though the revelation brought some closure, the fear lingered, a scar etched deep within my consciousness. Hypervigilant, I found myself questioning the safety of my own existence, haunted by the memory of that calm, detached voice that had invaded my world. The ordeal taught me a harsh lesson, a truth that cut to the core. The fragile boundary between privacy and intrusion, the lurking shadows that dance just beyond our awareness, waiting to emerge into the light. Story 33. On a cool autumn evening, a realization struck me like a whisper in the wind. My car had vanished into thin air. Stepping outside, prepared for the day ahead, I was met with an empty space where my faithful vehicle had once rested. It wasn't merely the loss of the car that unsettled me. It was the violation, the intimate intrusion of someone taking what was mine without a trace. Without hesitation, I contacted the authorities, filed a report, and embarked on the arduous journey of navigating life without my trusted car by my side. Days turned into a haze of exasperation. Finding alternative means of transportation, juggling schedules, and adapting to the inconvenience felt like an uphill climb. The police did their best, but updates were scarce and far between. Each passing day eroded my hope that the missing car would ever be found. Then, as suddenly as it had disappeared, it reappeared. One afternoon, a call from the police delivered the news. My car had been recovered and returned to the exact spot from which it had been snatched. Relief washed over me, but a subtle unease lingered in the shadows of my mind. How had it been returned with such precision? It seemed almost too perfect. Upon closer inspection, the car seemed untouched, no marks, no signs of forced entry. For a fleeting moment, I thought I could put the ordeal behind me. However, as I settled into the driver's seat, a glint beneath caught my eye. Nestled beneath the seat was a small, inconspicuous black box. Easily overlooked at first glance, it resembled a matchbox-sized device with a solitary blinking red light. My heart quickened as I retrieved it cautiously. What could it be? And more importantly, how had it found its way into my possession? Back at home, I scrutinized the device. It bore the semblance of a recording apparatus. Curiosity eclipsed apprehension, prompting me to connect it to my computer. Within moments, a series of audio files materialized on the screen. The first playback revealed a familiar voice, my own, engaged in a conversation with a friend at a coffee shop, unbeknownst to me. Each subsequent file unveiled snippets of my daily life, phone calls, mundane yet intimate, captured without my consent. A chilling realization dawned on me as I delved deeper into the recordings. This device had surreptitiously woven together fragments of my existence, casual banter, ambient noises, moments unbeknownst to me. The clink of cups, rustling of papers, hum of traffic, a disquieting tapestry of my private world unfolded before me. The implications were profound. Who had planted this device? Why were they listening? Was I a specific target? Or was this an arbitrary invasion of privacy? Questions raced through my mind, each more disconcerting than the last. I promptly alerted the authorities and relinquished the device. Their investigation yielded no leads. The device bore no traceable markings or serial numbers. Though they advised caution and basic security measures, my burgeoning paranoia remained unabated. In the ensuing days, a lingering sense of being watched shadowed my every move. Every unfamiliar face, every lingering gaze felt like a potential threat. Security cameras encircled my abode and car. I diverged from routine, altering my commute and evading predictability. Despite these precautions, fear persisted. gnawing at the edges of my sanity. The recordings had robbed me of an intangible essence, a sense of security I hadn't realized I cherished. I began to scrutinize the motives of those around me, even those I held dear. Paranoia became my constant companion, isolating me in its suffocating grip. Seeking solace, I turned to therapy. The sessions provided a lifeline, aiding me in processing the emotional toll of the intrusion and devising coping mechanisms for my anxiety. Gradually, I discerned between rational fears and the phantoms conjured by my mind. Months drifted by, and while the immediate dread waned, the memory of that device lingered like a haunting melody. The enigma of its origin and purpose remained unsolved. The recordings never surfaced to haunt me. Yet, the violation had left an indelible mark. It served as a stark reminder of the fragility of privacy in our interconnected realm. The experience reshaped my perception of personal safety. I now comprehend the necessity of safeguarding not only physical spaces, but the intangible realms, the fleeting moments and candid conversations that weave the tapestry of daily life. Though the mystery of the device endures, it whispers a somber truth. In a world veiled by unseen eyes, it falls upon us to protect the sanctity of our private moments. Story 34. It was a typical Tuesday morning when I stumbled upon the first puzzle piece, nestled within the usual pile of bills and advertisements. Nearly overlooked, it peeked out from behind a glossy catalog, an unmarked envelope with my name delicately inscribed on the front, devoid of a sender's address. Inside lay a single piece of the puzzle portraying a weathered house, entwined in creeping vines and barren trees. A sense of eerie familiarity clung to the image, though the reason eluded me. Scribbled in elegant calligraphic ink on the reverse side was a cryptic message. You remember this, but you don't remember why. Dismissing it as a peculiar jest, I set it aside, immersing myself in the mundane tasks of the day. Yet, the following morning brought another envelope to my doorstep. Enclosed was a second puzzle piece, depicting a cluttered wooden desk adorned with aged letters and faded photographs. The accompanying inscription read, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." As days drifted by, 5 more puzzle pieces found their way to me, each unveiling a different facet of a haunting tableau. A dimly lit study, furniture cloaked in dust, and a cracked family portrait askew on the wall. With each new addition, a growing unease gripped me. The setting felt intimately familiar, akin to a half-remembered dream from a distant past. The pieces continued to arrive, relentless in their arrival. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I cleared my dining table and commenced assembling the puzzle. Gradually, the fragmented image coalesced into a chaotic yet intricate study room. The same desk, the same weathered portrait, and notably, an open leather-bound tome inscribed with foreboding characters of an unfamiliar, ancient script. Intently studying the puzzle, a surge of recognition surged within me, though its origin remained elusive. Then, a final envelope materialized, bearing the ultimate piece of the puzzle alongside a typed missive. "You've done well. Now you must comprehend. The house depicted in the puzzle once belonged to someone near to you, someone who vanished under mysterious circumstances. The answers you seek reside within the book portrayed in the image. Discover it, and the truth shall be unveiled." Frozen in place, heart hammering against my chest, I could no longer entertain the notion of an elaborate prank. My thoughts gravitated towards my family, probing for buried memories, untold tales, anything that could illuminate this disquieting enigma. That evening, I sought out my parents. Carefully laying out the completed puzzle and the letter, a somber recognition passed between them. My mother's hands trembled as she grazed the puzzle's edge. "That house," she murmured, her complexity undrained. "It's your Aunt Margaret's former residence, before she vanished." A sickening twist gripped my gut. Aunt Margaret had disappeared during my childhood. I had been informed of her departure, purportedly a relocation that severed ties with the family following an unresolved disagreement. Yet a pall of silence had enveloped her exit. No calls, no correspondence, only an eerie void. "The book," my father interjected, gesturing towards the aged leather volume depicted in the puzzle. Margaret had a penchant for antiquated books, but that one, it was different. She believed it harbored family secrets, truths she unearthed just before she departed. Driven by a blend of trepidation and resolve, I discerned my course of action. I located the house, forsaken and enshrouded in creeping vines, its windows vacant and hollow like vacant sockets. Laden with a heavy stillness, I forced open the decaying entrance, stepping into a bygone era. The interior mirrored the puzzle's portrayal almost uncannily. Dust-laden furnishings, forsaken mementos, and scattered parchments cluttered the room. Amidst the dim light, I discovered the desk from the image, strewn with ancient manuscripts and weathered leather tomes. And there it lay, the book from the puzzle, untouched and beckoning. Hesitating briefly, I cracked open its spine. The initial pages were adorned with cryptic symbols and faded script, initially indecipherable. Delving deeper, I unearthed a handwritten journal, Margaret's testament. Her entries chronicled the unveiling of long-concealed family truths, betrayals, hidden identities, and a sinister legacy entwined with the very edifice in which I now stood. The final entries resonated with desperation and disarray. They are aware of my discoveries. The book holds the answers, but it also harbors the curse. Abruptly, the entries ceased. Before the weight of the revelation could fully settle, a soft rustling echoed behind me, akin to fabric brushing against wood. My flashlight quivered in my grip as I whirled around, only to be met by an unbroken silence, the shadows of the house now denser than before. Clutching the journal tightly, I bolted into the frigid night, breath catching in my throat. The house loomed behind me, shrouded in darkness and knowing, its enigmas laid bare, yet far from wholly understood. Returning home, I secured the book within a locked chest, its presence a lingering weight upon my psyche. The puzzle pieces, now more than mere fragments of a disquieting game, had guided me towards a truth my family had strived to bury. Aunt Margaret hadn't vanished by choice. She had been ensnared by the very secrets now staring back at me from the ink-stained pages. The past was not merely haunting, it was waiting. Deep down I sensed that the puzzle remained incomplete, unfinished business, awaiting its denouement. Story 35. The soft glow of my phone illuminated the darkness of my room, casting a gentle light as a notification appeared. A friend request from Jessica Mitchell. The name was unfamiliar, a mysterious figure in the digital realm. Having recently settled in a new city, I sought connections, a sense of belonging in a sea of strangers. With a flicker of uncertainty, I contemplated the request, my thumb poised over the accept button. Curiosity whispered in my ear, urging me to unravel this enigma. I yielded, tapping the button, ushering in a new link in the chain of virtual acquaintances. Almost immediately, a message from Jessica materialized in my inbox, a beacon of warmth in the digital void. Her words were friendly, too friendly for a stranger. "Hey there! Thank you for accepting my friend request. I've been eager to connect and get to know you better. I hope you're finding your place in this new chapter." I reciprocated with a cautious politeness, introducing myself and expressing gratitude for her welcoming gesture. Our conversation unfolded in the usual manner of budding friendships. We exchanged thoughts on shared interests, local attractions, and the trials of acclimating to a fresh environment. Jessica exuded a genuine interest in my life, a comforting presence amid the echoes of solitude that reverberated through my new surroundings. Yet, as the days waltzed by, her messages delved into deeper waters, venturing into the realms of the personal. Inquisitive inquiries about my family, my pastimes, and intricate details of my abode adorned her messages. Initially, I responded openly, assuming her intentions were benign, a kindred spirit seeking connection in a vast digital expanse. But the tides shifted with a sinister undertow. One dusk, while lost in the digital labyrinth, a message from Jessica materialized, carrying with it a photograph of my living room. A chill skittered down my spine as I beheld the image, a precise portrait of my sanctuary. The couch, the coffee table, the art adorning the walls, all unmistakably mine. The angle of the photo hinted at an intruder, someone who had breached the sanctity of my home. The caption pierced through the silence. "Seems like you've settled in comfortably. Your new couch is lovely." My breath caught in my throat, my mind a whirlwind of unease. I had shared no visual snippets of my sanctuary online, nor had I disclosed such intimate details to Jessica, or anyone else for that matter. Trembling fingers raced across the screen as I typed a query. "Where did you obtain this image?" Her response echoed back swiftly. "Oh, no need to fret. I simply wanted to say hello and assure you of my thoughts." A knot of dread coiled in the pit of my stomach, a primal instinct warning of unseen dangers. Days passed like shadows stretching into twilight, each one tinted with a shade of apprehension. Another message arrived, this time bearing a view of my kitchen, captured from a different vantage point. The remnants of my morning rituals lay bare, a silent testament to an unwelcome presence. The caption taunted, "I trust you're enjoying your new culinary haven. I noticed the remnants of breakfast. Need a hand?" The line between harmless curiosity and invasive surveillance blurred to obscurity. Someone was watching, a silent observer in the shadows. Confrontation beckoned, a call to unveil the veiled truths. I challenged Jessica, demanding answers that danced just out of reach. Her replies dripped with evasion, a facade of innocence masking a darker reality. She spun tales of a friend in a photography studio, weaving a flimsy web of excuses that crumbled upon scrutiny. Despite her attempts to pacify my fears, the specter of intrusion lingered, a phantom haunting my every step. A decision ripened within me, a resolve to reclaim my sanctuary. I scrutinized every corner, every nook of my dwelling, seeking signs of trespass. The security system stood vigilant, the locks unyielding. Conversations with neighbors bore no fruit, no whispers of lurking shadows. I distanced myself from Jessica, erecting walls of silence in our digital exchanges. Yet her persistence was unyielding, her messages a relentless tide seeking to breach my defenses. The tide of unease surged to a crescendo when a video materialized, a voyeuristic peek into my private domain. The footage depicted me, oblivious to the unseen eye that watched my every move. The camera's gaze hinted at a hidden perch, high above, hidden in plain sight. A shudder rippled through me as I watched, aghast at the violation of my sanctum. The message that accompanied the intrusion bore false concern. "I trust you're not distressed. My intentions were merely to ensure your safety. I comprehend the solitude that accompanies a fresh start." Security shattered like fragile glass, the shards of trust scattered to the winds. Law enforcement became my ally, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Their efforts bore fruit, tracing Jessica's digital trail to a disposable phone, a dead end in the labyrinth. Her identity remained a mystery, a ghost in the machine. Days melted into weeks, the investigation a slow march through the fog of uncertainty. Despite fortifying my defenses, the whispers of surveillance persisted, a haunting melody in the silence. And then, as the world held its breath, she re-emerged from the shadows. The final message dripped with contrition, a tapestry of twisted explanations woven with threads of remorse. She painted her actions as acts of misguided friendship, a misguided attempt to alleviate her own solitude and struggles. "I never intended harm," her words whispered, a feeble attempt at solace. But the wounds ran deep, a scar etched into the fabric of my trust. I severed the digital tether, a final act of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Moving forward, I sought solace in the sanctuary of my home, mending the rifts in my sense of security. But some wounds fester unseen, a constant reminder of the fragility of trust. The specter of invasion lingered, a shadow in the recesses of my mind, a cautionary tale whispered in the stillness of the night. a reminder that behind every digital facade lies the potential for a darkness far deeper than the eye can see. Story 36. On a typical Saturday morning, a simple accident turned into something deeper. The bathroom mirror met its demise at my hands, shattering into a myriad of glittering pieces that danced across the tiled floor with a sharp, tinkling melody. For years, that mirror had been a steadfast presence in my dimly lit bathroom, its sudden absence leaving behind a haunting void. The cleanup was meticulous, each razor-edged shard handled with care, as if they held secrets of their own. Once the last fragment was swept away, I set my sights on finding a replacement, a fresh start for the space. A sleek modern mirror arrived a few days later, wrapped in protective padding as if shielding a precious secret. The delivery was swift, the driver's departure almost hurried, leaving me with a box and a fleeting smile. Unwrapping the new mirror revealed a pristine surface that promised clarity and light. A small note from the delivery service lay hidden within, a cryptic message that whispered of cracks and uncertainties. A chill ran down my spine at the casual yet foreboding words, a discomfort that lingered. As the new mirror found its place on the bathroom wall, its reflection seemed to hold a gaze of its own. A subtle feeling of being watched crept over me whenever I caught my reflection in its surface. Initially dismissed as a trick of the mind, the unease grew with each passing day, a silent presence lingering just beyond the glass. Avoidance became a habit, the mirror a source of unease that I could not shake. One evening, compelled by an unspoken curiosity, I revisited the spot where the old mirror had hung. A dark smudge caught my attention, its presence a mystery that begged to be solved. Cleaning every inch meticulously, the nagging feeling of a hidden warning lingered in the back of my mind. Vivid dreams plagued my sleep, shadows dancing behind the mirror, eyes staring back with a cold intensity that seeped into my waking hours. Seeking solace and answers, I turned to those around me, only to find dismissive reassurances and skeptical glances. It was in a moment of desperation that I sought the help of a local paranormal investigator. Their thorough examination of the mirror and the bathroom yielded no evidence of the supernatural, offering a sense of relief that was short-lived. The unease persisted, a reminder of the blurred lines between reality and perception. Slowly, with time and persistence, I confronted my fears head-on. The mirror remained a fixture on the wall, a symbol of resilience in the face of uncertainty. The shadows that once haunted my reflection faded into obscurity, their whispers silenced by the strength found within. The note and remnants of the old mirror remained tucked away, a testament to a journey of self-discovery and the power of the mind to shape our realities. In the end, it was not the mirror itself that held the mystery, but the depths of the human psyche. The experience served as a poignant lesson in facing fears and unraveling the threads of our own perceptions. A reminder that sometimes the most haunting stories are the ness we tell ourselves. Story 37. The serene hum of my laptop filled the room as I toiled away in my cozy home office, a sanctuary of productivity and tranquility. The day had drifted by uneventfully, a blur of emails, meetings, and reports. As the dwindling rays of the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the room, I decided to take a brief break and stretch my legs. A simple act that unknowingly set a mysterious chain of events into motion. While strolling past my desk, a peculiar sight arrested my attention. A sizable, unmarked manila envelope sitting conspicuously at the center. My heart fluttered with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. I couldn't recall placing it there. With cautious steps, I drew closer and inspected the enigmatic package. No sender information, no hints. Just an enigmatic presence beckoning me to uncover its secrets. With trembling hands, I gingerly peeled back the flap and extracted a dense dossier. The first page bore my name boldly beneath the ominous title, Personal Research Report. A shiver ran down my spine. Someone had meticulously compiled a comprehensive dossier about me, but for what purpose remained a chilling enigma. Leafing through the pages, each revelation sent a ripple of unease through me. The initial section read like an intimate biography. My full name, birth date, educational background, and work history, dredging up long-forgotten past roles. Delving deeper, it cataloged every address I had ever resided at, complete with annotated maps and meticulous notes detailing my daily routines. With a turn of the page, the dossier delved into more personal territory. Photographs of my loved ones and companions surfaced, captured at private gatherings. Names, relationships, and personal anecdotes were chronicled with unsettling precision. Some images seemed surreptitious, as if taken from a covert vantage point, hinting at prolonged surveillance. The subsequent sections scrutinized my professional endeavors, chronicling work projects, meetings, and even confidential dialogues with colleagues. My strengths, weaknesses, work habits, and reactions under pressure were all dissected as if I were a subject in a psychological study. The dossier then ventured into my leisure pursuits and interests, itemizing books read, movies watched, and frequented dining spots. Every minute detail, favorite recipes, exercise routines, online shopping tendencies, was meticulously logged. It felt as though my entire existence had been meticulously reconstructed on paper. Yet the final segment plunged into the realm of the macabre. Recent surveillance notes and candid photographs lined the pages. Images of my comings and goings, leaving my abode, strolling to my vehicle, and sitting in local cafes, jolted me to the core. Some snapshots appeared so recent that they could have been taken merely days before. My morning jogs, grocery runs, and casual interactions with neighbors were all captured with eerie precision. I struggled to catch my breath. The compiler of this dossier possessed an intimate knowledge of my life, details so private that I hadn't shared them with anyone. This wasn't mere research, it hinted at obsession. In a state of panic, I dialed the authorities, my voice quivering as I relayed the harrowing contents of the dossier and the invasive surveillance I had unwittingly become a victim of. The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way. While awaiting the arrival of law enforcement, I frantically scoured my home office for any trace of surveillance devices. Every outlet, fixture, and vent was scrutinized, but yielded no evidence of intrusion. The room stood undisturbed, heightening my sense of vulnerability. Upon their arrival, the officers examined the dossier with grim countenances. They confiscated it as evidence and probed me with probing inquiries. Did I have foes? Had I noticed any suspicious individuals? Was there anyone in my personal or professional circle harboring ill intentions? I racked my brain but could not pinpoint a plausible suspect. Certainly none capable of such a meticulously calculated violation of my privacy. The officers pledged to escalate the investigation, their solemn expressions hinting at the arduous road ahead. They departed with the dossier in tow, yet the damage had been wrought. In the ensuing weeks, I implemented stringent security measures. Surveillance cameras were installed, passwords were changed, and my routines were altered to thwart predictability. I minimized my digital footprint and divulged personal information sparingly. Despite the investigation and heightened precautions, the case remained unresolved. No fresh leads surfaced, no culprits were unmasked. Law enforcement pursued every lead exhaustively, yet the enigma persisted. The dossier, chilling in its meticulous detail, left behind a trail of unanswered queries. I endeavored to resume normalcy, resuming work and social engagements, but the experience had etched an indelible mark on my psyche. Every shadow seemed ominous, every stranger a potential threat. I existed in a perpetual state of vigilance, haunted by the lingering suspicion that unseen eyes continued to watch, perhaps signaling that the dossier was merely the prelude to a more sinister chapter. The memory of that thick file still lingers, a clinical dossier of a life I believed to be mine alone. It stood as a stark reminder of how swiftly one's privacy can be violated, leaving behind a legacy of fear and an insatiable quest for answers that may forever elude me. Story 38. On a serene Tuesday afternoon, the tranquility of my surroundings was shattered by the weight of a discovery. Amidst the stillness of the house, where even the floorboards seemed to whisper in unease, I delved into the realm of old family documents and personal files. Weeks of unsettling events had left me seeking solace in the familiar, in the tangible remnants of a life disrupted. It was then, amidst the faded papers, that I unearthed an envelope bearing a strange law firm's insignia, an entity unknown to me. The envelope exuded a mysterious aura, its contents begging to be unraveled. With cautious curiosity, I breached its seal. Inside lay a formal letter, a stark revelation of legal conflicts tied to transactions conducted under my name, business dealings, property acquisitions, a lease for a lavish apartment. None of it was mine. The letter painted a picture of significant financial activity undertaken without my consent, accounts unbeknownst to me, properties unseen. Someone had woven a parallel existence using the threads of my personal information. Breath caught in my throat as I delved deeper, tracing a web of deceit with addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers entwined in this fraudulent scheme. In a panic, I reached out to the law firm, only to be met with polite but unyielding advice to seek the aid of authorities or a fraud investigator. Clutching the damning letter, I hastened to the local police station, where an officer, initially skeptical, promised to escalate the matter to specialists in fraud detection. Yet, as I departed, a chilling realization gripped me. The malevolent orchestrator of this charade might be closer than I dared imagine. Determined to reclaim agency over my life, I enlisted the expertise of Linda, a private investigator renowned for her tenacity in unraveling intricate mysteries. With steely resolve, she pored over the letter and documents, vowing to unearth the truth. While Linda delved into her network of contacts, I fortified my defenses, alerting my bank, freezing my credit, each action a somber acknowledgement of the breach that had tainted my existence. Days slipped by, marked by dead ends and false leads, until a glimmer of hope emerged. A luxury apartment in an unfamiliar corner of the city, a tangible link to the imposter's shadowy existence. Together, Linda and I ventured to the opulent building, tension thick in the air, where a vigilant doorman reluctantly divulged a forwarding address for the elusive perpetrator. Our pursuit led us to a stately townhouse, where a chance encounter unraveled the depths of the deception. Ed by Linda's unyielding gaze, a young woman professed her innocence, revealing her unwitting entanglement in a scheme orchestrated by the same malefactor who had preyed upon me. Through her cooperation, we unraveled the intricate tapestry of deceit, exposing a network of stolen identities and shattered lives. The imposter's grasp extended far beyond my individual nightmare, ensnaring countless others in a web of fraud and betrayal. With the authorities' intervention, the imposter was apprehended, their elaborate facade crumbling under the weight of justice. Though my stolen identity was reclaimed, the scars of the ordeal ran deep, leaving indelible marks on my psyche. The journey to rebuild was arduous, requiring a fortification of every financial stronghold, a reset of every digital fortress. Even as semblances of normalcy returned, a lingering fear persisted, a haunting awareness of the parallel existence that had mirrored my own. Justice, though served, could not erase the shadow of mistrust that now tainted my perception. The fragility of trust, once taken for granted, now loomed as a perilous precipice. The boundaries of my meticulously crafted world bore the scars of intrusion, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veneer of security. The experience had transformed me, reshaping my understanding of safety, of identity, of the unseen forces that weave their threads through the tapestry of our lives. Story 39. The curious tale of the hidden laboratory within my neighbor's dwelling, unfolded with a whisper of mystery that danced through the air like a phantom's touch. Mr. Hargrave, a solitary figure who had recently taken up residence in the sprawling, weathered mansion adjacent to mine, shrouded himself in enigma. The house, a dormant giant that had slumbered in the neighborhood's collective memory for years, cast a long shadow of intrigue over us all. His sudden appearance stirred a dormant curiosity within me, though at first I paid it little heed, until the whispers of the night began. In the stillness of twilight, peculiar sounds crept through the darkness. The clatter of metal, the hum of unseen mechanisms, and murmurs carried on the wind. Initially, I brushed them off as the echoes of renovation work, or the playful antics of an aging abode stirring from its slumber. But as the days turned into weeks, the noises grew more persistent, more disquieting. They bore a mechanical precision, a chilling cadence, hinting at something beyond the realm of mere home repairs. One crisp autumn day, I spied Mr. Hargrave's front door slightly ajar while he was away, a fact confirmed by a passing chat with his gardener. A spark of curiosity mingled with unease kindled a flame within me. Driven by a blend of fascination and trepidation, I ventured across the threshold. The interior greeted me with a hushed stillness, a realm cloaked in shadows. Dust-laden relics of a bygone era and faded portraits whispered of tales long forgotten. Guided by the faint, rhythmic hum that thrummed through the walls like a heartbeat, I traversed a narrow corridor leading me deeper into the heart of the mystery. At the corridor's end loomed a grand, ornate door, partially veiled by an ancient tapestry. With a quivering hand, I pushed it open, unveiling a scene that froze the very marrow in my bones. Before me lay a stark laboratory bathed in harsh, sterile light. Tables of metal brimmed with arcane instruments, vials, syringes, and enigmatic contraptions whose purposes eluded me. Glass jars held grotesque specimens, twisted amalgamations suspended in murky fluid, some bearing an unsettling resemblance to humanity. Dominating the chamber stood a colossal machine, a labyrinthine network of wires and gears thrumming with latent power. Its form straddled the line between futuristic marvel and grotesque nightmare, a creation born of mad ambition. But it was the files that beckoned my trembling hands. Rows of folders marked with names and dates perched neatly upon a steel desk. Leafing through them, I uncovered meticulous records of medical intricacies, psychological studies, and behavioral notations. And then, amidst the sea of documents, I found a file bearing my own name. My heart quickened as I delved into its chilling contents, unveiling a tapestry of my life woven with unnerving precision. Details of my daily routines, medical history, and even private conversations conducted within my own walls sprawled across the pages. Notations on my unexplained ailments, mood fluctuations, and lapses in memory stared back at me in stark clarity. A revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. I was a pawn in Mr. Hargrave's twisted games. References to genetic enhancements and behavioral modifications leapt from the pages, accompanied by diagrams depicting grotesque hybrids born of human and non-human origins. One document ominously outlined Project Fusion, with my name etched beneath the title of Primary Test Subject. Panic clawed at my chest as I scoured the room for answers. Upon the central console of the monstrous machine, a logbook chronicled the diabolical experiments in meticulous detail. Hargrave's intentions were clear: to meld disparate strands of DNA forcibly, birthing abominable hybrids beyond nature's design. Dread gripped me like a vice as a soft rustle echoed behind me, a phantom presence lurking in the shadows. With bated breath, I turned, only to find the chamber empty, or so it seemed. Heart thundering in my ears, I fled the laboratory, retracing my steps through the labyrinthine corridors. Each creak of the floorboards seemed to herald an unseen pursuer, urging me to hasten my escape. Safely ensconced within the confines of my home, I secured every portal against the encroaching darkness. But the days that followed were a waking nightmare. a symphony of paranoia and dread that clung to me like a shroud. Desperate for aid, I sought the ear of the authorities. Detective Davis, skeptical yet intrigued by my tale, agreed to delve into the enigma that gripped our quiet neighborhood. But lacking tangible proof beyond my frantic words, I knew I needed concrete evidence to substantiate my claims. Turning to an old comrade, Dr. Lenora Hayes, a luminary in the field of molecular biology, I shared the harrowing documents pilfered from Hargrave's lair. Her visage paled in horror as she unraveled the depths of his atrocities, branding them not merely unethical, but monstrous in their scope. A battery of medical tests unveiled anomalies within my very DNA, anomalies that defied conventional explanation. My health spiraled into a harrowing decline, a testament to the insidious influence of Hargrave's experiments. Fueled by a fervor for justice, Hayes and I allied with intrepid journalists to unveil the dark underbelly of Hargrave's machinations. The press caught wind of the scandal, igniting a maelstrom of public outcry that compelled the authorities to act. A raid upon Hargrave's abode laid bare the full extent of his abominable endeavors. The clandestine laboratory was dismantled, its macabre contents seized as damning evidence. Hargrave himself was captured in the midst of a desperate flight, facing charges ranging from illicit human experimentation to a litany of criminal transgressions. Though justice prevailed, its aftermath left scars that lingered, a constant vigil over my fragile health and the indelible mark of being a pawn in a madman's grand design. I endeavored to piece together the fragments of my fractured existence, haunted by the specter of Hargrave's malevolence and the looming specter of what might have been. The mansion, a relic of dark ambition, met its end in ruins, burying its secrets beneath a veil of rubble. Yet its shadow endured, a spectral reminder of how scientific zeal can warp into unspeakable horrors. I survived the ordeal, but the memories of that fateful night and the monstrous legacy Hargrave sought to unleash remain etched upon my soul, a somber lullaby that sings me to sleep, whispering of the fragility of humanity and the darkness that dwells within. Story 40. In the hushed stillness of us, Erin's Sunday afternoon, the sun cast its gentle glow through the windows, painting the room in a golden embrace. As I painstakingly worked on refinishing the aged wooden floorboards of my living space, the day unfolded languidly before me. The rhythmic sanding and polishing were my only companions in this tranquil moment. Then an unexpected twist of fate intervened. A solid thud beneath one of the boards startled me as my screwdriver made contact with something hidden below the surface. Intrigued, I pried the board loose, revealing a hidden recess beneath it. Nestled within this secret cavity lay an ancient leather-bound diary, its cover weathered and worn with the passage of time. The delicate binding showed signs of age, with frayed edges as if it had been concealed for years beyond counting. With bated breath, I gingerly opened the diary, its yellowed pages whispering softly as I turned them. The faded ink had taken on a sepia hue, yet the elegant handwriting etched upon them was clear and deliberate, sending shivers down my spine. The first entry dated back to October 12, 1969, innocently chronicling the writer's move to a new home in a promising, quiet neighborhood. However, as I delved deeper, a chill gripped me. The diary described my home in painstaking detail. The layout, the quirks, even the very sunlight that now bathed the room. It was as if the writer knew every corner of my existence. My hands trembled, but I continued reading, unable to resist the eerie connection that unfolded before me. Page after page, the entries mirrored my own life with unsettling accuracy. A car accident, personal milestones, even the pet I had once cherished, all laid bare in the fragile pages. But it was the entry dated August 14, 1975, that froze me in disbelief. The details of the accident, known only to me and my closest kin, were vividly recounted, as though the writer had lived through it themselves. A shadow of dread crept over me as the tone of the diary grew darker, the writer's words dripping with paranoia and fear. They spoke of sleepless nights plagued by the sensation of unseen eyes watching from the darkness, a sensation all too familiar to me. Each entry felt like a mirror reflecting my own unspoken fears and moments of unease. My heart raced as I stumbled upon an entry from January 2nd, 1980, recounting a chilling encounter with a stranger who seemed to know too much about the writer's life. The memory of a recent unsettling visit outside my own home flashed before my eyes, sending a shiver down my spine. How could this be? As I turned toward the final pages, the entries grew erratic, the handwriting desperate. The writer spoke of being trapped in a surreal nightmare, of time slipping away like sand through their fingers. They hinted at a sinister force at play, a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows. The last words etched on the page sent a chill down my spine. The shadows draw near. If you found this, it's too late. A deafening silence filled the room as I sat there, the weight of the revelations pressing down on me. The once familiar walls now felt like a prison, concealing secrets beyond my grasp. Was I merely a pawn in someone else's twisted game, a character in a story not my own? With trembling hands, I carefully replaced the floorboard, hiding the diary once more in its cryptic sanctuary. Yet, the unease that had taken root in my soul refused to be silenced. That night, sleep eluded me, as every creak and whisper in the house seemed to carry a hidden message, a chilling reminder of the diary's revelations. As darkness enveloped the room, a haunting thought lingered in the air. Was I just a chapter in a stranger's tale, a narrative intertwined with my own? The ink of that mysterious diary had seeped into my reality, blurring the lines between past and present. And in the silence of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that the story was far from over, and I, the unwitting protagonist in a tale shrouded in mystery. Story 41. On a brisk November afternoon, I crossed paths with Ethan R., a revered author known for his intricate narratives and deep psychological insights. Struggling with a writer's block that seemed insurmountable, I felt lost in a void of creativity. When Ethan graciously agreed to meet after I reached out for guidance, a glimmer of hope ignited within me. His expertise promised to breathe new life into my stagnant manuscript. We rendezvoused at a quaint downtown cafe, the cozy ambiance sheltering us from the autumn chill. Ethan exuded charm and eloquence, delving into the art of storytelling with fervor. His feedback on my novel's foundation was both perceptive and exact, offering ingenious plot twists and rich character motivations. His passion was contagious, leaving me invigorated and eager to immerse myself back into my writing. In the weeks that followed, Ethan and I maintained a constant dialogue through emails and late-night conversations. His meticulous notes served as a catalyst, guiding my story into darker, more captivating realms. Yet, as I implemented his suggestions, a disquieting pattern began to emerge. Ethan proposed introducing a significant trauma from my protagonist's past, hauntingly reminiscent of a personal family tragedy I had endured years ago, a chapter of my life shrouded in secrecy. He urged me to delve deeper into the protagonist's grief, mirroring emotions I had long struggled to articulate. At first, I dismissed it as mere coincidence, attributing Ethan's insight to his profound understanding of universal emotions. But the parallels grew more pronounced. He suggested a subplot involving a fractured friendship following a betrayal, an echo of a rift I had experienced with a dear friend in the past. The dynamics he described mirrored my own experiences too closely to be accidental. It felt as though he had plucked memories directly from my past. Then came the most unsettling suggestion of all, a mysterious figure stalking the protagonist, sending anonymous letters brimming with intimate details. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled receiving similar letters not long ago, capturing facets of my daily life with eerie accuracy. I had tried to bury those memories, yet Ethan's proposal resurrected them with chilling clarity. Despite the mounting unease, I continued to collaborate with him. His ideas undeniably enhanced my manuscript, weaving a tapestry of tension and emotional depth that had eluded me before. Still, the unsettling familiarity of his suggestions gnawed at my core. One evening, following a particularly intense phone call where Ethan once again touched upon something uncomfortably close to my personal life, I resolved to confront the source of my disquiet. Inviting him to my apartment for a face-to-face discussion, I braced myself for the confrontation. As Ethan arrived, exuding his usual confidence, a weathered leather briefcase in tow, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Seated across from each other at my dining table, surrounded by drafts and scattered ideas, I gathered my courage. "Ethan," I began, my voice quivering despite my determination. "I need to address something that has been troubling me. Your suggestions, they bear too striking a resemblance to events from my own past. It's unsettling." His expression shifted from curiosity to caution. "I assure you, that was never my intent. I only sought to help craft a more authentic narrative." "It goes beyond authenticity," I insisted. "The stalker subplot, the family tragedy, the fractured relationships, these are not mere literary devices. They are fragments of my life." Ethan's gaze sharpened, his composed facade faltering. "Writers often draw from real experiences," he replied smoothly. "Perhaps our discussions unearthed memories you had not considered. Fiction has a way of mirroring reality, sometimes without our conscious awareness." His explanation only deepened my suspicion. "How do you explain knowing things I never disclosed to you?" I pressed. "And the letters I received prior to our meeting?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow flickered across his eyes before he composed himself. "The boundary between fiction and reality can blur," he murmured. "Maybe I pushed too far, but isn't that what makes a story compelling?" His words lingered in the air, pregnant with implication. This was not merely about crafting a captivating tale, it was about asserting dominance. Ethan had not been aiding me in writing a book, he had been scripting me. The truth hit me like a thunderbolt. "We are done here," I declared, my voice firm now. "Thank you for your assistance, but I must conclude this journey on my own." Ethan's demeanor hardened, yet he acquiesced with a slow nod. "If that is your wish." Gathering his belongings, he departed without a word. As the door clicked shut behind him, a wave of relief washed over me, tinged with residual unease. Returning to my desk, surrounded by drafts tainted by Ethan's intrusive influence, I resolved to reclaim my narrative. Deleting the files he had altered, I embarked on a fresh start. The act of writing became a catharsis, a means to purge the lingering shadows he had cast over my life. In the culmination of my novel's final chapter, I realized that I was not merely spinning a tale. I was reclaiming my own narrative. Ethan's impact had driven me to plumb the emotional depths of my story, but at a steep price. He had overstepped boundaries I had not fathomed, leaving behind a lesson on autonomy, privacy, and the delicate balance between inspiration and intrusion. As I penned the closing words of my novel, I understood that I was not just recounting a story, I was reclaiming my truth. Story 42. The day I stepped into my new home was meant to signal the start of a thrilling new chapter in my life. Having clinched a promotion at work, I treated myself to this enchanting, century-old abode. Tucked away on a serene street in a historic neighborhood adorned with towering, verdant trees, it appeared to be a dream materialized. Yet dreams possess a knack for morphing into nightmares. The initial weeks passed without incident, filled with the anticipation of settling in. The house boasted its idiosyncrasies, a dripping faucet here, a stubborn door there. I dismissed them as the expected eccentricities of a residence of its vintage. Then came the puddle. One morning as I entered the kitchen, my eyes beheld a spreading pool of water on the floor. It was no mere trickle, It was enough to make me question if I had inadvertently left the tap running. A plumber arrived promptly, inspected the pipes, and reassured me that all was well. "Faulty seal," he remarked. "Common in old homes. Just keep an eye on it." I believed that would be the end of it. I was mistaken. A few days later, I noticed a fissure snaking along the living room wall. Initially, it was a small, jagged fissure, but each time I gazed upon it, it seemed to widen, slithering like ivy across the plaster. Perturbed, I summoned a contractor. Bob, the contractor, arrived with a dubious air. Following a cursory examination, he nonchalantly remarked, "Old homes settle. It's normal wear and tear, nothing to fret about." I yearned to trust his words. However, as days turned into nights, the peculiarities became increasingly challenging to disregard. One evening, upon returning home, I discovered my living room in disarray. The sofa had been shifted to a remote corner, facing away from the TV. The coffee table was positioned awkwardly in the room's center, and the books on my shelves had been shuffled into a nonsensical order. I stood there, attempting to decipher the chaos. Had I unconsciously orchestrated this and forgotten? The notion unsettled me, yet I convinced myself it was fatigue or stress. Then the bedroom door commenced unlocking itself. Each morning, I awoke to find it ajar, despite having secured it before retiring for the night. Fingerprints, smudged and alien, materialized on my bathroom mirror, their forms indistinct yet unmistakably not my own. The tipping point arrived when my neighbor phoned me at work. "I spotted a man in a dark jacket skulking around your premises," she divulged. By the time I returned home, he had vanished. My porch light lay shattered, and the garden gnome by the steps lay overturned. I reported the incident to the authorities, but lacking evidence, there was little they could do. The amalgamation of these occurrences, the fractures, the disturbances, the intruder, proved overwhelming. Bob, ever pragmatic, insisted it was all part of the house's character. Settling walls, aged fixtures, and my hyperactive imagination. Yet I could not reconcile myself to that rationale. Driven by desperation, I delved into the property's history. The local library yielded scant information, no notable events, no peculiar records. The house resembled a blank slate, as though its past had been expunged. Meanwhile, the disturbances intensified. Cracks proliferated to other walls. Water stains materialized on the ceilings of rooms devoid of plumbing. One day, upon returning home, I discovered the kitchen cabinets flung open, dishes strewn across the floor. I could no longer ignore the sensation. The house was resisting me, pushing back against my presence. I insisted that Bob conduct a more exhaustive investigation. Reluctantly, he assembled a cadre of structural experts. They devoted hours to scrutinizing every nook and cranny of the house. Their verdict was exasperatingly familiar. "The house is old," they declared. "These are typical issues for a property of this age." Yet I remained unconvinced. The final puzzle piece materialized when I managed to locate the former owner. Initially reticent, they eventually divulged. They too had encountered inexplicable phenomena, rearranged furniture, unexplained noises, doors unlocking autonomously. They had offloaded the house hastily, leaving its enigmas for another soul to unearth. That soul was mine. I could not endure any longer. The house's history, or lack thereof, proved too burdensome. I packed my belongings and departed, leaving the fractures, the leaks, and the eerie disruptions in my wake. To this day, the house looms as enigmatic as ever, a captivating exterior concealing a disconcerting reality. I have since discovered a new abode to call my own, one where surprises manifest as squeaky floors and creaky stairs, nothing more. Yet, I shall never forget the time spent in that house. It stands as a testament that certain places harbor secrets, and some secrets prefer to remain concealed. Story 43. In the past, I prided myself on my adaptability, so when I made the leap to a new city for a job, I felt confident. Finding a reasonably priced apartment with a quiet roommate named Alex seemed like fate smiling upon me. The apartment nestled in a tranquil neighborhood exuded coziness, and Alex's demeanor appeared affable, always sporting a faint, inscrutable smile. Our interactions flowed smoothly, yet a peculiar unease lingered around him. It started subtly. His inquisitiveness about my daily routines, his uncanny awareness of my comings and goings, innocent inquiries about my work hours or gym visits carried a strange precision in his attentive listening, as if he stored each detail in a mental vault. Despite the creeping discomfort, I dismissed it as mere overthinking. Perhaps he was just trying to be friendly. That's what I wanted to believe. Until a particular detail began to gnaw at my peace of mind. A locked wooden drawer in his room. Always sealed shut, the key concealed from view. He never broached the subject, and I refrained from prying. Weeks passed, during which I battled my escalating curiosity, convincing myself that respecting his privacy trumped my need to unravel the mystery. However, one late evening, with Alex out, I found myself standing before that enigmatic drawer, my heart thrumming with anticipation. I reasoned with myself, rationalizing that a mere glance wouldn't constitute snooping. Understanding his secret might ease my paranoia. After a frantic search, I unearthed a rusty key in a forgotten box labeled miscellaneous. Trembling hands held it up to the lock, a perfect fit. The drawer groaned open at my touch. Inside lay manila envelopes crammed with photographs and notes. Initially, the contents baffled me. Random snapshots, some blurred, others sharply defined. But as I sifted through the images, a chilling dread coiled in my gut. They all depicted me, reading on the couch, cooking in the kitchen, unlocking my front door. Every mundane fragment of my existence, captured clandestinely. The close-ups were the most unsettling, my expressions frozen in laughter, contemplation, even slumber. The mental image of Alex, lurking with a camera, sent shivers down my spine. Leafing through the contents, I desperately sought an explanation that would alleviate the horror. Yet the notes I discovered shattered any hope. Painstakingly detailed logs chronicled my routines. Departed for work at 7:45 a.m., grocery errand at 6:15 p.m., acquired pasta and red wine. Phone call with individual named Mom, conversation spanned 24 minutes. Every facet of my life scrutinized with obsessive fervor. Some entries were straightforward, others ominously cryptic. She's becoming aware. Tomorrow, confirm schedule alteration. Do not get spotted. A strangled gasp escaped me as I comprehended the extent of this violation. How long had this surveillance persisted? Weeks, months, longer? Nausea gripped me. This wasn't a mere eccentricity. This was stalking. Buried beneath a stack of aged papers at the drawer's rear, I unearthed a tattered leather journal. Quivering fingers flipped it open. The entries mirrored the meticulous handwriting. She fails to grasp her uniqueness. I must draw nearer, to glean more. Our connection was faded. Each word oozed with fixation, each passage more unhinged than the last. He wrote of studying me, of unraveling my essence, as if I were a project. He narrated his mounting frustration at my lack of reciprocation. Suddenly, the apartment felt suffocating. He could return at any instant. Hastily, I repacked the contents, locking the drawer anew, just as the front door clicked open. Ice coursed through my veins. Barely composing myself, I faced Alex as he entered, that inscrutable smile adorning his features. "Hey," he greeted casually, setting his bag down. "You're home early," I offered a feeble smile. "Yeah, slow day at work." The evening dragged on, each glance, every polite utterance from him feeling calculated, as though he could peer into my soul. Hours crept by before I mustered the courage to confront him. Seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, he seemed at ease. "Alex," I began, my voice quivering, "we need to talk." His gaze flicked up, wariness tinged with composure. "Sure. What's on your mind?" I clenched my fists to still their tremors. "I found your drawer." His complexion paled, jaw clenched, a flicker of something. Fear? Guilt? Flitted across his countenance. "I never intended for you to discover that," he murmured. "It wasn't meant to unfold this way." "What did you not intend?" Anger and fear laced my voice. You've been surveilling me, capturing images, monitoring my every move. What is wrong with you? His gaze lowered, shoulders slumping. I just desired to comprehend you better. I thought if I truly knew you, I wouldn't feel so alone. The room spun. His words twisted something deep within me, a confession entwined with a plea. I never wished to harm you, he whispered. I didn't know how to halt it. Stepping back shakily, I commanded, You must depart, now. Desperation flickered in his eyes as he nodded slowly, rising to his feet. I'm sorry. He left without another word. That night, ensconced in the dimness of the apartment, I quivered. The once welcoming abode now resembled a prison. No number of altered locks or installed cameras could dispel the sensation of being watched. Alex had departed, yet his fixation lingered, etched into every shadow, every creak of the floorboards. Some boundaries once trespassed remain irreversibly shattered. Story 44. It was a typical Tuesday when the letter arrived. A plain white envelope blending seamlessly with the mundane stack of mail. There was no stamp, just the name of a medical clinic unknown to me. Its official appearance, complete with a professional seal, sent a shiver down my spine, a mix of anxiety and intrigue stirring within me. With trembling fingers, I tore open the envelope. Inside, a cover letter addressed to me expressed gratitude for my recent visit. But I had never set foot in this clinic, never even heard its name whispered in passing. Confusion clouded my mind as I turned to the next page, where detailed medical records lay in wait. The report painted a grim picture, listing serious ailments, diabetes, high blood pressure, a heart irregularity, conditions I had never been diagnosed with. Each entry came with suggested treatments and prescriptions, a dangerous concoction had I blindly followed these deceitful instructions. I scrutinized the letter, seeking any hint or contact information, but it offered no solace. The clinic's name and logo exuded legitimacy, yet the more I studied them, the more they felt like a facade, a guise crafted to deceive me. Determined to unravel this mystery, I dialed my primary care physician without delay. After a thorough check of my records, the nurse reassured me that my health information was accurate, with no trace of communication with the mysterious clinic. Could this be a scam? She cautiously inquired. After the call, I scoured the internet for any trace of the clinic. No website, no reviews, no digital footprint. It was as though the establishment existed solely within that letter. Desperate for answers, I drove to the address provided. The location revealed itself as a dilapidated building in a desolate part of town, its windows boarded up, a faded for lease sign hanging crookedly on the front door. I attempted to open the door, but it remained firmly locked. A passerby, noticing my perplexity, inquired about my quest. When I mentioned the clinic, a shadow crossed his face. This place has been vacant for years. You may have fallen victim to a scam, he warned. The pit in my stomach deepened. The sender had meticulously crafted the letter to appear genuine. But why target me? Returning home, my thoughts raced through a maze of possibilities. Had my identity been stolen? Was this a cruel jest? Amidst the whirlwind of uncertainties, one name surfaced, Rachel. A member of a recent community group, her friendly demeanor had once felt comforting, but now her inquisitive nature took on a sinister hue. I recalled her probing questions, dismissed then as harmless curiosity. Now they echoed with a chilling significance. Testing the waters, I engaged Rachel in conversation, mentioning the enigmatic letter. Her response was a careful mix of surprise and detachment, void of genuine concern. "That's peculiar," she uttered, her tone devoid of emotion. "You should report it." Something in her composed demeanor raised alarms within me. Her words felt rehearsed, her facade crumbling under scrutiny. Ending the call, my suspicion crystallized into certainty. Rachel was not a mere bystander in this enigma. Determined to unveil the truth, I enlisted the expertise of Paul, a seasoned private investigator skilled in fraud cases. As Paul delved into the clinic's web of connections, I fortified my home with heightened security measures. New locks, surveillance cameras, motion sensors. A week later, Paul's findings cast a dark shadow. The clinic's address was linked to a string of fraud cases involving fabricated medical documents. The mastermind behind the scheme had targeted multiple individuals, weaving a tangled web of deceit to manipulate, confuse, or perhaps worse. But Paul unearthed a more unsettling revelation. Rachel's name surfaced in connection with some of the cases, though no direct evidence linked her to the fraud. An unavoidable confrontation loomed ahead. Meeting Rachel face to face, I treaded carefully, broaching the subject of the letter. Her practiced facade crumbled momentarily, replaced by feigned confusion and false concern. "I swear I have no involvement," she declared, her voice quivering with a hint of believability, a performance that failed to sway me. Her denial felt scripted, her hidden truth flickering behind her eyes. The deeper Paul and I dug, the clearer the sinister design unfolded. This was not mere identity theft. It was a personal vendetta. Someone had meticulously crafted falsified medical records to destabilize my reality and sense of security. A breakthrough came when Paul traced an encrypted email linked to the clinic to a private server tied to Rachel's former employer, a tech company specializing in data management. The missing puzzle piece clicked into place. Armed with substantial evidence, authorities stepped in. Their investigation exposed Rachel as the architect of the elaborate scheme. Driven by a twisted fixation and fueled by envy rooted in my past, she had orchestrated a campaign of psychological warfare. Handcuffed and led away, Rachel's demeanor exuded a chilling calm, a silent promise that this ordeal was far from over. The wounds left behind ran deep. While the immediate threat had dissipated, a lingering sense of being watched shadowed my days. The fabricated clinic, the false records, the manipulation, all cogs in a calculated plan to control and destabilize my life. Strengthening my defenses, I collaborated with cybersecurity experts to safeguard my personal information. Life gradually regained its rhythm, yet the specter of manipulation lingered, a reminder that reality could be molded with chilling precision. Even now, the fear ignited by that letter remains, an eternal echo of paranoia that refuses to fade. Story 45. The partnership had once shimmered with promise. Teaming up with Ryan Cole, a suave and well-connected entrepreneur, had appeared as a golden opportunity to elevate my business to new heights. Ryan's allure was magnetic, his web of connections vast, and his ideas danced on the edge of innovation. His fervor was infectious, filling me with hope for the future that lay ahead. Yet, like shadows creeping in unnoticed, subtle shifts began to ripple through Ryan's demeanor. Initially vibrant and forward-focused, his drive morphed into a relentless hunger that carried a darker edge. He steered us towards perilous paths, ventures and deals cloaked in uncertainty, teetering on the brink of feasibility. Then came the day when Ryan unveiled a proposal that sent chills down my spine. A substantial investment in a tech startup devoid of any proven track record. On paper, the startup gleamed with potential, but its shaky foundation set off warning bells within me. I dared to question the rationale behind this colossal leap, only to be met with Ryan's smooth dismissal. Sometimes, one must leap into the unknown to grasp the grandest rewards, he murmured with unwavering confidence. Despite my nagging doubts, I agreed to proceed, but with a wary step. Something whispered of caution in the wind, though its voice eluded my grasp. As time trickled by, Ryan cloaked his personal investments and financial dealings in a veil of secrecy. He deftly sidestepped my inquiries with charm, swatting away concerns with lofty assurances. The unease coiled tighter within me. Fueled by a gnawing suspicion, I delved into Ryan's past. An online hunt yielded scant traces, no illustrious triumphs or noteworthy milestones, just faint echoes of ventures gone awry and shuttered enterprises. The absence of a tangible professional trail waved crimson flags of alarm. Determined to unravel the enigma, I engaged a private investigator, furnishing them with every shard of data on Ryan, his business ventures, connections, and monetary escapades. What they unearthed painted a chilling portrait of deception and deceit. Ryan's history read like a tapestry woven with failed enterprises, legal clashes, and a sinister pattern of manipulative schemes. Instances emerged where he duped partners into sinking funds into sham projects, funneling riches into shadowy accounts. One nefarious deed stood out amidst the shadows, a scheme where Ryan enticed investors to pour millions into a phantom company, a mere mirage designed to drain coffers before vanishing without a trace. His collaborators were left in ruins, bereft of recourse. Armed with these revelations, I knew I could no longer walk the path beside him. A meeting was arranged at a neutral haven where business had often been discussed. As we sat down, an air of foreboding settled like mist. "Ryan, I've delved into your past pursuits," I broached cautiously. "There are discrepancies too grave to overlook." His facade wavered for the first time, a fissure in his confident mask. "What nonsense is this?" he retorted sharply. "The past is irrelevant. Our gaze should be fixed on the future." Undeterred, I presented the damning evidence unearthed by the investigator. A pallor swept over Ryan's face as he absorbed the incriminating truths. His veneer shattered, replaced by a storm of fury and desperation. "You fail to comprehend," he spat, his voice escalating. "This is all part of a grand design. You lack sight of the full canvas." His words wove a tangled web of contradictions, a desperate bid to wrest control. It was evident he sought to ensnare me, spinning tales of uncharted possibilities and clandestine pacts. Yet his facade had crumbled, revealing the charade for what it was. "I'm done," I declared resolutely. "I sever all ties to our ventures. Legal counsel shall oversee the rest." Ryan's pleas crescendoed into frantic pleas, but I held firm. To continue the alliance would only deepen my peril. I couldn't afford to be dragged further into his machinations. In the aftermath, I toiled alongside my legal guardians to contain the fallout. Threads of finance were disentangled, my remaining assets fortified, and Ryan's misdeeds reported to the authorities. The process proved arduous and protracted, yet it stood as the sole bastion shielding my business and personal integrity. Ryan vanished soon after, likely drifting towards fresh prey. Though relief washed over me at his absence, the encounter etched a scar that lingered. His deceit had been a calculated peril, a harsh lesson on the hazards of misplaced faith in the realm of commerce. Yet from this crucible, I emerged seasoned and vigilant. I reconstructed my enterprise with a newfound wariness, vowing never to let charisma and allure blind me to lurking dangers again. In a realm where trust flows as currency, I learned the steep toll of misplaced belief and the resolve to never pay that price anew. Story 46. As I awoke, the world around me was shrouded in a veil of foggy uncertainty. A disorienting haze enveloped my senses, leaving me in a state of puzzling bewilderment. My wrists were tightly bound behind my back, and a rough fabric obstructed my view, plunging me into darkness. Despite the rising panic, I willed myself to breathe steadily, to remain composed. Before formulating an escape plan, I needed to grasp the reality of my situation. The blindfold pressed against my eyes, shutting out any glimmer of light. With each controlled breath, I began to absorb my surroundings. The air hung heavy, carrying a faint metallic tang, an industrial essence that clung to the stagnant atmosphere. Beneath me, the unyielding touch of a cold, coarse surface met my skin, hinting at its wooden texture. Shifting slightly, I tested the limits of my restraints. And then, there it was, a faint rustle in the silence of the room. A subtle indication that someone had been present. Summoning every ounce of courage within me, I wriggled in search of a clue. After what seemed like an eternity of strained effort, my bound fingers grazed something smooth and solid. Dusty. It revealed itself to be a book, a journal. The aged leather cover felt cool and rigid under my touch. its edges worn with time. My heart raced as I brought it closer, awkwardly prying it open. Guided by touch more than sight, I fumbled through the pages. A sliver of light seeped through the blindfold, offering a faint view of the words inscribed within. The initial entry sent shivers down my spine. If you are reading this, it means you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions diligently to depart this place. Your journey commences now. Accompanied by rough sketches, a rudimentary room map with marked locations, the entry held cryptic symbols and urgent directives. Discover the key concealed in this room. Solve the enigmas outlined in the journal to unveil the hints. Fail, and your chance of survival diminishes. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't merely imprisoned. I was being tested. Visualizing the layout of the room based on the map, I identified my landmarks. A sturdy wooden door, a wobbly table, scattered objects, a faint stream of light from a lofty window. These were my guideposts. The initial puzzle, though simple, required acute observation. The journal hinted at patterns in the object arrangement, leading to a hidden compartment. Awkwardly shifting, I explored the floor with my bound hands, searching for any irregularity. After agonizing minutes, I felt a loose floorboard beneath the table. Trepidation gripped me as I pried it open, revealing something cold and metallic. The first key. My heart quickened as I absorbed the next instruction in the journal. The key would unlock a drawer in the table, housing the subsequent clue. Maneuvering closer to the table, I struggled with the lock, turning the key until the gratifying click of success echoed. Inside the drawer lay a folded note. Decipher this riddle to unveil the box combination. The box, as indicated on the map, was concealed in the room's corner. Beads of sweat trickled down my face as I grappled with the riddle, numbers and phrases swirling in my mind. Frustration mounted with each failed attempt to decode it, the relentless passage of time clouding my thoughts. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the solution materialized. Hands trembling, I dialed the combination on the padlock. It clicked open, revealing a small vial of liquid and another note. Spray this to reveal the hidden. Without hesitation, I coated the walls and floor with the liquid from the vial. Gradually, faint markings emerged, symbols and arrows guiding me to the next phase. The ultimate clue proved enigmatic, involving a meticulous arrangement of objects to trigger a concealed mechanism. Every moment stretched interminably as I toiled, the blindfold stifling, my body protesting in discomfort. The specter of failure loomed, but the will to survive propelled me onward. At last, a sharp, mechanical click pierced the air. A panel in the door slid open, exposing a small, dusty key. With trembling hands, I utilized it to unlock the door. The mechanism yielded, and the door groaned ajar. A rush of crisp air greeted me as I stumbled into the corridor, tearing off the blindfold. Squinting in the dimness, I surveyed my surroundings, a passage lined with peeling wallpaper and dilapidated fixtures. Though chill and eerie, the expanse felt liberating after the stifling confinement of the room. I had conquered the initial trial. Standing there, clutching the journal tightly, I understood that my ordeal was far from over. The corridor stretched ahead, ominous and foreboding, promising further trials. Yet for now, I had emerged victorious. And as a blend of fear and survival's faint thrill coursed through me, I resolved to press onward. The journal had guided me this far, and I was determined not to falter now. Story 47. In the quiet moments of the day, a subtle shift began to unfold, barely perceptible at first. It was a feeling, a gentle whisper of awareness that danced on the edge of my consciousness. Mr. Thompson, my elderly neighbor in the weathered house next door, seemed to cast his gaze toward my windows more often than mere chance would allow. A fleeting glance here, a lingering look there. It was as if his eyes held a secret longing to peer into the depths of my home. I brushed off the sensation, attributing it to the quirks of aging, or perhaps a harmless curiosity about the person living beside him. Yet as days melted into weeks, the unease grew. wrapping its tendrils around my thoughts. His furtive glances, the way he hastily averted his gaze whenever our eyes met, began to stir a restlessness within me. One evening, bathed in the soft glow of lamplight, I caught a glimpse that sent my heart into a frantic rhythm. Through the sliver of space between my blinds, I spied Mr. Thompson standing on his doorstep, his unwavering gaze fixed upon my window. The time for ignoring had passed. The moment called for action. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the cool evening air and made my way to his porch. "Mr. Thompson," I called out, my voice a blend of firmness and apprehension. Startled, he turned to face me, a flicker of surprise and guilt dancing across his features. "Good evening. Is there something I can assist you with?" he stammered, his hands twisting nervously. With a steady voice, I broached the subject that had been weighing on my mind. "I've noticed your eyes on my windows more frequently of late. Is there a reason for this?" His response was a flurry of apologies, tinged with concern and a hint of something more. "I meant no harm, no intrusion. I only wanted to ensure your safety," he explained, his words dripping with a veneer of kindness. Despite his assurances, the feeling of constant scrutiny had taken root within me, a gnawing presence that refused to be ignored. Days passed, each one marked by his silent surveillance, his eyes drawn to my house like a moth to a flame. The sense of being watched invaded every corner of my existence, casting a shadow over even the simplest of tasks. Desperate for solace, I fortified my sanctuary with heavy curtains and blinds, seeking refuge behind a fortress of fabric. But the eyes that haunted me remained, their watchful gaze penetrating the layers of defense I had erected. The unease clung to me like a shroud, enveloping me in a cloak of paranoia. Driven by a need to reclaim my privacy, I confronted Mr. Thompson once more. With a determined stride, I returned to his doorstep, my words a blend of resolve and trepidation. "I must insist that you cease your surveillance of my home. It is not only my safety at stake, but my peace of mind as well," I implored, hoping to convey the depth of my discomfort. His expression softened, a genuine sorrow flickering in his eyes. "I never intended to cause you distress. I only wished to protect, to watch over you in a world fraught with danger," he murmured, his voice tinged with regret. Though his words carried a ring of sincerity, they did little to assuage the unease that gripped my soul. In the following days, a fragile truce settled between us. His gaze grew less intrusive, his presence less oppressive. Yet the specter of his watchful eyes lingered, a phantom reminder of the fragility of privacy and the thin line between care and intrusion. Months drifted by, marked by a newfound vigilance that refused to wane. I documented every glance, every moment of his proximity to my home, seeking validation from neighbors and guidance from a community support group. Their counsel offered a semblance of control, a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. Though Mr. Thompson's actions tapered off, the memory of his scrutiny remained etched in the recesses of my mind. I pondered his motives, the shadows that danced behind his eyes, and found no easy answers. The legacy of his watchful gaze endures, a reminder of the delicate dance between concern and crossing boundaries, between protection and intrusion. Story 48. In the quiet of the night, a subtle disturbance began to weave its way into the fabric of my reality. It all started with a routine check of my home security system, a nightly ritual that had always brought me a sense of calm. But on this particular evening, what greeted me on the live feed was anything but reassuring. The familiar, clear images of my home had twisted and contorted into a surreal display of flickering visuals. Rooms seemed to merge with one another, creating an impossible maze that unsettled my very core. I tried to dismiss it as a temporary glitch, a fleeting trick of technology. Yet, night after night, the distortions persisted, growing more intricate and eerie with each passing moment. Shadows danced unnaturally, furniture shifted inexplicably, as if the walls themselves were whispering secrets of a world beyond our own. Seeking answers, I summoned a technician from the security company, hoping for a quick resolution to this unsettling phenomenon. He arrived with a calm demeanor, his presence a soothing balm to my frayed nerves. Hours slipped by as he meticulously examined the system, tweaking wires, adjusting cameras, and updating software. When he left, he assured me that the issue had been resolved, but the peace was short-lived. The next day, as I reviewed the footage once more, a chilling realization gripped me. Amidst the distorted images, a figure moved with ghostly grace through the rooms of my home. At first a mere shadow, it gradually revealed itself as a silent intruder, navigating my living space with an unsettling familiarity. Panic surged within me as I watched the figure's elusive movements, a phantom presence haunting the recordings of my sanctuary. Despite repeated efforts to fix the system, the distortions persisted, the figure's presence an ever-present specter. Desperate for answers, I sought the expertise of an independent security consultant. His thorough investigation uncovered a troubling possibility: external interference or even a sophisticated hacking attempt. The thought of an unknown entity breaching the sanctity of my home sent shivers down my spine, a primal fear clawing at the edges of my consciousness. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the unease festered like a wound that refused to heal. I fortified my home with extra locks, carried a personal alarm like a talisman against the unknown, yet the sense of being watched never waned. The security company offered to replace the entire system, but the damage had been done. The shadows of the past lingered, a constant reminder of my vulnerability in a world where even the walls could betray me. Though a new system was put in place, the scars of that eerie intrusion remained etched in my mind. I learned the hard way that security is a fragile illusion, easily shattered by forces beyond our control. The unknown, with its veiled mysteries and unseen threats, became a specter that haunted my every waking moment. In the end, the truth remained elusive, buried beneath the static of those unsettling recordings. What lingered was a profound understanding of our vulnerability in a world where even the walls have eyes, watching, waiting, and never revealing their secrets. Story 49. The moment I arrived home, a profound shift in my perception of safety awaited me. The front door, typically a steadfast barrier to my private sanctuary, stood slightly ajar. With a racing heart, I cautiously pushed it open, the familiar creak of the hinges now carrying an ominous weight. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air, mingling with the stagnant scent of a space that had been intruded upon. My haven, my abode, had been violated. Every nook, every crevice, every surface had been rifled through. Papers strewn across the floor, cushions haphazardly tossed aside, and personal belongings scattered carelessly around the room. The once serene and orderly haven I cherished had transformed into a chaotic reflection of the violation that had occurred within its walls. Standing frozen in the entryway, my mind struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before me. The initial surge of panic gradually gave way to a numbing disbelief. Stepping further into the apartment, the weight of the intrusion began to sink in. It wasn't merely the disarray that unsettled me. It was the suffocating feeling that something deeply personal had been taken, although I couldn't yet identify what. And then, like a sudden revelation, it dawned on me. My identity had been stolen. The realization crashed down on me like a relentless wave, leaving me breathless and disoriented. Reaching for my phone with trembling hands, I dialed my bank, desperately clinging to a glimmer of hope that this was all a terrible misunderstanding. The automated system felt cold and distant, guiding me through a maze of options until I finally connected with a representative. Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I fear my identity has been compromised. My front door was left open, and my home has been disturbed. Can you check for any unauthorized transactions on my accounts? I uttered, my voice trembling with unease. The representative's tone remained composed and professional, yet it offered little solace to my frayed nerves. As I confirmed my details and responded to her inquiries, the harsh reality unfolded. Significant unauthorized transactions had been carried out on my accounts in recent days. A sinking feeling enveloped me. The representative assured me they were launching an investigation and pledged to secure my accounts, but cautioned that the process would be protracted. After hanging up, the phone slipped from my grasp as waves of anxiety and confusion threatened to overwhelm me. The gravity of the situation grew heavier as I reached out to other institutions. Each one returned the same grim verdict: accounts frozen, fraudulent activities detected, and a daunting list of steps I would need to follow to reclaim my identity. The ensuing weeks blurred together in a whirlwind of legal battles and bureaucratic hurdles. Endless hours were spent on hold with banks, credit agencies, and law enforcement, each conversation reinforcing the violation I had endured. My existence had been reduced to a series of paperwork and transactions, each more draining than the last. The sense of violation loomed over me constantly. Daily, I received notifications, flagged suspicious activities, new accounts opened under my name, debts accrued by someone leading a life that felt alien to me. Yet uncomfortably, it was still mine. It was exasperating. Calls from creditors demanding repayment for loans I never took out became a regular occurrence. I found myself ensnared in a relentless cycle of proving my innocence, clawing back slivers of control over my identity with agonizing slowness. Amidst it all, a disquieting thought took root. Someone out there had assumed my identity, living my life more authentically than I ever had. The precision of their mimicry was chilling. They navigated my preferences, my pastimes, even my social circles with an intimacy that left me feeling estranged in my own skin. The financial losses, though devastating, were not the most crushing aspect. The true toll was emotional. The thief hadn't just absconded with my finances, they had robbed me of my sense of agency, of security, of trust. My life ceased to feel like my own, and the prospect of reclaiming it seemed insurmountable. As the months dragged on, a slow process of rebuilding commenced. I implemented stringent security measures. Passwords were altered, accounts meticulously monitored, and precautions taken to the brink of paranoia. Each minor triumph, restoring my credit, locking down fraudulent accounts, served as a faint beacon of normalcy. Yet the scars remained indelible. The memory of entering my violated home lingered vividly, a haunting testament to the frailty of privacy. It wasn't solely my identity that had been stolen. It was my peace of mind, my very essence. Gradually, I began to piece together my life anew. I redefined boundaries, sought solace in the unwavering support of loved ones, and gradually, a semblance of security returned. Nevertheless, the shadow of that violation persisted, a specter of the individual who not only appropriated my name, but a fragment of my very being. Even now, I find myself casting anxious glances over my shoulder, double-checking locks, scrutinizing every transaction. Though the thief may have vanished, their impact endures, woven into the tapestry of my daily existence. Some wounds may fade with time, but others, like this one, linger. A perpetual reminder that safety is never assured, and even within the haven of our homes, we are never wholly impervious. Story 50. As the soft glow of my screen illuminated the D.M. room, I found myself lost in the endless scroll of my social media feed on a tranquil Sunday morning. Amid the sea of mundane updates, a post emerged, beckoning me with its length and familiarity that sent a shiver down my spine. It was a harrowing account, accusing me of deeds so eerily precise that I couldn't dismiss it as mere coincidence. The words painted a portrait of my life with unsettling accuracy. Places visited, whispered conversations, and secrets only a trusted confidant could possess. The anonymity of the accusations amplified the sense of dread that crept over me, as if a phantom hand had torn open the veil of my existence for all to witness. Frantically, I delved into the comments, hoping for a lifeline amidst the storm of condemnation and malice that swirled around me. Some voices offered solace, but the majority echoed with cruel judgment and condemnation. It wasn't just an assault on my character, it was a meticulously crafted assault on my very being. With trembling hands, I crafted a heartfelt response, denying each accusation with fervor and pledging my cooperation in any investigation. Despite my efforts to quell the spreading flames of slander, the inferno raged on, consuming every defense I offered. The weight of suspicion bore down on me, each detailed allegation piercing through my resolve like a dagger aimed at my soul. The insidious nature of the accusations hinted at a sinister puppeteer pulling the strings from the shadows, someone who knew me intimately. Days blurred into nights as anxiety became my unwelcome companion, robbing me of rest and peace. Seeking refuge in the arms of legal counsel, I embarked on a crusade to gather every shred of evidence that could vindicate me from this web of deceit. Simultaneously, I turned detective, scrutinizing past grievances and fractured relationships for signs of betrayal. A figure emerged from the shadows of memory, a former friend estranged by unresolved conflicts, their motives shrouded in a murky haze of suspicion. Confrontation hung heavy in the air as I laid bare my doubts, watching for the flicker of guilt in their eyes. Their protestations of innocence rang hollow, yet a sliver of doubt gnawed at my convictions, wondering if this elaborate charade was a facade crafted by a master manipulator. Weeks stretched into eternity as the hunt for truth led to dead ends and false leads, a labyrinth of deception that seemed insurmountable. But just when hope began to wane, a whisper in the darkness led investigators to a trove of digital evidence, a damning testament to the orchestrated campaign of ruin. The revelation struck with the force of a thunderclap, exposing the traitor within, a former ally consumed by envy and vindictiveness. Justice prevailed as arrests were made, but the scars of betrayal lingered, casting a shadow over my once pristine reputation. Rebuilding from the ashes of deceit was a slow, arduous journey, marked by strained relationships and hesitant trust. The lessons learned in the crucible of deception were etched deep into my soul, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the resilience of the human spirit. Though the wounds of that dark chapter may never fully heal, I stand resolute, a survivor of the shadows, determined to forge a path forward on my own terms, guided by the light of truth and the strength born from adversity. Story 51. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows as I warily trudged home from a day filled with obligations and pressures. The weight of the day clung to my shoulders like a heavy cloak as I fumbled for my keys, my eyes catching sight of a mysterious package resting on my doorstep. Wrapped in unassuming brown paper, it sat there silently, devoid of any clues about its origins. A sense of unease crept over me as I hesitated before picking it up and entering my home, the door clicking shut behind me. Placing the package on the kitchen table, its presence seemed to fill the room with a quiet tension. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I carefully unwrapped the package, revealing a pristine white envelope that bore no markings. My hands shook slightly as I opened it, unfolding a single sheet of paper bearing words that sent a chill down my spine. The message addressed me by name, claiming a familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. It spoke of surveillance, of secrets observed and recorded in the shadows, turning my most private moments into a haunting spectacle. The letter laid out a choice before me in stark terms: comply or face the consequences of total exposure. A list of demands followed, each demand more invasive and unsettling than the last. The weight of the ultimatum hung heavy in the air, a silent threat that loomed over me like a specter. As I read on, a sense of dread settled in my chest, the words on the page tightening like a noose around my thoughts. Was this a cruel hoax, a twisted game played at my expense? Or was there a darker reality lurking behind the carefully chosen words and calculated demands? The feeling of being watched, of being known in ways I couldn't comprehend, sent a shiver down my spine. Fighting back a rising tide of fear, I reached for the phone, the urge to seek help warring with the gnawing suspicion that any move could be monitored. In a moment of uncertainty, I dialed 911, my voice trembling as I relayed the situation to the dispatcher. The promise of police assistance brought a brief sense of relief, but the shadows in my home seemed to deepen, the silence taking on an oppressive weight in the wake of the revelation. Days passed in a blur of anxiety and heightened vigilance, the sense of being watched never far from my mind. The arrival of another envelope, slipped under my door like a silent threat in the night, shattered whatever fragile peace I had managed to cling to. The photograph it contained, a snapshot of me reading the initial letter, felt like a violation of the sanctuary I had sought in my own home. That night, sleep eluded me as I sat in the darkness, the walls of my house seeming to close in around me. Every creak and whisper took on a sinister edge, a reminder that I was not alone in this unsettling reality. Despite the efforts of law enforcement, the specter of the observer loomed large, a puppeteer pulling the strings of my life with a chilling precision. The package had been a catalyst, a disruption that shattered the illusion of safety and privacy I had taken for granted. Now, I was adrift in a sea of uncertainty, waiting for the next move in a game where the rules were unknown and the stakes unbearably high. The observer's presence lingered like a shadow, a constant reminder that my world was no longer my own, that every move was being watched and judged. As the night wore on, I knew that this was far from over. The observer was out there, a phantom presence that held my life in its grip, a silent menace that refused to release its hold. And so I waited, trapped in a waking nightmare where the only certainty was that the observer was always watching, always waiting for the next act in this twisted drama. Story 52. On a cool autumn afternoon, a sudden knock shattered the tranquility of my daily routine. Opening the door, I was met with the solemn expressions of two uniformed officers. They somberly informed me of a theft charge against me, a crime that felt alien to my quiet, law-abiding existence. Disbelief washed over me as they handed me the summons detailing a break-in at a local electronics store, with all evidence seemingly pointing towards my guilt. Shock turned to confusion as I pored over the accusations. The evidence seemed irrefutable. My fingerprints found at the scene, surveillance footage capturing a figure resembling me, and a witness claiming to have seen me nearby. It became clear that this was no mere misunderstanding, but a deliberate attempt to frame me. Desperate for aid, I sought out Sarah, a seasoned defense attorney renowned for her keen intellect and unwavering determination. With her by my side, we embarked on a journey to unveil the truth. Our first task was to dissect the evidence. Our prints troubled me deeply, for they mirrored mine with unsettling precision, sparking suspicion in Sarah's discerning eyes. She demanded the original surveillance footage, intent on scrutinizing the timestamps and visual quality. Frame by frame, we delved into the footage, revealing discrepancies in the lighting and shadows, suggesting tampering by an unseen hand. Eager for more clues, we ventured to the electronics store, a cramped establishment with a shattered rear window marking the point of entry. Surveying the alley behind the shop, I noticed a set of footprints leading away from the window, appearing almost too deliberate, as if staged. Our inquiries with neighboring shop owners uncovered a startling revelation. The witness who initially pointed the finger at me had doubts due to failing eyesight, casting doubt on his identification. A breakthrough emerged when Sarah unearthed a sinister tie between the store owner and a notorious local criminal mastermind known for orchestrating elaborate schemes. Rumors hinted at his expertise in framing others to mask his misdeeds. Further investigation unveiled the store owner's financial woes, painting the break-in as a calculated insurance scam, with me as the unwitting pawn in their deceitful game. Armed with this damning evidence, we confronted the authorities. Initially met with skepticism, Sarah's meticulous presentation of forged documents, manipulated footage, and the dubious link between the store owner and the criminal turned the tide in our favor. Witnesses from the criminal's inner circle stepped forward, corroborating our findings. The legal battle was arduous, each court hearing a painful reminder of the nightmare I had been thrust into. Yet, slowly but surely, the web of lies began to unravel. The store owner and his partner in crime were apprehended, their elaborate ruse exposed for all to witness. While my name was eventually cleared, the scars of this ordeal ran deep. The vulnerability I experienced, the knowledge of how easily one's life could be upended by deceit, lingered long after the case concluded. Lessons in trust, resilience, and the fragility of personal security were etched into my being. I emerged from this dark chapter with a newfound appreciation for truth and a cautious yet resolute outlook on life. The shadows of betrayal cast by those who sought to frame me served as a stark reminder that even the most ordinary lives can be shattered by deception. Yet, in confronting that darkness, a fierce resolve blossomed within me, unyielding and unbreakable. Justice prevailed, but the journey left an indelible mark, a testament to the strength found in facing adversity head-on. Story 53. In the quiet embrace of a crisp autumn afternoon, the world seemed to slow down as golden leaves danced along the sidewalk, whispering secrets to the wind. It was on such a day that the story began, with a note slipped under a door, a mysterious prelude to a tale of shadows and whispers. The envelope bore no return address, just a name delicately written in elegant script. Curiosity mingled with a hint of flattery as the recipient picked it up, feeling the weight of unexpected words within. The letter, a warm embrace from an unknown reader, praised the complexities of modern relationships explored in a blog post. The prose was like poetry, yet beneath the beauty lay a subtle edge, a whisper of unease that lingered in the air. As days passed, more notes arrived, each delving deeper into the recipient's world. Details of daily routines were laid bare, observations so precise they felt like a breach of privacy. The writer knew too much: favorite coffee shops, cherished spots by the window, the layout of an apartment with unsettling accuracy. With each letter, the unease grew, a shadow creeping into the corners of the recipient's mind. Friends and family became unwitting characters in this unfolding drama, their private conversations recounted in chilling detail. How could a stranger hold such intimate knowledge, weaving a web of fear and uncertainty around a once peaceful existence? Anxiety clawed at the edges of reality, threatening to unravel the fragile threads of normalcy. Seeking solace in a trusted friend, the recipient confided in Julia, a beacon of strength in the face of mounting dread. Together, they sought patterns in the letters, trying to make sense of the cryptic messages that haunted the nights. But as the warnings grew darker, a sense of impending doom hung heavy in the air. Then came the map, a cruel revelation of proximity, marking familiar places with a stark reminder: I'm closer than you think. Panic set in, a frantic dance of precautions and fear, as the recipient grappled with a phantom threat that refused to be ignored. The police were called, patrols increased, yet the specter of the unknown loomed ever closer. Darkness fell like a shroud, suffocating in its embrace. A shadow outside the window, a fleeting glimpse of terror that sent shivers down the spine. The final letter arrived, a photograph capturing a moment of vulnerability, a silent promise of eternal watchfulness. With trembling hands and a heavy heart, the decision was made: to flee, to escape the clutches of an unseen tormentor. As the echoes of the past faded into the distance, a new chapter began in a different neighborhood. A fresh start tinged with the lingering fear of being watched. The letters ceased, but the scars remained, etched into the fabric of a soul forever changed by the shadows of the past. And though life resumed its course, the lesson learned was one of vigilance and resilience, a testament to the fragility of privacy and the strength found in reaching out for light in the darkest of nights. Story 54. The quiet of my new apartment was broken by a subtle sound, a gentle scratching that fluttered in and out like a secret carried by the breeze. Settling into this unfamiliar space, I brushed it off as just another quirk of an aged building, perhaps the pipes whispering their tales or the floorboards creaking with memories. Days melted into weeks, and the noises grew bolder, more disturbing. The once faint scratching now clawed at the silence, persistent and demanding attention. Night after night, I lay awake, straining to trace the origin of this unsettling symphony, only for it to slip through my grasp each time I reached out. Exhausted from the recent upheaval of moving, it was easy to blame my racing thoughts on an overactive imagination. The days passed in a hush, but as the world outside surrendered to sleep, the noises crept back in, louder, more insistent. From mere scratches, they morphed into something darker, soft drags and whispers that felt like distant echoes of a forgotten past. It was as if an unseen presence lingered, moving through the apartment, a ghostly waltz in the shadows. Determined to unravel this mystery, I scoured every nook and cranny of the apartment, searching for signs of pests or structural decay. Yet all appeared normal, untouched by the invisible hands that orchestrated this nocturnal orchestra. The absence of a clear culprit only deepened my unease, as if the very walls were conspiring against me. One fateful night, a new sound pierced the darkness. A child's laughter, innocent yet chilling, followed by the scrape of a heavy burden dragged across the floor. Panic gripped my heart as the noise swirled around me, a sinister dance encircling my trembling form. I clung to my covers, willing the terror away, but it clung to me like a relentless shadow. Seeking answers, I turned to a local expert in the paranormal. Armed with gadgets and gizmos, they scoured the space, capturing whispers and rustles on their devices. Yet their findings offered no solace, only vague theories of residual energies and unsettled spirits. Alone in my fear, I confided in loved ones, seeking refuge in their reassurance. But their disbelief only pushed me further into isolation, a solitary figure adrift in a sea of doubt. One evening, determined to capture proof of the unseen, I set up cameras and recorders, hoping to unveil the hidden truth. Hours passed as I pored over the footage, the silence heavy with anticipation. The visuals revealed nothing, but the audio whispered a different tale, a tale of elusive movements and murmurs, like echoes from a world just beyond reach. The recordings offered no comfort, only confirming that the specter haunting me reveled in its invisibility, a shadowy tormentor just beyond sight. Paranoia consumed me, every sound a dagger in the dark, every rustle a ghostly caress. Sleep eluded me, and my reality began to fray at the edges. In a final grasp for control, I sought help from a therapist versed in unraveling the knots of trauma and anxiety. Together, we navigated the labyrinth of my fears, weaving a path towards healing. Grounding techniques, mindfulness practices, and the courage to face my terrors head-on became my allies in this battle against the unknown. Slowly, my grip on reality tightened, the noises losing their grip on my sanity. I reshaped my days, prioritizing self-care and rebuilding a sanctuary within myself. With time, the disturbances ebbed, fading like whispers in the wind, remnants of a nightmare left behind. Though the source of these haunting echoes remained a mystery, what mattered was reclaiming my power, embracing resilience in the face of the unseen. The experience etched its lessons into my soul, a gentle reminder of the shadows that lurk within and the strength found in staring them down. In the end, it was not the origin of the noises that defined me. It was the bravery to confront them that truly set me free. Story 55. The creeping sense of unease that had infiltrated my life had now reached a breaking point. Once a sanctuary, my home had transformed into a labyrinth of elusive shadows, concealing enigmas beyond my grasp. Greg Thompson's sudden disappearance had left a void of unanswered riddles, despite my relentless pursuit of the truth. Yet, amidst the tangled web of mysteries, a palpable presence lurked, observing my every move. On a dreary afternoon, a nondescript envelope materialized in my mailbox, devoid of markings, cloaked in nondescript brown paper. Its unassuming simplicity exuded a disquieting aura, as if crafted to evade notice. Trembling fingers transported it indoors, where it found its resting place on the kitchen table. A moment of hesitation ensued, heartbeats echoing in the silence, before yielding to the urge to unveil its contents. Within the confines of the unassuming package lay a small obsidian box. Quivering hands fumbled to reveal its clandestine contents, a solitary, unmarked DVD. A wave of nausea engulfed me at the sight, for I knew instinctively that whatever lay within was not benign. Succumbing to mounting trepidation, I inserted the disc into the player and pressed play. Initially, the screen crackled with static, a foreboding prelude before yielding to a familiar scene. My living room. A jolt of disbelief seized me as I beheld myself engrossed in a book, oblivious to the surreptitious gaze. The footage was eerily precise, devoid of amateurish flaws, its timestamp indicating a recording from 3 nights past. Seamlessly, the perspective transitioned to my kitchen, then my bedroom, each frame meticulously orchestrated to capture the minutiae of my existence. Preparing breakfast, pacing the halls in agitation, lingering by the window that often bore the weight of unseen eyes. A chilling silence enveloped the voyeuristic spectacle, amplifying its invasive nature. Every intimate detail of my life was laid bare, each moment scrutinized as if I were a character in a malevolent narrative scripted by another. Gasping for air, I halted the playback, only to succumb to its lure once more, dissecting each frame with a newfound resolve. The calculated precision of the footage bespoke a deliberate intrusion, far beyond the realms of happenstance, a targeted violation of my privacy. The gnawing urge to involve the authorities wrestled with a paralyzing uncertainty. How could I explain mere surveillance without tangible threats? Would my fears be dismissed as mere paranoia, inviting further peril? A sense of isolation propelled me towards a solitary pursuit of truth. A revelation surfaced amidst the disconcerting tapestry, a slight tilt in a family portrait, a subtle rearrangement of documents, an insidious breadcrumb trail left by an unseen orchestrator. Suspicion alighted upon Rachel, a seemingly benevolent acquaintance whose inquiries now bore the weight of sinister intent. A clandestine meeting under the guise of community endeavors revealed a disconcerting truth. Her gaze, a study of my every response, as though deciphering the extent of my awareness. Returning home, a strategy unfolded, a choreography of subtle alterations meant to unmask the hidden observer. The following day unveiled the grim reality. Every displaced item meticulously restored, a chilling confirmation of ongoing surveillance. A harrowing realization dawned upon me. The stakes transcended mere curiosity, evolving into a malevolent narrative woven around my unwitting participation. The enigmatic package, the invasive footage, the subtle manipulations all converged to convey a dire message, a harbinger of impending perils. The realization dawned with chilling finality. The story had just begun, its sinister chapters unfurling with relentless precision. Story 56. The night unfolded its mysterious veil with a subtle pattern that whispered of secrets long kept hidden. It began innocently enough, a friend missing here, a colleague gone there. Each disappearance, like a stone thrown into a still pond, sent ripples of confusion and concern through my once familiar world. At first I brushed off the vanishings as tragic coincidences, unrelated threads in life's tangled tapestry. But as the list of the disappeared steadily grew, a chilling realization crept upon me like a shroud. I was the solitary thread that bound them all together. The unsettling chain of events commenced with Mark, a familiar face from the office. A morning dawned without his presence, his phone a silent sentinel to his absence. As the day wore on, worry turned to dread when the news broke. Mark had vanished without a trace. His apartment stood frozen in time, untouched by chaos or struggle, a haunting echo of his sudden departure. Days passed, and the enigmatic dance of disappearances continued its waltz. Next in the sequence was Emily, a cherished companion from the book club. Laughter and camaraderie filled our last meeting together, only for her to vanish into the shadows of the night. Her dwelling remained undisturbed, a ghostly reminder of her abrupt departure. Then came the cruel twist of fate. My cousin Alex, a recent reconnection, a soul searching for a new beginning. His belongings neatly in place, yet his presence erased from the canvas of my life. Each disappearance etched itself upon my soul, a phantom pain that whispered of a malevolent force at work. The mounting toll of missing faces painted me as a harbinger of sorrow, a magnet for the unseen hand that plucked away those closest to me. Once ordinary, now cast in the shadows of uncertainty, I found myself entwined in a web of darkness that threatened to consume all in its path. Driven by a need for answers, I delved into the labyrinth of events leading to each disappearance. The chilling truth that emerged was a specter that refused to be ignored. Every soul spirited away had crossed paths with me in the days leading to their vanishing. A sinister force loomed, a puppeteer orchestrating a nightmarish symphony of loss and despair. Desperate for clarity, I embarked on a quest for truth, beginning with Mark's vacant abode. Silence enveloped his home like a shroud, whispers of his existence fading into the void. Emily's dwelling bore no secrets, save for a cryptic note hinting at the relentless march of time. But it was Alex's absence that cut deepest. His cryptic notebook, a breadcrumb trail leading to a chilling revelation. The encroaching darkness, the dwindling sands of time. The pieces of this macabre puzzle pointed to a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, a maleficent presence with a bone-chilling fixation on my existence. Suspicion cast its long shadow upon Rachel, a figure from the past whose sudden interest in my life raised crimson flags of warning. A clandestine meeting unveiled fractured truths, a dance of deception in the moonlit shadows. In a bid for safety, surveillance became my ally, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness. But the specter of vanishing souls lingered, a haunting melody that echoed through the corridors of my mind. The ceaseless march of disappearances continued unabated, a relentless tide that threatened to consume all in its wake. One fateful evening, a harbinger of dread awaited me. A photograph, a message of impending doom etched in shadows. The chill of realization gripped my heart, for the message was clear. My fate was intertwined with the vanishing souls, a target in the crosshairs of an unseen adversary. With fortitude as my shield, I fortified my defenses, a lone sentinel in the night's caress. But the eyes of the unseen watcher never wavered, a silent specter that haunted my every step. Driven by a relentless pursuit of truth, I delved deeper into the darkness, seeking the elusive answers that danced just beyond reach. The trail led me to a forgotten manor on the edge of reality, a place steeped in shadows and forgotten whispers. As the door creaked open, the past unfurled before me, a tableau of my life, intertwined with the vanished souls in a macabre dance of fate. The realization washed over me like a tidal wave, for I stood at the heart of a nightmare, the ultimate prize in a deadly game of shadows. A voice, a whisper from the past, sent shivers down my spine as I turned to face the unseen adversary. The truth, a dagger in the darkness, awaited me in the shadows, a revelation that would forever alter the course of my existence. Story 57. On a cool November evening, the air crisp with the promise of winter, a sense of unease crept into my world through the guise of my dear friend Max. Our bond, forged in the flames of late-night study sessions and shared laughter, had weathered the storms of time. Yet beneath the surface of our camaraderie, a darkness stirred. Max, the steadfast rock upon which I leaned, began to exhibit peculiar behaviors that sent ripples of disquiet through our once harmonious friendship. His phone buzzed incessantly, dragging him into secretive conversations whispered in shadows. His once easygoing manner gave way to clipped words, a shield against prying eyes. Text messages, once a steady stream of connection, now trickled in sporadically, punctuated by vague cancellations of plans. I told myself it was merely the weight of unspoken burdens, a cloak of stress draped over his shoulders. But my instincts whispered of deeper shadows lurking within his world. Then, the inevitable moment arrived, casting a harsh light on the shadows. One quiet Saturday, driven by a niggling sense of foreboding, I ventured to Max's abode, book in hand. The sight that greeted me within his usually pristine sanctuary shattered my perceptions. Unopened letters littered the table. A bag overflowing with cash spilled its secrets, and a glint of steel on the floor spoke of darker truths. This chaos was not the realm of the Max I knew. Before I could process the implications, a presence disturbed the silence. Heart racing, I sought refuge behind a veil of boxes as Max entered, his gaze sweeping the disarray with a sharpness I could not recognize. Caught in the web of his secrets, I revealed my presence, met with a stern demand to leave. As I departed, the weight of truth settled upon me like a heavy shroud. Max's involvement in a world of shadows and secrets became undeniable. The pieces of a darker puzzle fell into place when news of daring robberies echoed through the city, each crime echoing the patterns of his mysterious actions. Confrontation became inevitable, a clash of emotions in the dim light of truth. Max confessed his role, a cog in a machine of illicit deeds. His promises to sever ties with his dark past rang hollow in the cavern of my disillusionment. Though he walked away from the shadows, the scars on our friendship ran deep. In the aftermath, my world became a fortress, guarded against the specter of mistrust. Locks were changed, eyes scanned the shadows, and conversations turned to echoes of what once was. Hope flickered dimly, overshadowed by the lingering doubts of a night when masks fell away, revealing the hidden truths beneath. Story 58. As the sun rose on yet another ordinary morning, I followed my usual routine, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, and a brisk walk through the serene neighborhood. My yearning to return to the sanctuary of my home, a haven of tranquility far removed from the chaos of daily life, burned within me. However, as I drew closer to my front door, a sense of unease began to creep over me. A subtle, chilling draft brushed against my skin, causing a shiver to run down my spine. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed the door slightly ajar, a sight that struck fear into the depths of my soul. The once sturdy lock, a symbol of security, now hung limp from its frame, a clear sign of forced entry. Panic seized me as I stood frozen in place, the feeling of intrusion washing over me like a tidal wave. With trembling hands, I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911. My voice barely above a whisper as I relayed the situation to the operator. Minutes felt like hours as I stood on the porch, my mind swirling with questions that had no answers. Who would do this? And for what purpose? The arrival of flashing blue lights broke through my thoughts, signaling the presence of help. Law enforcement officers meticulously combed through the scene, collecting evidence and fingerprints, yet finding no trace of the intruder. As the investigation unfolded, I ventured inside my home, only to discover the unsettling aftermath of the intrusion. Personal items had been moved, photographs askew, and precious belongings disturbed. The violation of my most intimate spaces left me reeling, a sense of nausea settling in the pit of my stomach. Every room held signs of the unwelcome visitor's presence, a meticulous inspection that felt like a violation of my very being. The officer's reassurances did little to ease the sense of violation that lingered in the air. Alone in the quiet aftermath, I painstakingly took inventory of the missing items, each one a stark reminder of the breach of my sanctuary. The emotional toll weighed heavy on my spirit, turning my once peaceful abode into a place of unease and fear. In the days that followed, I took desperate measures to regain a semblance of control. New security measures were put in place, yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a haunting presence that refused to be banished. The violation had shattered my sense of security, leaving me hyper-vigilant and anxious at every creak and rustle in the night. As the investigation dragged on with little progress, I found myself grappling with the aftermath of the intrusion. Each day became a battle to reclaim peace within the walls that had been breached, a struggle to find solace amidst the lingering shadows of fear. The invasion of my most intimate spaces had left an indelible mark on my soul, a stark reminder of the fragility of security and the lasting impact of violating the sanctity of our private moments. Story 59. In the quiet hum of everyday life, a subtle disturbance began to weave its way into my world. Initially just a whisper in the cacophony of social media notifications, the messages seemed harmless, mundane even, generic greetings from an unknown sender. "How's your day?" they'd inquire, or simply, "Nice post." Brushing them off as automated noise, I paid them little mind. But then the tone shifted. The messages grew personal, intimate in a way that sent a shiver down my spine. The first one that pierced through the noise was cryptic yet unsettling. "I hope dinner with Alex was enjoyable. You appeared to have a lovely time." My heart skipped a beat. Alex and I had indeed shared a meal the previous night, a detail I hadn't shared online or with anyone else. Disquiet settled in, a nagging feeling that refused to be ignored. Taking preemptive measures, I changed my social media passwords, hoping to quell the unease. It seemed a logical step, a simple solution to a complex problem, but it proved futile. The messages persisted, growing bolder, more invasive with each passing day. A new missive arrived. "I spotted you at the coffee shop, engrossed in that new book you adore." I had divulged neither my coffee shop visit nor my literary preference. Yet someone out there knew, and they wanted me to know they were watching. These messages emanated from a faceless profile, devoid of any identifiers, no name, no photo, just a shadowy presence encroaching on my privacy. Reporting the account yielded no reprieve. The messages continued, delving into private conversations, unshared events, even thoughts voiced in the sanctity of my home. One particularly chilling message referenced a private discussion with Lisa, a conversation I had kept entirely to myself. The sense of violation was palpable, a breach of intimacy that left me reeling. Seeking solace and confidence proved fruitless. None had leaked details of my life. The messages, insidious and escalating, engendered a profound sense of vulnerability. Consulting a cybersecurity expert revealed no technological breach, no evidence of hacking or malware. The intruder's access was intimate, beyond the realm of devices. Paranoia gripped me, altering my routines, isolating me from the digital realm in a bid to evade the unseen gaze. Yet, the messages persisted, unrelenting in their scrutiny. "I've noticed your absence from the gym. I trust you're well, perhaps just taking a break," a message read, cutting through my defenses. The realization that my every move was being monitored in real time left me exposed, raw with fear. As anxiety gnawed at my sanity, the messages took a sinister turn. A chilling note arrived one fateful night. "I know where you reside. I'll be keeping an eye on you." Panic seized me, prompting a call to the authorities, who launched an investigation into the shadowy stalker. But the anonymity of the account thwarted their efforts, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Security measures were implemented, cameras, locks, precautions, but the feeling of being watched persisted, an intangible presence shadowing my every move. And then, as abruptly as they had begun, the messages ceased. The account vanished into the digital ether, leaving no trace. The silence that followed should have been a balm, a closure. Instead, it felt like an open wound, a story left untold. The identity of the voyeur remained a mystery, a haunting enigma that colored every interaction, every fleeting glance, every chance encounter. In the aftermath, reclaiming normalcy became a battle against the echoes of intrusion. The ordeal underscored the fragility of privacy, the blurred lines between the digital and the personal. Though time has dulled the edge of fear, the memory lingers, a reminder of the unseen forces that can reshape our lives in ways we never imagined. Story 60. The sun dipped low behind the distant hills as I trudged along the overgrown trail. Each breath I took felt heavy, the cool autumn air piercing my lungs. The forest seemed to encroach upon me, the once vibrant hues of orange and red now fading into darkness with each passing moment. This hike was a necessity, a respite from the endless grind that had worn me down. I sought solace in the solitude of the woods, hoping to clear my cluttered mind. Little did I know, this simple walk would unfurl into a nightmarish ordeal that would test the very fabric of my sanity and reality. Just as I contemplated turning back, a break in the underbrush caught my eye, a narrow, overgrown path leading to a clearing unknown to me. A strange compulsion urged me forward. At the heart of the clearing stood an ancient stone slab, partially obscured by a tangle of vines and leaves. My heart skipped a beat. The presence of the stone felt unsettling, its weathered sue, our face a stark contrast to the wild surroundings. Kneeling beside it, I brushed away the grime to reveal an inscription. The words carved into the stone sent a shiver down my spine. Here lies my full name. Born, at birth, died, today's date. Frozen in place, the world around me blurred into a suffocating haze. My name, my birth date, today's date, etched into the stone before me. It felt as though all air had been sucked from my lungs. Anxious and bewildered, I scanned the clearing, half expecting a figure to emerge from the shadows. But the forest held an eerie silence, the only sound being the thunderous beat of my own heart. What twisted jest was this? I hastily snapped a few pictures of the stone before retracing my steps down the trail, my mind a tumult of fear and uncertainty. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind outside seemed laden with foreboding. The inscription on the stone lingered in my thoughts, a somber enigma without a clear solution. Determined for answers, I reached out to the local historical society, hoping to unravel the mystery. The woman on the other end was polite but offered no assistance, claiming no records matched the grave I described. Frustrated, I delved into history books and cemetery archives, yet the stone remained elusive, absent from any official documentation. Driven by desperation, I enlisted the help of a private investigator named Jim. A gruff, skeptical man, Jim delved into local records and questioned those with knowledge of the area. Days turned to weeks with no progress until a peculiar discovery altered the course of our investigation. Reviewing the photos of the stone, I noticed a subtle change in one image. The inscription appeared fainter, the stone weathered as if eroding with time. Jim's expression darkened as he studied the photos. "This is not right," he muttered. "We must return to the site." The following day, we revisited the clearing, only to find the grave had vanished. In its place lay nothing but a patch of ordinary grass. "What in the world?" I whispered, my voice quivering. Jim shook his head, his demeanor grave. "It's as if it were never here." The gnawing dread that had plagued me intensified as days melted into weeks. The sensation of being observed never left me, infiltrating my dreams with visions of the mysterious grave, every shadow, every sound, feeding into a malevolent scheme. Then, one fateful night, a message on my phone from an unknown number jolted me. The stone was not a mere warning, it is part of a larger plan. Beware. Ice coursed through my veins. The cryptic message pushed me to the edge, prompting me to contact Jim once more. He proposed setting up surveillance cameras around my home to capture any unusual occurrences. Reluctant but desperate, I agreed, feeling my last shreds of privacy slipping away. Days passed with the cameras revealing nothing, no movement, no sign of intruders. It was as if the forest itself conspired to shield its secrets. Then, in the dead of night, while reviewing the footage, a startling event unfolded. A shadowy figure approached my house, carrying an object eerily reminiscent of the stone from the mysterious grave. Before details could be discerned, the footage dissolved into static. It was the breaking point. I felt like a pawn in a game orchestrated by unseen forces, fear gripping every facet of my existence. Realizing that I could no longer endure the torment, I made the decision to leave town, hoping that distance would grant me respite. As I packed my belongings, I cast one final glance at the once familiar abode that now felt tainted, a stage for a sinister performance. Driving away, the road ahead stretched into the unknown, shrouded in uncertainty. I was uncertain of what lay ahead, but resolute in my determination to escape the shadow that had loomed over me since that fateful day in the forest. Even in departure, the chilling inscription on the stone remained etched in my mind, a stark reminder of the fragility of reality when faced with the enigmatic unknown. Story 61. The park across from my apartment had always been a haven of tranquility for me. Each evening I found myself drawn to its serene charm, strolling along its meandering paths and inhaling the peaceful calm that melted away the stresses of the day. The city lights cast a soft, mesmerizing glow on the tranquil pond, creating a dance of light that never failed to soothe my restless mind. Amidst the urban chaos, this park was a sanctuary, a space where time seemed to slow and the world paused for a moment. It had become an integral part of my daily routine, offering a symphony of sounds, the gravel under my feet, the rustling leaves, the distant hum of traffic that helped me unwind. It was on one of these tranquil evening walks that I first noticed him, an elderly gentleman seated on a bench strategically positioned to have a clear view of my apartment building. Initially, he appeared like any other park-goer, unassuming and easily overlooked. Clad in a simple gray coat and a fedora that partially concealed his face, he exuded an air of mystery. As days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about his presence. He was there every evening, on the same bench, at the same time. It wasn't menacing, but there was a deliberate consistency in his presence that began to feel calculated. His stillness was different from the natural peace of the park. It felt purposeful, almost intentional. I found myself increasingly conscious of his gaze, even when his eyes were hidden beneath the brim of his fedora. It was a sensation that crept up my spine, not quite fear, but a growing unease. The sanctuary that once brought me solace was morphing into something more intricate, more disquieting. Weeks passed, and the pattern persisted. I would leave my apartment, head to the park, and he would be there, watching, always watching. I tried to rationalize his presence. Maybe he was just an elderly man enjoying the evening air. Maybe this was his routine, as it was mine. But deep down, I knew there was something different about him. On a crisp autumn evening, with the scent of fallen leaves hanging heavy in the air, I resolved to confront the situation. My curiosity and mounting anxiety had reached a tipping point. As I approached his bench, my heart raced, though I projected an air of calm. "Excuse me," I began, my voice steady but with a hint of uncertainty. "I couldn't help but notice that you're here every evening." Slowly he turned, sending a subtle chill down my spine with his deliberate movement. His eyes, when they met mine, held an unexpected serenity. There was no malice, no threat, just an eerie sense of purpose. "I'm watching over you," he replied, his voice soft and measured. "Sometimes people need a guardian, even if they are unaware." His words lingered in the air, carrying a weight I couldn't quite grasp. It was both a comfort and a caution, hinting at something beyond my comprehension. I wanted to press for more answers, to demand clarification, but his composed demeanor gave me pause. Muttering an excuse, I made a swift exit, my mind swirling with unresolved questions. That night, in the safety of my apartment, I felt exposed. The sensation of being observed persisted, if not intensified. In the subsequent weeks, I grew increasingly paranoid. I made plans to move, keeping my reasons guarded from friends and family, fearing they would dismiss my concerns as mere imagination. The feeling of constant scrutiny was too palpable, too real to ignore. Moving day arrived, and I relocated to a different part of the city, far from the park and the enigmatic man. I hoped the change of scenery would help me shake off the lingering unease of perpetual surveillance. The initial nights in my new abode were peaceful. I unpacked, settled in, and attempted to unwind. But the feeling of being watched never fully dissipated. It was subtler now, less defined. Not the direct gaze of the park stranger, but a vague sense of observation. I found myself double-checking locks, drawing curtains shut, startled by the slightest noises. The experience had altered my sense of security and privacy fundamentally. As weeks turned into months, the man in the park faded into a distant memory, a tale that might have been a figment of my imagination. Yet the impact lingered. I had grown more cautious, more attuned to my surroundings. The notion of a guardian watching over me, whether real or perceived, had etched itself into my psyche. I had distanced myself from the park, from the mysterious figure, but the emotional aftermath of that encounter remained, a reminder that the most unsettling experiences often blur the boundaries between protection and intrusion, between care and control. Story 62, The Awakening of Silence. I awoke to a silence that wrapped around me like a heavy shroud, suffocating the usual sounds of morning. The absence of the coffee machine's gentle hum and Dave's familiar presence in the kitchen created a void that felt too vast to fill. "Dave?" I called out, the emptiness swallowing my voice whole. No reply echoed back to me. Stepping into the stillness, I found his bedroom door slightly open, a sight not uncommon. Dave had always been relaxed about boundaries. With a light tap, I pushed the door further ajar. The room was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. The bed neatly made, the desk devoid of any clutter, a pristine facade that concealed a hidden disquiet. In the kitchen, the missing traces of Dave's usual mess caught my eye. His cherished worn mug with the chipped handle, gone. His laptop, always left out on the counter, absent. Initially dismissing it as an early departure on his part, a glint of metal by the coffee pot shifted my focus. A note pinned to the fridge, its words scrawled in haste. "Trust is a fragile thing." The cryptic message sent a shiver down my spine. Dave wasn't one for enigmatic gestures. Though I tried to pass it off as a joke, a niggling unease crept into my chest. The living room held no solace, only a deeper mystery. The cushions on the couch had been rearranged with a precision that contradicted Dave's casual nature. Beneath one of them, I found another note, folded neatly. "Always watching, always waiting." The room's temperature seemed to drop, fear weaving its tendrils around my heart. Answers were what I sought, and I turned to his small study corner. Amidst the usual clutter in his desk drawers, a chilling discovery awaited. A stack of photographs, all of me. Candid snapshots capturing my every move, meticulously documented with dates and times. A silent terror gripped me as I realized the extent of Dave's surveillance. As I reached for my phone to call him, my gaze fell upon yet another note. "Some things are better left unknown." The words hung in the air like a warning, heavy and laden with secrets. What had he been up to? Why had he been spying on me? Urgency propelled me to delve deeper, revealing an empty safe hidden behind a panel in his closet. The contents vanished, leaving behind only questions. A note on the bathroom mirror taunted me. "Everyone has secrets." The weight of truth bore down on me, driving me to seek answers. His car, the final destination, harbored a solitary message on the dashboard. "Your turn to uncover the truth." The challenge in those words spurred me into action, pushing me out of the apartment and into a world where Dave's presence lingered like a ghostly whisper. Tracing his steps, digging for clues, I unraveled a tale of mystery and deceit, each revelation leading me further into the labyrinth of his enigma. At his workplace, an unexplained absence. Among friends, bewildered confusion mirrored my own. Hours turned into an endless day of fruitless search, each dead end deepening my dread. Returning to the apartment, its walls whispered of secrets too heavy to bear alone. Summoning the authorities, I reported Dave missing, divulging the unsettling discoveries that had unraveled his facade. Days turned to weeks as the investigation unfolded, the apartment a canvas for scrutiny. Yet, the truth remained elusive. Dave's disappearance a riddle with no clear answer. Life edged back to normalcy, but the scars of betrayal and intrusion lingered, casting a shadow over my days. The police closed the case, leaving me with fragments of a puzzle I couldn't assemble. The haunting remnants of Dave's actions, the unanswered questions refused to fade. Time passed, blurring the sharp edges of fear, yet the specter of his surveillance loomed large. What secrets had he harbored? What had he wanted me to find? And in the stillness of the night, a chilling thought persisted. Was he still watching? Story 63. The gentle hum of the night was broken by the persistent ringing of my phone, a sound that seemed to cut through the tranquility of my living room. Casting a wary glance at the screen, I furrowed my brow at the sight of the same unfamiliar area code that had become all too familiar in recent weeks. The calls had started innocuously enough, mere moments of eerie silence on the other end, but they had since morphed into something far more disconcerting. Whispers of intimate details from my daily life, spoken in a voice that sent shivers down my spine, a voice that was as alien to me as the number on the screen. This was no mere prank. It was something deeper, something inexplicable. With a racing heart, I hesitated before finally answering the call, my voice striving for a semblance of composure as I uttered a cautious hello into the void. Silence greeted me, save for the faint echo of breath on the line. A chill danced across my skin as I swiftly ended the call, my gaze lingering on the screen in search of answers that remained elusive. The number, etched into my memory like a scar, continued to haunt me despite my efforts to block it. I had confided in friends and family, hoping for some semblance of understanding, but none could offer solace or explanation. Pushing aside the unsettling thoughts that threatened to consume me, I made my way to the kitchen, seeking refuge in the familiar ritual of brewing tea. The whistle of the kettle provided a brief respite, but my eyes were drawn to a small, unmarked box on the counter, a box that seemed to materialize out of thin air. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid to reveal a silver bracelet, its surface adorned with an intricate design that gleamed in the soft light. It was a bracelet I had once casually mentioned desiring in a long-forgotten conversation with a dear friend, a detail I had never shared beyond those walls. The realization sent a jolt of unease through me, setting the stage for the enigma that was about to unfold. Later that evening, as I sought solace in the confines of my bedroom, my eyes fell upon a pair of luxurious leather gloves of a deep, alluring shade of brown. Their craftsmanship spoke of quality and elegance, yet they were a mystery to me, a gift from an unseen benefactor. Anxiety gnawed at me as I grappled with the implications of these clandestine offerings. Who was behind these acts of intrusion, and how were they gaining access to my sanctuary? The gifts continued to manifest. A designer scarf delicately draped over the sofa, a high-end coffee maker adorning the kitchen counter, each item tailored to my tastes, yet alien to my possessions. Accompanying each gift was a cryptic note, signed with a single initial, A. Enjoy the warmth, one note whispered alongside the gloves. Indulge in a finer brew, another beckoned beside the coffee maker. Each note a tantalizing breadcrumb in a trail of mysteries that seemed to lead nowhere. Desperate for answers, I fortified my home with security cameras, hoping to capture the elusive intruder in the act. Yet each morning, the footage revealed nothing but empty rooms and silent corridors, as if the gifts materialized out of thin air. The authorities, while sympathetic to my plight, could offer little in the way of tangible assistance, leaving me to navigate the labyrinth of uncertainty on my own. One fateful night, as I meticulously pored over my logs in a bid to unravel the enigma, the phone rang once more, the same haunting G number flashing on the screen. With trembling hands, I answered the call, my voice barely above a whisper. "Hello," I ventured, my heart pounding in my chest. This time, a voice responded, calm and disconcertingly serene. "Good evening," it intoned, as though we were old acquaintances. "I trust you are enjoying the gifts." A chill crept down my spine at the familiarity in its tone, the insidious sense of intimacy that belied our anonymous connection. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" I demanded, my voice tinged with a mix of fear and defiance. The voice chuckled softly, a sound that sent a shiver down my spine. "I am but a friend who seeks to bring you joy," it murmured, each word laced with an unsettling charm. "Your refined tastes deserve only the finest, and it is my pleasure to provide." A proposal for a meeting hung in the air, a rendezvous veiled in mystery and intrigue. The line fell silent, leaving me to grapple with the shadows that danced at the periphery of my reality. Determined to unearth the truth that lay obscured by veils of uncertainty, I delved deeper into the labyrinth of gifts, notes, and calls, each piece of the puzzle revealing a fragment of a reality that seemed to blur the lines between dream and nightmare. Nights bled into days as I pieced together the intricate tapestry woven by an unseen hand, a hand that seemed to know me better than I knew myself. On a rainy evening, a harbinger of revelations awaited me, a grand mirror, its ornate frame a testament to craftsmanship and artistry, its surface a gateway to secrets untold. Nestled within its embrace was a note, folded delicately like a whisper in the wind. The reflection reveals not just the present, but the echoes of the past. Meet me where time converges, where shadows dance with memories. The cryptic summons beckoned me into the unknown, a siren call that stirred a primal instinct within me. As the midnight hour loomed ominously on the horizon, a sense of purpose took root within me, driving me to confront the enigma that had woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The shadows that once haunted me now beckoned me forth, their whispers of intrigue and danger melding into a symphony of uncertainty. With each step towards the unknown, I grappled with the question that lingered at the edge of my consciousness. Was I walking into a trap laid by unseen hands, or was I finally on the cusp of unraveling the mystery that had ensnared my very soul? Story 64, The Unfamiliar Room. I awoke in a room shrouded in mystery, my heart drumming a restless beat in my chest. The walls stood stark and cold, painted in a chilling white hue, devoid of any comforting touch. The air carried a sharp scent of disinfectant, piercing and sterile, invading my senses with unease. Through a small window adorned with faded blinds, a faint glimmer of light seeped in, casting shadows of isolation across the room. In the center, a bed firmly bolted to the floor, a solitary metal chair, and a tiny table stood as the only companions in this unfamiliar space. My belongings, phone, wallet, keys, were nowhere to be seen, adding to the puzzle of my disoriented state. I struggled to piece together the fragments of memory leading to this peculiar moment. The threads of my recollection led back to a mundane evening. A quiet night spent at home, lost in the pages of a book, setting my alarm and drifting off to sleep. Everything had been ordinary until the abrupt shift into this unknown realm. Panic gripped me as I staggered towards the heavy steel door, a futile attempt to break free from this confounding confinement. The handle remained stubborn, unmoving under my frantic attempts. I pounded on it with fervor, calling out for aid, my voice reverberating in the empty expanse, only to be swallowed by the silence. The persistent thudding of my pulse resonated in my ears, a relentless reminder of my captive state. Forcing myself to breathe steadily, I scanned the room once more, eyes darting in search of a clue, a lifeline out of this enigma. And there, on the all table near the bed, my gaze settled upon a plain notebook and a pen, an unexpected lifeline in this enigmatic realm. With trembling hands, I seized the notebook, hoping it held the key to unraveling the enigma enveloping me. But what I discovered within its pages sent a chill down my spine. The notebook bore witness to my existence, each page chronicling my daily routines with meticulous precision. The precise moment I departed for work, the breakfast that graced my plate, the path I tread to the market, even snippets of conversations shared with friends. Every entry meticulously dated, every word etched with sharp, obsessive strokes. Someone had been watching me, studying my life in intricate detail for weeks. Before I could grasp the implications of this unsettling revelation, a metallic sound reverberated from the door, shattering the eerie stillness. I recoiled in apprehension as the lock disengaged, and the door swung open with a slow, ominous creak. A man donned in a pristine white lab coat stepped into the room, his eyes cold and assessing behind reflective glasses, his demeanor unsettlingly composed. "Good morning," he intoned smoothly, his voice a calculated melody. "How are you feeling?" My voice trembled as I sought answers in the face of this enigmatic intruder. Where am I? Who are you? How did I come to be here?" His thin smile remained unwavering, a facade of calm in the midst of my rising turmoil. "You are safe. We have been monitoring your condition for some time. You experienced a blackout episode necessitating your presence here for observation." "Observation?" My voice faltered, a tremor of fear lacing my words. "For what purpose? I remember nothing of this." He nodded, as though my confusion was a foregone conclusion. "External factors have clouded your perception and memory. You have been under significant duress. We are here to ascertain that no grave affliction plagues you." His clinical detachment sent shivers down my spine. External factors? What insidious forces were at play, unbeknownst to me? Before I could demand further elucidation, he produced a sleek alien device from his pocket, a gadget resembling a sophisticated recorder. "Tests will be conducted shortly," he added with an air of finality. "Remain composed." With that, he exited the room without a backward glance, the heavy door sealing shut with a chilling finality. I stood rooted in place, my mind a whirlwind of unanswered questions and mounting dread. Nothing made sense in this cryptic place. Monitoring, tests, observations, all veiled in secrecy and suspicion. I needed to break free, to reclaim the reality slipping through my grasp. Desperation gripped me as I scoured every corner of the room, seeking a means of escape. The window remained sealed, the walls offering no solace or respite. My fingers grazed the bed frame, a sharp edge grazing my skin, drawing my attention downwards. There, taped beneath the frame, a small folded paper awaited my discovery. Its surface bore 6 cryptic words: "Reality is subjective. Trust no one." The message seared into my consciousness, a warning or a revelation I couldn't discern. The implications sent a shiver down my spine as I mulled over its enigmatic message. Was my reality a fragile facade, manipulated by unseen hands? Was my very existence at stake, dangling on the precipice of deception? Time blurred into a hazy continuum, minutes merging with hours as I grappled with the unsettling truths unraveling before me. Abruptly, the door swung open once more, admitting a woman into the room. Tall and composed, with a penetrating gaze that pierced through my defenses, she introduced herself as Dr. Elise Carter. Her demeanor exuded authority, her intentions veiled behind a veneer of professionalism. "I am here to assist you," her voice echoed with a measured calmness. "I require your cooperation in answering a few inquiries." Her presence sent a chill down my spine, an instinctual wariness stirring within me. Her questions delved into the depths of my recent activities, my memories, my emotions. each query a probing intrusion that left me unsettled and vulnerable. Seeking clarity in the midst of this enigma, I implored her for answers. Why have I been brought here? What secrets are hidden in this place? A faint smile graced Dr. Carter's lips, but beneath its surface, a glint of something unsettling flickered. Let us focus on the present moment, she deflected smoothly, guiding the conversation towards territories she deemed fit for exploration. Her inquiries grew more pointed, more insidious, drawing upon details only a vigilant observer could possess. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the truth. She wasn't seeking information. She was sculpting a narrative, molding my reality to fit a preconceived mold. Was this a psychological game, a twisted experiment preying on my vulnerability and confusion? As Dr. Carter departed, leaving me with a lingering sense of foreboding, I knew that my time for passivity had expired. I seized the pen from the table, a makeshift tool in my quest for liberation. With trembling hands, I thrust it into the lock of the door, determination lending strength to my actions. After several tense moments, the lock yielded with a soft click, granting me a sliver of freedom. Pushing the door open cautiously, I beheld a sterile hallway stretching into the unknown, its shadows whispering of hidden perils and concealed truths. Every step forward was a defiance, a declaration of independence against the forces seeking to confine me. This was not merely an escape from a room. It was a battle for the restoration of my reality, a stand against the shadows that sought to consume me. As I navigated the dimly lit corridor, every nerve on edge, every breath a testament to my resilience, I knew that the trials awaiting me were far from over. The tests, the manipulations, the veiled agendas, they lingered like phantoms in the recesses of my mind. But I was resolute, determined to unravel the enigma that bound me and reclaim the truth that lay obscured in the shadows. I was a solitary figure in a labyrinth of deception, a seeker of truth in a realm of illusions. And though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, I marched onward, guided by a flicker of defiance in the face of the unknown. For whatever trials awaited me, whatever revelations loomed on the horizon, I knew one thing to be true. My reality was mine to reclaim, my story mine to rewrite in the face of adversity. Story 65. In the stillness of the night, a tale unfolded, born from an enigmatic annoyance that haunted the tranquility of a once peaceful abode. It began with a mere whisper, a ringing of the doorbell at peculiar hours, disrupting the harmony of solitude. At first, it was brushed off as a trivial inconvenience, easily dismissed amidst the hum of everyday life. The chime would resonate through the dwelling, prompting a hopeful anticipation of a visitor or a package delivery in the late hours of the night. However, with each reverberation, the specter of the unknown loomed larger, casting a shadow over the familiar threshold. The doorbell's melody, once a melody of welcome, evolved into a disquieting refrain that echoed through the corridors, piercing the veil of silence with its persistence. No stranger graced the doorstep, only the vacant porch bathed in the soft glow of the street lamp, a silent witness to the mysterious summons that defied explanation. The initial dismissals gave way to a gnawing unease as the nocturnal visits grew more frequent, their timing erratic and unsettling. Whether under the cloak of midnight, the first light of dawn, or the hush of twilight, the chime would sound, a harbinger of unrest. Desperate to unravel the enigma, the homeowner embarked on a quest for answers, upgrading the doorbell system with cutting-edge technology in a bid to unmask the elusive culprit behind the haunting melodies. Alas, even with the installation of surveillance cameras and motion sensors, the phantom tolling persisted, a relentless reminder of a presence unseen. The nights became fraught with anticipation, each ding of the bell a prelude to a disquieting vigil, a solitary dance with the unknown. As the cycle of disturbances continued unabated, a sense of foreboding settled over the once serene dwelling, its walls now tainted with the residue of spectral whispers. Seeking solace in reason, the homeowner sought the aid of experts and investigators, hoping to dispel the shadows that clung to the threshold. Yet, each inquiry yielded only more questions, the mystery deepening with every passing night. One fateful evening, as the doorbell rang with an unprecedented urgency, a fleeting glimpse of a shadow danced across the porch, a ghostly apparition that defied all attempts at comprehension. The veil between the tangible and the ethereal grew thin, blurring the lines of reality and imagination. In a final act of defiance, the doorbell rang of its own accord, a testament to forces beyond mortal understanding. Though the echoes of the haunting chime have since waned, the scars of those restless nights linger, a testament to the fragility of peace in the face of the unknown. The doorbell remains, a silent sentinel bearing witness to the mysteries that lie beyond the threshold, a reminder of how easily the mundane can be tainted by the whispers of the unseen. And so, as the night falls in a shroud of mystery, the memory of the ringing doorbell, the empty porch, and the elusive shadow that danced just out of sight lingers on, a haunting lullaby that cradles the curious soul into the realm of dreams. Story 66. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a realm where the chaos of everyday life faded into a distant murmur, and reality danced with the whims of imagination in a nearly mystical fusion. Among the towering trees and rustling leaves, I sought solace along the meandering paths that seemed to lead to hidden wonders. So, when fate guided my steps to the secluded, abandoned clinic nestled deep within the woodland's embrace, curiosity stirred within me rather than fear. This forgotten structure stood as a relic of a bygone era, its weathered facade telling stories of neglect and time's relentless march. The once pristine white paint had surrendered to the elements, unveiling the raw gray wood beneath. Windows, either shattered or obscured by grime and twisted vines, added to the air of desolation. The roof, weighed down by the burden of years, sagged in tired resignation, as if the very essence of the building had wearied of its enduring stance. Traversing a trail I seldom trod, a mysterious urge beckoned me to explore its winding course that fateful day. As I drew near the clinic, a strange sensation of déjà vu washed over me, a paradoxical blend of unfamiliarity and eerie recognition. Though my conscious mind insisted I had never set foot in this place, a whisper of memory teased the periphery of my thoughts, akin to a forgotten dream echoing faintly in the recesses of my mind. With a resounding creak, the door yielded to my touch, shattering the tranquil silence of the forest with its protest. Stepping inside, I was enveloped by the stifling embrace of dust and the faint scent of decay that hung heavy in the air. The beam of my flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating a reception area frozen in time. Desks cluttered with yellowed papers, ancient magazines strewn across the floor, and a veneer of dust draping everything in a sepulchral shroud painted a picture of abandonment. It was amidst this eerie stillness that my eyes fell upon them, scattered medical records littering the floor, their aged edges curling like fragile autumn leaves. Stooping to retrieve one, I brushed away the accumulated grime to reveal faded typewritten text bearing my name. A jolt of disbelief coursed through me as I pored over the contents. Detailed within were cryptic medical jargon outlining procedures alien to my understanding, some hinting at invasive treatments that sent a shiver down my spine. The names of unknown doctors and nurses scrawled in almost indecipherable handwriting danced along the margins, adding to the disconcerting puzzle laid out before me. How could these records exist, documenting aspects of my life that I had no recollection of experiencing? Delving further into the clinic's depths, my flickering flashlight unveiled a labyrinth of dimly lit corridors lined with files bearing my name. Annotations within spoke of experimental treatments and meticulous observations, painting a portrait of someone meticulously scrutinizing my existence. In a secluded room, a metal filing cabinet stood ajar, its contents revealing more recent records brimming with personal details. A chilling testament to an unseen observer privy to the intimate minutiae of my life. Details of recent events, my family history, and even mundane habits were laid bare, hinting at a pervasive surveillance that chilled me to the core. My trepidation escalated with each new revelation. Unearthed documents described procedures carried out in clandestine shadows, their detached clinical language belying the sinister undertones that reverberated through the dim corridors. Then a faint scraping sound pierced the oppressive silence, reverberating from the depths of the building, perhaps emanating from the enigmatic basement. A primal instinct urged me to explore further, despite the tendrils of fear that coiled around my heart. The basement stairs groaned underfoot as I descended into the frigid darkness, my flashlight struggling against the thick obscurity that enveloped me. At the far end, a partially open door beckoned, the scraping sound now a disquieting crescendo. Pushing it open revealed a dimly lit chamber adorned with more records, arcane medical devices, and haunting photographs. Images of unfamiliar faces bore a disconcerting resemblance to my own, as if distorted reflections of an identity intertwined with mine. The files chronicled the outcomes of chilling experiments, their clinical language belying the horrors they encapsulated. A dreadful realization dawned upon me with the force of a thunderclap. I was the unwitting subject of a malevolent scheme. The clinic had meticulously monitored and manipulated my life, orchestrating experiments documented with chilling precision. The very protocols outlined in those records had been enacted upon me, weaving a tapestry of horror that left me reeling in disbelief. Fleeing from that sinister place, my mind raced with unanswerable questions and gnawing fears. The once familiar woods, now a labyrinth of shadows harboring unspeakable secrets. The dread that clung to me like a spectral shroud persisted even within the confines of my home. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of shadow beyond my window, fueled a sense of impending doom that refused to be dispelled. The clinic in the heart of the woods had unraveled truths too unsettling to bear. The implications for my past and the murky depths of my future loomed ominously, shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. One certainty remained. Those walls had borne witness to my existence long before my unwitting discovery, their unseen eyes ever watchful, ever waiting. Story 67. The unexpected chime of the doorbell shattered the tranquil rhythm of my afternoon. No deliveries were anticipated, no scheduled guests to greet. The sound reverberated unnaturally loud, disturbing the stillness that enveloped my home. Opening the door revealed a modest, unassuming package perched on the doormat. Wrapped in plain brown paper and secured with unadorned twine, it divulged no hints of its origin. There was no sender's address, no identifying marks, just a mysterious enigma waiting to be unraveled. Curiosity mingled with a sense of unease as I stooped to retrieve it. Remarkably light, almost weightless, the package's lack of specifics only deepened the intrigue. Bringing it inside, I placed it gingerly on the kitchen counter. The familiar comfort of my abode now seemed overly quiet, accentuating the burgeoning foreboding within me. With trembling fingers, I untied the twine and peeled away the brown wrapping. Within lay a stack of photographs bound together with a simple rubber band. Initially appearing ordinary, depictions of a house, my breath hitched as I flipped through them. These were no ordinary images. They were snapshots of my own home. Taken from various angles and times of day, some portrayed the front yard, while others captured the street or the backyard. The level of detail was disturbingly intimate. The flower beds by the porch, the weathered bench near the garden, even the small shed tucked in a corner of my property. My heart quickened as I delved deeper into the collection. These were not haphazard pictures, but calculated and meticulous. Someone had been observing my dwelling. At the bottom of the stack lay a note, scribbled hastily in a frantic script. "You should have been more careful." Those words sent a shiver down my spine, their brevity concealing a menacing undertone devoid of explanation or context. Just a stark warning, cryptic and chilling. I gazed at the note, a torrent of questions flooding my mind. Who had sent this? Why? Was it a cruel jest, a veiled threat, or something more sinister? Unease escalated into fear, prompting me to contact the authorities in a desperate bid for answers. Upon their arrival, the officers handled the package with care, taking the photographs and note for further scrutiny. They combed for fingerprints, scoured for clues, yet the absence of a return address or distinctive markings rendered tracing the sender nearly impossible. Before departing, they pledged to remain vigilant for similar occurrences and advised me to stay on guard. However, their assurances did little to quell the tempest of anxiety brewing inside me. Days turned into nights, and the persistent sensation of being watched refused to dissipate. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside felt like evidence of an unseen presence. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, double-checking locks and securing windows. The photographs haunted me, pinned to a corkboard in hopes of uncovering a clue about their origin. Yet they divulged no new information, merely eerily precise glimpses of my sanctuary, captured by an unseen observer who had scrutinized it meticulously. My daily routines felt invaded, mundane activities leaving me unnerved and exposed. Outside, the persistent feeling of being monitored persisted, as though an unseen gaze tracked my every movement from afar. One fateful night, as I readied for bed, a fleeting shadow outside my window caught my eye. Indistinct yet enough to quicken my pulse, it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Staring into the moonlit yard, I reassured myself it was a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light. But the fear lingered, refusing to dissipate. Soon, silent phone calls began, each more disconcerting than the last, ominous in their brevity and timing. The mysterious caller was not merely watching, but toying with my sanity. Seeking solace, I sought the counsel of a therapist, though the anxiety persisted despite the catharsis of sharing my ordeal. Weeks stretched into months, the police investigation yielding no breakthroughs. A letter from the department arrived, politely conceding their inability to crack the case. The package, the photographs, the cryptic note, all remained unsolved enigmas. While the fear gradually dulled, its imprint endured, a shadow lurking at the periphery of my existence. Resuming my routines, reconstructing a semblance of normalcy, the package lingered as a haunting reminder of shattered security. It underscored how easily the sanctuary of home could be breached, how the specter of surveillance could infiltrate every facet of life. Though the trepidation waned, the unease lingered in the background. The new locks, the heightened precautions, the perpetual vigilance became woven into my daily existence, a sobering acknowledgement that even within the confines of home, the unknown could cast its shadow. And somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I harbored the unsettling certainty that the observer might still be watching. Story 68, In Search of Solace and Rejuvenation. I embarked on what was meant to be a peaceful retreat, a brief respite from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. A quaint cottage hidden amidst the tranquil depths of the forest beckoned to me from the screen, its allure undeniable. The reviews painted a picture of serenity, luring me with promises of charm and tranquility. Without hesitation, I secured my stay, craving the change of scenery that awaited me. Upon arrival, the cottage unfolded before me just as the images had foretold. A cozy haven awaited, complete with a crackling fireplace and expansive windows framing the enchanting woodland panorama. The living room exuded warmth, its vintage furnishings adding to the rustic elegance of the abode. Days stretched languidly, filled with leisurely strolls along meandering paths bathed in dappled sunlight, while evenings found me nestled by the hearth, lost in the pages of a book. The silence enveloped me like a comforting shroud, broken only by the occasional whisper of leaves or the haunting call of an owl. It was a sanctuary, a haven untouched by the chaos of the outside world, until a revelation shattered the illusion of tranquility. One hushed afternoon, as I tidied the cottage, a glimmer caught my eye, concealed behind the smoke detector on the ceiling. A subtle gleam, barely perceptible yet strangely captivating. Curiosity stirred within me, propelling me to investigate further. Armed with a step ladder and a screwdriver, I unveiled a hidden camera nestled within the smoke detector, its slender wire disappearing into the walls. A surge of alarm coursed through me as I traced the wire to a neglected closet in the hallway. Buried amidst forgotten blankets lay a recording device, meticulously arranged to evade notice. The realization dawned upon me like a chilling mist. I had been under surveillance, perhaps from the moment of my arrival. With trembling hands, I documented the evidence, capturing images of the insidious intrusion. Initial shock gave way to a simmering anger as I grappled with the violation of my privacy. Who had orchestrated this covert surveillance, and to what end? Dialing the property owner, I confronted him with the unsettling discovery. His response wavered between denial and discomfort, his assurances feeble against the weight of my accusation. Upon his arrival, his demeanor betrayed unease, his attempts to placate me ringing hollow. Despite his promises to rectify the situation, the veil of safety that once enveloped the cottage had been irreparably rent. Every creak of the floorboards now echoed with suspicion. Every flickering shadow cast a pall over my solitude. Deciding I could not endure another night under the watchful gaze of unseen eyes, I hastily gathered my belongings, ensuring nothing remained behind. Locking the door behind me, I left the hidden devices undisturbed, hoping the owner would honor his pledge to address the violation. As I drove away, questions swirled in my mind, a maelstrom of uncertainty and apprehension. Who had orchestrated this breach of privacy? Was I the sole target, or a mere pawn in a larger game? The realization that my intimate moments had been observed sent shivers down my spine, lingering long after I had returned to the familiarity of my own dwelling. A report lodged with the authorities, evidence in hand, offered scant solace in the face of lingering unease. Contacting the rental platform, I sought to shield future guests from a similar invasion of privacy, a gesture born of empathy tinged with lingering disquiet. In the aftermath, the violation lingered, a spectral presence haunting my thoughts. The once peaceful cottage, now tainted by the specter of surveillance, served as a stark reminder of the fragility of trust and the imperative of safeguarding one's sanctum. The memory of that hidden camera stood as a sentinel, a silent admonition to heed my instincts and remain vigilant against unseen threats. The cottage, once a beacon of escape, had transformed into a cautionary tale, a whispered warning of how even the most tranquil sanctuaries can harbor shadows of malevolence. Story 69. It all began with a single note slipped silently beneath my door, a plain piece of paper, meticulously folded, devoid of any signature. Intrigued by this unexpected arrival, I reached down and gently retrieved it, unfolding its secrets. The message, typed in a precise and orderly script, bore a simple directive. Remember to collect your dry cleaning today. Your 2 p.m. meeting awaits. Initially, I brushed it off as a peculiar prank or a wrongly delivered reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and the exact timing of my meeting stirred a sense of unease within me, yet I chose to dismiss it as harmless mischief. Perhaps someone was playing a peculiar game, I thought as I continued with my daily routine. Days passed and another note materialized, this time nestled within my mailbox. It delved into the intricacies of my gym schedule and even offered opinions on my choice of workout attire. You wore blue splendidly today. Consider a lighter hue next time. A wave of apprehension washed over me as I absorbed the words. The author of these notes possessed an alarming level of insight into my private affairs. They were observing me closely, but from where and for what purpose? Subsequent notes followed, each bearing unsettling specificity. Details of conversations with acquaintances, family gatherings, and even a recent dispute with a colleague. It seemed as though my every move was being meticulously tracked. What chilled me most was the polite and almost intimate tone of the messages, as if the sender believed we shared a personal connection. One evening, upon returning from a routine grocery run, I discovered yet another note perched on my kitchen counter, sending a shiver down my spine. I had been certain to lock the door upon departure. I see you've replenished your pasta supply once more. Temporary comfort, I fear. Fearful and unnerved, I sought the aid of law enforcement. Detective Davis, a seasoned investigator known for his composed demeanor, attentively studied my account but remained cautiously skeptical. "Any suspicions as to who may be behind this?" he inquired, leafing through the stack of notes I presented. "None," I replied, my voice quivering. "I cannot fathom any enemies or ill-wishers." He pledged to initiate an inquiry and advised me to safeguard the notes while documenting any future incidents. Departing from the station, a faint sense of solace enveloped me, yet the lingering dread persisted like a phantom shadow. Days bled into weeks, and the notes grew increasingly ominous, transitioning from passive observations to thinly veiled threats. "Your absence at the store did not go unnoticed. Caution, your predictability is showing." Following a social gathering, another missive arrived. "Your circle cannot shield you when the time comes. Be wary of misplaced trust." Paranoia gripped me relentlessly. I bolstered security measures, installed additional locks, erected impromptu alarms, and scrutinized every entrance point to my abode. Despite my efforts, the notes persisted, affixed to my car windshield, wedged into my mailbox, or concealed within my work satchel. One fateful night, after uncovering a particularly chilling note accompanied by a photograph capturing my departure from the apartment, revelation struck. A realization that the picture's vantage mirrored that of my personal surveillance camera. They had been observing me through my own security system. Frantic, I reached out to the security firm responsible for the installation. Following a thorough examination, they unveiled a disturbing truth. An unknown entity had infiltrated the system, clandestinely accessing the live feed. My fortress of safety had been breached, turned against me by an unseen adversary. The investigation took a harrowing turn as Detective Davis collaborated closely with the security experts. Through relentless pursuit, they traced the breach to a local contractor in charge of security installations within my building. Exploiting his position, he fixated on them, monitoring and stalking numerous clients, with me as his primary target. Upon his apprehension, a trove of incriminating evidence surfaced. A cache of surveillance footage, meticulous logs of my routines, and drafts of notes yet to be dispatched. The revelation evoked a blend of horror and relief. The nightmare had reached its conclusion. The notes ceased, the shadows that once haunted my every step receded, leaving behind only the lingering echo of fear. While life gradually resumed its normal cadence, the violation I endured lingered, etching a permanent scar on my perception of security. The sanctity of my home, once unwavering, now harbored a subtle insecurity. This ordeal taught me the delicate nature of privacy and the extremes to which some would venture to breach it. Though justice prevailed, the memory of those meticulously penned, eerily intimate notes would forever endure as a somber reminder. No matter the fortifications, genuine safety remains an elusive ideal. Story 70. In the hushed stillness of the night, whispers of a peculiar disappearance lingered in the air. When my neighbor Robert vanished without a trace, a subtle unease crept into the neighborhood. His absence was initially brushed off as a fleeting absence, a mere blip in the rhythm of everyday life. But as time stretched on, the quiet that emanated from his once bustling apartment grew deafening, a haunting echo of a presence now gone. Robert, with his gentle demeanor and enigmatic charm, was a figure of quiet mystery, a man who moved through the world with a reserved grace that drew others to him. The hallway would miss his nod and faint smile, the antique clocks in his apartment ticking away in a rhythmic hum that now felt like a distant memory. As days turned into weeks, the police nonchalantly labeled his vanishing as voluntary, a convenient explanation that failed to quell the gnawing sense of unease that had settled within me. Robert's departure felt like an enigma left unsolved, a puzzle missing its crucial piece. His apartment, a sanctuary shrouded in secrecy and untouched by time, stood as a silent witness to his absence. The building management eventually deemed the space abandoned, but a curiosity, an insatiable need to unravel the mystery, tugged at my thoughts. Under the pretense of leaving a note about overdue rent, I sought out the spare key to Robert's apartment. The moment the door creaked open, a wave of silence washed over me, chilling me to the core. The room was frozen in time, each item meticulously placed as if waiting for its owner's return. The antique clocks continued their steady march. The shelves of books stood undisturbed, a snapshot of a life paused in anticipation. Amidst the stillness, a desk beckoned with a stack of forgotten letters, aged newspapers, and faded photographs. With trembling hands, I sifted through the relics of a life left behind, searching for a clue, a hint of the truth hidden within the shadows. And there, amidst the forgotten artifacts, lay a letter addressed to me in Robert's elegant script. The yellowed paper whispered secrets of a past intertwined with mine, a warning veiled in cryptic words. Dear neighbor, if you are reading this, it means I have not been able to deliver this message in person. There are things you should know, things you may not want to know. I have been following a trail, and that trail leads to you. Shadows from your past are resurfacing, and what I have learned is disturbing. You have always been curious, but sometimes curiosity reveals truths best left hidden. If you find this letter, tread carefully. The search for answers may uncover more than you expect. Regards, Robert. In the wake of those chilling words, a veil of uncertainty descended upon me. What secrets lay buried in the depths of my own history? With a newfound urgency, I delved into the recesses of my past, unearthing fragments of memories and unanswered questions. Each revelation uncovered a layer of mystery, a thread connecting me to a past I had long forgotten. As I traced the echoes of Robert's investigation, a sense of foreboding crept into my days. His meticulous notes, cryptic diaries, and obscure research hinted at a world beyond comprehension, a realm where shadows danced with secrets too dark to fathom. The dates and locations in his writings mirrored moments in my own life, stirring a sense of dread that lingered at the edges of my consciousness. The more I uncovered, the more the shadows seemed to converge around me, a presence lurking just beyond sight, watching, waiting. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the gravity of my entanglement in a web of enigmas that transcended time and space. The whispers of the past grew louder, a chorus of voices urging me to turn back, to let the mysteries lie undisturbed. In the heart of the night, as the shadows danced in silent reverence, I made a choice. I chose to step away, to let the darkness of the past remain shrouded in obscurity. Some truths, I understood, were not meant to see the light of day, their weight too heavy to bear. The shadows, though elusive, lingered on the periphery, a reminder of the mysteries left unsolved, of the darkness that lay dormant within us all. And as I drifted into the realm of dreams, the echoes of Robert's warning whispered through the night, a cautionary tale of curiosity turned perilous, of shadows best left undisturbed.